Chapter 3648. This formation is so important. The sun, moon, and star formations that killed nascent soul cultivators were only rearranged after this. That blood-colored meteor is the formation's catalyst, and the star mark in the sky is the entrance to the star formation. When the 28 star monarchs were familiar with these star formations, they were also forbidden to touch the formation under the Yaotai mountain. However, according to Taisher Zhanran's thoughts, that formation shouldn't have much to do with the sun, moon, and star formations. Of course, the reason why I was able to kill these 2-star monarchs and get the news about green-robed Xiaohua was also related to my perception in the falling stone formation that day. Since I had perception at that time, I should be able to find that formation now. And if it's really as these 2-star monarchs thought, then the formation under the Yaotai mountain is the foundation of this Yaotai conference. The nascent soul that was sucked away by the huge gravity is the reason why the Immortal Palace killed nascent soul cultivators. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Shen Songzi. There's also the king of the capital Qin state, Shen Yanming. Damn it, are these two related? Immediately, Xiaohua stopped in midair with a bitter face. Yes, killing the king of the capital Qin state had already offended the Immortal Palace's immortal envoy. Now that he was prying into the formation of the Yaotai mountain, he had offended the Immortal Palace's immortal envoy even more. He hadn't even gained a firm foothold in the hidden immortal continent, yet he was already going against the Immortal Palace. Wasn't this courting death? Xiaohua desperately cultivated in the star formation. Admittedly, he had made great progress. His current strength should be able to reach the middle of the 5th grade of origin energy. However, from the memories of the 2 monarchs, he knew that the Star Monarch Hall's master, Kong Hongwu, was a great grandmaster who had refined his spirit back to the void. He was only one step away from stepping into the realm of literary sage, which was the upper of the 5th grade of origin energy. Admittedly, he could kill 3-star monarchs, but he had no chance of winning against Kong Hongwu. Moreover, on the Yaotai mountain, Kong Hongwu had the geographical advantage and could use the power of the Yaotai mountain. He simply didn't have any power to fight back. If he couldn't even fight against a small official from the Immortal Palace in the hidden immortal continent, how could he fight against the Immortal Palace? If time could turn back now, Xiaohua would rather choose not to let the green-robed Xiaohua take the risk, and Xiaohua would rather listen to Li Xiang and not participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering. Unfortunately, even with Xiaohua's ability, he could only look at the ocean and sigh. Jing Mushuan was killed by him as soon as he entered the formation. Now he even killed Tailfire Tiger and Sun Horse of Star. Star Lord Hall had a total of 28 Star Lords, and 3 of them were killed by him. Even if he wanted to withdraw now, it was already too late. What's more, he still had a primordial spirit trapped in the formation, and he still had a promise to fulfill. Xiaohua only stopped in midair for a moment before a sneer appeared on his face. Damn it, back then on Xiaoyu continent, I was only an aura refining and foundation building low-level cultivator. I wasn't afraid of that kind of big wind and big waves. Now that I've cultivated to the 5th grade of essence energy and also possess a secret art unknown to others, what does this Xiao have to be afraid of? In the end, even if I don't establish my own country, so what if I wander the world? I don't believe in the Immortal Palace. Thinking of this, Xiaohua didn't dare to think too much. Even a small Wu Tian had the opportunity to comprehend the art of divination. Who knew if the Immortal Palace had such a strange person or not? Humph, the Immortal Palace better not provoke me, otherwise I'll overturn the Immortal Palace. Finally, Xiaohua thought fiercely, and his figure landed in a place where mountains changed everywhere. This place was no different from the other places. It had the same mountain forest, the same flowing water, and the same clear and crystalline deep pool. But when Xiaohua saw this, his face became dignified again. Because this was the entrance to the formation set up by the Immortal Palace's people, which was also the place where the immortal generals of Star-Lord Hall were killed that day. Ever since that assassination, Star-Lord Hall had designated this place as a forbidden area, and no one could approach it. Since it was the entrance to the formation, Xiaohua didn't believe that the Immortal Palace didn't have any means to protect it. Xiaohua's figure landed, and he carefully released his soul consciousness. Looking around, there was no movement. Perhaps it was because of the forbidden area or because all the soldiers of Star-Lord Hall were in the sun, moon, and star formation, but there were no traces of people here, and there were no signs of a formation. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Xiaohua. When he opened his Dharma eye and looked around, his figure flew up, and he flew towards the mountainside of one of the mountains. However, before he could fly to the front of the mountain, boom! A huge sound of water came from the deep pool. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and immediately stopped in midair. He saw the water in the deep pool soar into the sky. The previous wave was several feet high, and the pool water was filled with a strong noble spirit. In the blink of an eye, a human figure several feet tall appeared above the deep pool. This human figure was transparent, and lines of inscriptions flowed on the surface of its body like tadpoles. The noble spirit condensed into clouds of various colors that danced in the surroundings. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the forbidden area? The giant water figure opened its mouth and a strange voice came out. Xiao Hua didn't dare to release his divine sense, and his eyes swept over and his mind turned quickly. This giant water figure actually didn't know what Sun Horse of Star looked like, so it probably wasn't from Star-Lord Hall. It was most likely a primordial spirit imprint left here by the person who set up the formation. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua smiled and said, I am Star-Lord Hall's Sun Horse of Star-Lord Taisher Zhanran, and I came to explore the forbidden area under the order of my Hall Master. Now, among the Sun, Moon, and Star Formation, the Crimson Star Formation has been broken. Just as Xiao Hua was answering, boom! A huge tremor came from the distant horizon, and then a golden brilliance splashed from the distance. Xiao Hua was delighted and hurriedly said, Look, even the bright moon formation was broken by the Taoist cultivators. Therefore, Lord Hall Master was worried, and was afraid that this place would be lost, so he specially sent me to inspect it. When the giant water figure saw the golden brilliance burning the clouds above Yaotai Mountain, it knew that what Xiao Hua said was true. It also pondered for a moment and nodded, Very good, give me the token. Token? Xiao Hua was of course stunned, but he naturally waved his hand and handed over the star tablet of Sun Horse of Star. Who would have thought that the giant water figure didn't even look at it, and just waved its hand and said coldly, Why would I look at your star tablet? Since it was Kong Hongwu who asked you to come here, he naturally asked you to bring the token, otherwise how could I let you in? The giant water figure was suspicious, but it didn't say what the token was. Instead, its whole body flashed with blue light, and the runes that were flowing cheerfully just a moment ago suddenly stopped. The clouds also instantly turned into a threatening state, ready to pounce on Xiao Hua at any time. Xiao Hua stared at the giant water figure and thought about it in his mind. The cultivation level of this giant's body might have reached the upper 5th grade of elemental energy, or even the 6th grade. However, a 6th grade of elemental energy might not necessarily come to Yaotai Mountain in person to set up a formation, so it was most likely a 5th grade of elemental energy great grandmaster. Xiao Hua knew that he didn't have the confidence to deal with this kind of upper 5th grade of elemental energy Confucian cultivator, but with a trace of their primordial spirit imprint, Xiao Hua still had the confidence to kill it in one blow. However, Xiao Hua had to have absolute confidence that he couldn't let this giant water figure have the slightest bit of resistance. While thinking, Xiao Hua was about to activate his divine will hammer. Right at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something while looking at the pillar of Howren Chi that suddenly rose up. Smiling, he put his hand into his bosom and very calmly took out the immortal palace order he got from the king of Qin state. He lifted it up easily and looked at the giant water man. He said with a smile, Since Hallmaster Darren sent me here, you naturally have a keepsake. Actually, if it wasn't for the fact that the Scorching Sun Great Formation is currently in a critical situation, Lord Hallmaster would have personally come here. Why would he send me here? The giant water figure stretched out its big hand, and was about to grab the immortal palace order. Xiao Hua hastily raised his hand and said while shaking his head, Sorry, you can only look at this thing. It's enough if you can verify it. Lord Hallmaster didn't order me to hand this thing over to someone else. After saying that, Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and a mouthful of true qi fell on the immortal palace command token. With a loud bang, the cloud began to expand as if it was filled with air. Strings of jade flew out from the expanding cloud, and a celestial music began to spread out from the cloud. Layers upon layers of palace phantoms also began to emerge from the cloud. Seeing Xiao Hua spit out true energy, and at the same time having a genuine immortal palace order, that giant water figure slightly nodded and said, Go, just carefully examine it. Don't touch the great formation. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his guess was correct. But the boom sound of water was heard incessantly, as if a waterfall was falling from a deep pool. Xiao Hua cupped his fists and respectfully sent off the giant water figure, which lost its human form and huge waves of water fell into the deep pool. Then Xiao Hua didn't hesitate and using the flight technique he landed halfway up the opposite mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there was a square platform of 1 foot in size. It was as smooth as a mirror, and he couldn't see any trace of inscription. Only when Xiaohua flew closer, that platform gave birth to a faint rosy cloud. This rosy cloud was also golden in color at this time. Then the entire rosy cloud began to steam above the platform, just like a small cloud bed. When he saw this cloud bed, Xiaohua was slightly startled, but in an instant he had some understanding. He hastily placed the Immortal Palace order in his hand on it. Sure enough, without waiting for Xiaohua to urge his true energy, the rosy cloud above the cloud bed became just like the Immortal Palace order. Traces of immortal music were born, and that phantom image of the Immortal Palace was born again. This time it was somewhat different. The phantom image of the Immortal Palace was directly projected on the mountain wall. Then the mountain wall emitted an awe-inspiring chi, and the gate of the Immortal Palace in the phantom image slowly opened. Behind the gate, a deep star path unexpectedly appeared on the stone wall. Oh! Seeing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed because when the star path appeared, he had already sensed the existence of green-robed Xiaohua, and also vaguely sensed green-robed Xiaohua's feelings of despair, helplessness and joy. Xiaohua knew that the primordial spirit of a genuine immortal general of the Immortal Palace was probing inside the deep pool behind him, so he didn't dare to hesitate in front of the gate, and even more didn't dare to relax. He spread out his divine sense, restrained his mood and stepped into the star path. As he entered, that phantom image of the Immortal Palace slowly disappeared, and once again transformed into the appearance of the Immortal Palace order and fell into Xiaohua's hand. When Xiaohua entered the stone wall, that stone wall star path quickly disappeared, and a pair of eyes under the deep pool slowly closed. Chapter 36-49. However, the moment the stone wall closed, a very subtle fluctuation appeared from a place about 10 feet away from the platform. This fluctuation quickly disappeared into the void. The fluctuation crossed the void and appeared next to a giant star with monstrous waves of fire. The giant star was huge and extremely hot. It emitted an intense golden brilliance, and an uncountable amount of awe-inspiring chi flowed around the giant star, emitting a faint rumbling sound. This rumbling sound was like the sound of pines or the sound of flowing water. It was soft but mighty. Not far away from the giant star, layers of clouds covered the sky and covered the earth. The clouds were dyed by the golden brilliance and looked extremely gorgeous. The clouds were close to the center of the island. Pieces of floating clouds were pulled away by the awe-inspiring chi. They were like tassels that were pulled away from the clouds and spiraled into the airflow, disappearing in a moment. At this time the clouds suddenly rolled and a figure rushed out from the clouds. It was the gloomy Kong Hongwu. At this time Kong Hongwu was no longer dressed like a scholar. Instead he was wearing a somewhat strange star armor. This star armor was made up of large and small pieces of armor. Each piece of armor was strung together by a thin chain. There seemed to be some gaps between the pieces of armor, but these gaps were filled with inscriptions. The inscriptions were born from the pieces of armor, entangled in the gaps, and then rushed into the other pieces of armor. In addition to the faint inscriptions on each piece of armor, there were also dots of starlight and faint star patterns. As soon as Kong Hongwu came out of the clouds, he immediately stood in the air. Thick clouds grew beneath his feet. His eyes flashed with a clear light as he looked at the giant star overflowing with brilliance. For a long time he didn't say a word. The golden light not only dyed his armor golden yellow, even his eyes were flowing with golden light. Damn it! Kong Hongwu's face suddenly became angry. Huda, that brat deserves to die. This old man gave you a chance to redeem yourself, but you didn't kill that Xiaohua. Instead, you dared to rush into the scorching sun formation with the Taoist cultivators. This old man also didn't expect that after your fire gourd was taken away by Xiaohua, you still had a secret technique. If it weren't for you, how could there be so few casualties in the scorching sun formation? Pleiades chicken. Kong Hongwu roared. The clouds behind him churned and another woman flew out. This woman was wearing 5-colored armor. She had a charming face and a graceful figure. Her hair was coiled up and there was a 5-colored feather in her hair. She looked indifferent as she coldly glanced at Kong Hongwu. As if she didn't care, she said in a low voice, "Greetings, Palace Master. What orders do you have for me?" "You." Just as Kong Hongwu was about to give the order, his eyes suddenly widened and his face was filled with extreme disbelief. Shortly after, Kong Hongwu growled, "Not good." After that, he completely ignored Gusuchiran. A tricolored cloud flashed around his body, and countless awe-inspiring chi rushed into his body from the void. His entire body shook a few times and immediately disappeared. Gusuchiran was so surprised that she actually reached out to cover her mouth. Looking at the place where Kong Hongwu disappeared, she didn't know what to do. However, in just a moment, Gusuchiran's face showed calmness and indifference again. Her eyes were also flowing with extraordinary splendor. Looking at the situation inside the scorching sun, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Fortunately, her voice was very low, like a mosquito flapping its wings. As for the meaning of these two words, only she knew. Then Gusuchiran's body slowly descended and disappeared into the clouds. Xiaohua suppressed his joy and stepped into the star path. In front of him there was darkness. Only a little light under his feet formed a winding star path. Moreover, whether it was divine thought, Buddhist awareness or soul awareness, they couldn't be used. Even the vague feeling that Xiaohua had before had disappeared. Xiaohua frowned slightly and walked down the star path. However, after walking for a while, Xiaohua stopped again because he felt that he was not moving forward, but going in circles in the void. If it was outside the void, Xiaohua would never dare to have this confidence. However, in this dark place, Xiaohua had his own feelings and confidence. Looking at the star path behind him and then at the star path in front of him, Xiaohua tried to step out of the star path. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua stepped into the darkness outside the star path in front of him actually changed, and the direction was where Xiaohua stepped. Damn it, there's actually a trap here. Xiaohua suddenly realized, I thought that it would be a smooth journey once I reached here. It seems that the Immortal Palace doesn't trust Star-Lord Hall too much. Since he knew that this was a trap, it was easy to handle. Xiaohua followed his intuition and walked forward. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua turned around and saw a spiraling star path behind him. Perhaps no one would dare to move forward like this if they didn't have a bit of confidence. However, Xiaohua also understood that there might not be too many restrictions outside this great formation. As long as he carefully walked down, he would definitely be able to see the true appearance of this great formation. Sure enough, after half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua very strangely turned left 3 steps, right 3 steps, and then straight 10 steps before stopping. Soon after, he turned around again and walked a dozen steps in the right direction. Suddenly, the cry for help from the green-robed Xiaohua became louder. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent and quickened his pace. After walking a dozen more steps, the scene in front of him suddenly opened up. When he looked up, he was unconsciously shocked by the scene in front of him. What a splendid sight it was. A huge whirlpool was floating in the air. Just from the shape of the whirlpool, it looked like a snail's shell. It was arranged in layers, decreasing from the middle to the outer layer. Each layer was slowly rotating, and the angle and speed of each layer were different. The color emitted by each layer was also different. Moreover, the brilliance emitted by each layer was like fireworks, gradually moving further and further away. Where the brilliance disappeared, there was an obscure fluctuation. Along with this fluctuation, a vast and mighty aura surged from the void and fell into the whirlpool. The grand aura was like the sea and the grand aura was like the ocean. It passed through the whirlpool and set off waves. The bursts of resentment that were like the sound of a wheel were emitted by this seemingly endless flow of grand aura. This whirlpool was extremely large. When Xiaohua looked at it, a sense of inferiority involuntarily emerged from the bottom of his heart. It was as if no matter how high he was, no matter how deep his cultivation was, he was still an ant in front of this whirlpool. What was special was that as the whirlpool rotated, a strong and desolate aura filled the entire space, bringing with it a desolate, ancient, and unyielding aura. If one looked carefully at the whirlpool, they would see specks of starlight. These specks of starlight rotated along with the whirlpool, drifting within the grand aura. Each speck of starlight rolled up a huge wave of air, and the entire whirlpool rose and fell like waves. It was like a movement, playing an ancient song in this desolate aura. Looking at the colorful splendor and the shocking whirlpool, Xiaohua was stunned. This kind of scene was something that many ordinary cultivators could see, and it was not something that an ordinary Confucian cultivator could set up. Although he had seen a rare vision in the Kai clan's ancestral temple in the Million Ming Mountains, that vision could not be compared to this. It was a bit less magnificent, a bit less imposing, and a bit less mysterious. Suddenly, as if there was a gust of wind, a layer of magnificent splendor was lifted. As the splendor rippled, one could see that within the huge whirlpool, there were actually huge and dense phantoms that were rotating along with the whirlpool. These phantoms were thousands of feet in size, and they were suffused with different kinds of light. Each phantom was in the shape of an infant. They were either sitting cross-legged, standing with rapt attention, forming hand seals with both hands, or placing magic treasures on their knees. However, each infant phantoms had their eyes closed, and their expressions were serene. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He understood in his heart that these nascent souls were most likely the ones that went missing in the Yaotai Mountains Grand Formation, the Sun, Moon, and Star formations. The Immortal Palace set up this mysterious Grand Formation with the purpose of collecting the nascent souls of these nascent soul cultivators. Xiaohua looked around and immediately saw where he sensed it. A similarly huge nascent soul phantoms were sitting cross-legged. What was different from the others was that this nascent soul's eyes were wide open, and within those eyes, there was a flicker of anxiety. The nascent soul's body flickered with a faint flame. The flame was very weak, and it was like a piece of clothing stuck to the nascent soul's body. Within the whirlpool, the myriad of starlight was like a giant flow of grand aura, constantly washing away this thin flame. Green-robed Xiaohua. Xiaohua was very anxious. At the same time, green-robed Xiaohua also sensed Xiaohua's arrival. While looking at Xiaohua, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of true energy onto his knees. At this moment, green-robed Xiaohua placed a bronze mirror on his knees. As his true energy fell, the bronze mirror emitted a six-colored brilliance that covered the huge body of the green-robed nascent soul. Immediately, green-robed Xiaohua opened his mouth, and the surrounding flame entered his mouth. The six-colored brilliance blocked the attack of the grand aura and starlight. Then green-robed Xiaohua used all his strength to point below him, as if he was reminding Xiaohua of something. Following the direction of green-robed Xiaohua's finger, Xiaohua looked at the bottom of the whirlpool, only to see that there was actually a huge tail at the bottom of the whirlpool. Myriad of starlight, rays of light, and a vast and mighty sea of qi surrounded an extremely long nascent soul phantom that fell into a huge black spot. This is... Xiaohua's eyes widened. At this moment, he could clearly see that the place where everything fell was shockingly a fist-sized lamp. Demon refining gourd. Xiaohua cried out in surprise. In his memories as well as Taishu Zhanran and Ouyang Jingran's memories, they all had the appearance of this item. Moreover, the name was also exactly the same. Immortal Palace's Demon Refining Gourd. It actually appeared here. Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at the incomparably huge whirlpool, then lowered his head to look at the fist-sized Demon Refining Gourd. An indescribable feeling of incredulity arose spontaneously in his heart. Chapter 3650. Xiaohua thought for a long time, wondering what kind of formation was under Yaotai Mountain. Was it a Confucian formation or a Taoist formation? But he never thought that the demon refining pot would appear here. The ferocious atmosphere in front of him, the hundreds of nascent soul cultivators, the vast amount of qi seemed to be unable to escape the suction of the demon refining pot. Are you shocked? A faint voice came from the top of Xiaohua's head. That voice was very fleeting. Xiaohua was startled and cursed inwardly. He raised his head and saw Kong Hongwu standing on a star passage with a gloomy expression, clad in star armor. Although Kong Hongwu's face was not very good, the previous anxiety had disappeared and was replaced by a kind of confidence. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and glanced at the vortex. He saw that the green-robed Xiaohua had closed his eyes. The six-colored brilliance on the refined ice-deadly mirror had also become very faint. If one did not look carefully, it was no different from other nascent soul cultivators. Yes, this general has never seen such a shocking scene. Xiaohua said with a smile. If it were not for the people of the Immortal Palace setting up the formation here, this general would not have this opportunity. At this time. Taishu Zhanran, you still dare to call yourself this general? Kong Hongwu sneered. You still have the face to stand in front of this old man? Why not? Xiaohua's azure dragon saber rotated slightly, the saber light overflowed as he replied faintly. Kong Hongwu looked at the azure dragon saber and then looked at Xiaohua's face. He said meaningfully, when this old man asked you to join Star-Lord Hall, I already told you that since you have joined Star-Lord Hall, what you did in the Immortal Palace before is nothing. What Pure Palace, what Langfeng Summit, it has nothing to do with my Star-Lord Hall, it has nothing to do with you and me. As long as you can serve the Immortal Palace and Star-Lord Hall, one day you will be able to wash away your sins and return to the Immortal Palace. Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly as he pondered. He then raised his head and said, anyone can say such words, but did Hall Master do it? Which immortal messenger of the Immortal Palace wanted Hall Master to set up these three formations? Which immortal messenger of the immortal palace dared to bring the demon refining pot to the lower realm? Which immortal envoy gave Palace Master the guts to actually kill several hundred nascent soul cultivators from the hidden immortal mainland? How dare you? Kong Hongwu shouted angrily. Are you qualified to question what I've done? Do you think you can afford to offend the deity emissary who brought the demon purification pot to the mortal world? Not to mention you, even if the people from the Pure Abode Palace came here, who would dare to say no? Xiao Hua was somewhat bewildered. Although he didn't completely obtain Taisha Zhanran's memories, he didn't know anything about this so-called Pure Abode Palace. Suddenly Xiao Hua became vigilant. If it wasn't for Taisha Zhanran's memories of the Pure Abode Palace being sealed, then this Kong Hongwu was playing tricks again. However, Xiao Hua didn't understand. Kong Hongwu's strength far exceeded his or Taisha Zhanran's, so what reason did he have to play tricks? An Immortal Palace Medallion. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Hua understood. Kong Hongwu must have used an Immortal Palace Medallion to enter this place. He could enter this place, so of course he also had an Immortal Palace Medallion similar to Kong Hongwu's. Moreover, this Immortal Palace Medallion must have come from the same Immortal Palace. Since they were both in Star-Lord Palace and there were two similar Immortal Palace Medallions, Kong Hongwu, as the Palace Master, naturally had some guesses. The biggest possibility was that the deity emissary was not at ease with Kong Hongwu and gave Taisha Zhanran an Immortal Palace Medallion to let Taisha Zhanran monitor Kong Hongwu. Towards this kind of Taisha Zhanran, Kong Hongwu naturally didn't dare to act rashly. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Kong Hongwu was afraid that Xiao Hua would escape and spread the news here to the Immortal Palace. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua smiled and lightly waved his hand. Palace Master, what you said earlier, this general knows. No matter what this general's background was before coming to Star-Lord Palace, it's no longer important. What's important is that this general, like Palace Master, wants to perform meritorious deeds and return to the Immortal Palace. It's also because of this that this general was cautious and had no choice but to come here to investigate. Since this place is the same as what the deity emissary wants, then this general will take his leave. After speaking, Xiao Hua cupped his fists towards Kong Hongwu and turned to leave. Wait. Kong Hongwu coldly snorted and shouted, "This is the forbidden area of my Star-Lord Palace. How can you come and go as you please?" What does Palace Master mean? Do you still want this general to stay? Xiao Hua also coldly smiled. Kong Hongwu looked at Xiao Hua's fearless appearance and was even more certain of the origin of the Immortal Palace Medallion. Although his eyes flashed with a trace of anger, he was still afraid in his heart. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and said, "This is Star-Lord Palace. The Palace Master is this old man, not you. Although this old man doesn't know why the deity emissary arranged this old man can clearly tell you that after this matter, you will no longer be the Sun Horse of Star of my Star-Lord Palace. As for where you will go ask the master behind you. Get lost." The expression on Xiao Hua's face didn't change and even showed a trace of a smile. He lightly said, "Whether this general can stay in Star-Lord Palace or not is not something that a small palace master like you can decide. If this general can't see through this, how can I dare to accept the Immortal Palace Medallion? Palace Master Kong, don't think that Linghu..." Speaking until here, Xiao Hua promptly stopped. He knew that Linghu Pairan and Kong Hongwu had a very close relationship, but what relationship did Linghu Pairan have with the Immortal Palace? Even Taisha Zhanran didn't understand the strangeness of it and only felt that it was somewhat suspicious. Xiao Hua stopped talking, but his eyes still looked at Kong Hongwu without fear. It seemed somewhat provocative, but in reality Xiao Hua's mind was rapidly turning. How could he leave this place? What he wanted to do was to kill this Kong Hongwu as quickly as possible. But Kong Hongwu was a Confucian cultivator of the upper 5th grade of essence energy. Xiao Hua didn't have a trace of certainty. He was calculating the distance between them and gauging how he could use the wind escape technique to quickly approach Kong Hongwu. Get lost. Kong Hongwu seemed like he would dirty his mouth if he said another word. His face was like frost and his figure slightly retreated, as if he was opening up a path. This general hopes that Palace Master Darren will carefully consider it. Just pretend that you didn't see this general here today. Xiao Hua put on an act and flew towards Kong Hongwu. Moreover, his face didn't have any vigilance at all, as if Taisha Zhanran really wasn't afraid of Kong Hongwu making a move. Kong Hongwu's face was obviously unsightly, but his expression wasn't as angry as before. Instead, it showed the magnanimity of a palace master. When he flew to a suitable distance, Xiao Hua suddenly opened his mouth and cupped his hands, saying, Oh, right, Palace Master Darren, the immortal emissary also said something to this general. When Kong Hongwu heard that it was the immortal emissary, his heart slightly moved. His eyes flashed with a strange light, but it was a very natural reaction. He casually asked, "What did he say?" "Go die." Xiaohua suddenly urged his magic power. Like a gust of wind, his entire figure mysteriously disappeared. The afterimage in the air was like a painting. On the painting scroll, a golden light suddenly appeared and cut towards Kong Hongwu's neck. Soaring dragon shears. This was Xiaohua's sharpest move right now. Moreover, the distance was so close. Xiaohua didn't think that Kong Hongwu had any method to escape. Even if this attack couldn't kill Kong Hongwu, Xiaohua was confident that it could injure Kong Hongwu. However, when Xiaohua got closer to Kong Hongwu, he saw that Kong Hongwu's expression suddenly revealed a hint of complacency. Xiaohua suddenly felt that something was wrong. Kill? At this point, Xiaohua couldn't care too much and could only urge the soaring dragon shears with all his strength. Swoosh! The soaring dragon shears were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it cut through Kong Hongwu's neck. However, Kong Hongwu didn't scream, nor did he spurt out blood. It was as if this Kong Hongwu was an illusion. Sure enough, Kong Hongwu laughed and raised his hand saying, "Brat, you only just cultivated the spirit back to the void, yet you dare to challenge this old man. Do you know what spirit back to the void is?" Run. Xiaohua saw that the soaring dragon shears couldn't do anything. This spirit back to the void was truly miraculous. Although he also had some achievements in his Confucian cultivation, he still hadn't reached such a high level. In his heart, he was astonished and urged the wind escape technique again. You only learned a few insignificant Taoist tricks, yet you still dare to be arrogant in front of this old man. As soon as Xiaohua moved, Kong Hongwu sneered again. He didn't make a move, but on the surface of his star armor, 3 of the stars were suffused with strange colors. Along with the appearance of these colors, the armor on Xiaohua's body also changed. Layers of inscriptions emerged from the cracks of the armor. The entire armor immediately turned into a shackle and shrank towards Xiaohua's body. What was special was that on the armor's breastplate, inscriptions that were smaller than ants uncontrollably gushed out. Waves of pain that were more painful than needles rushed into Xiaohua's middle dantian, as if they wanted to seal Xiaohua's Confucian cultivation. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He immediately understood the meaning of Kong Hongwu's previous strange look. While he was scheming against Kong Hongwu, he didn't know that he had already fallen into his opponent's trap. The star armor of the 28 celestial monarchs should be Kong Hongwu's weapon to control these celestial monarchs. When he wanted to get close to Kong Hongwu also wanted him to get close. Boom! Xiaohua made a prompt decision and displayed the heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth. Moreover, in his middle dantian, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua spat out sword qi and activated the 5 qi origin formation to resist the sealing power of the armor. You are not Taisha Zhanran. Seeing that Xiaohua's body was full of heaven and earth spirit qi, his body was rapidly expanding. Although the celestial monarch palace's armor was also expanding, it seemed to be somewhat unable to suppress Xiaohua. Kong Hongwu immediately came to his senses and cried out in surprise, "You are a Taoist disciple?" Moreover, as soon as these words came out, Kong Hongwu cried out involuntarily, You are Xiaohua of Taoism." When Xiaohua heard this, not only was he not happy but he was also shocked. His name was remembered by the Celestial Monarch Palace's Hall Master, and in such a short time if he didn't get rid of this person, he would never have a day of peace in the future. Chapter 3651. After Kong Hongwu recovered from his shock, a sneer appeared on his face. "No wonder Linghu has been searching for you for a year and even killed many cultivators hiding in the star array, but he still couldn't find you. It turns out that you are with the disciples of the Buddhist sect. Grand Mist Ancestor. He really doesn't know life from death, his scheme is really too big." Grand Mist Ancestor? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, and instantly understood that Kong Hongwu had made a mistake, but he didn't explain. He let out a low roar and his whole body expanded again. Kong Hongwu didn't care about Xiaohua's struggle. He opened his mouth and a breath of true qi fell on his star armor. The star armor's multicolored light became brighter, and the star armor that imprisoned Xiaohua expanded along with Xiaohua's body. "This old man didn't expect you to have the Immortal Palace token, and actually sneak in here." Kong Hongwu was in a good mood and he laughed. "Unfortunately, other people invite you into the jar but you came in uninvited. If Linghu knew, his lungs would explode." While speaking, Kong Hongwu's figure flew, blocking the star path to prevent Xiaohua from escaping. Buzz. At this moment, a dark golden brilliance burst out from Xiaohua's body, and then under the golden light 5 colored clouds also rushed out, and Xiaohua's huge transcendence golden body suddenly shrank with this brilliance, turning into a thin bamboo stick, in front of Kong Hongwu's eyes. Kong Hongwu was stunned and he cried out in surprise again, You actually know the 5 Qis unification? How is this possible? However, his astonishment didn't disappear. Xiaohua's thin bamboo body was surrounded by countless thin threads of lightning. Xiaohua's figure flashed even faster than lightning, forcibly breaking free from the shackles formed by the armor. Kong Hongwu's eyeballs almost fell out, and he watched Xiaohua fly high into the sky. Thunder. Thunder element technique? You in the Thunder Tai province, what do you have to do with it? At this point, Kong Hongwu's face showed a trace of fear. Looking at Xiaohua's body again, the moment Xiaohua broke free, the entire shackle once again merged together like lightning. Countless inscriptions surged inside, revealing wisps of blood-red color. When Xiaohua heard Kong Hongwu's words, he no longer concealed himself and revealed his true appearance. He pointed his finger, and the soaring dragon shears once again flew into the air. This time, it transformed into a golden dragon, and with a flicker of the dragon's tail, it once again slashed towards Kong Hongwu's forehead. So it really is you. Seeing Xiaohua reveal the truth, Kong Hongwu was relieved. The fear in his eyes disappeared. He raised his head and looked at the soaring dragon shears. He didn't dare to be too careless. He raised his hand and a vast qi pillar appeared out of thin air, condensing into a huge fist. Shua. The soaring dragon shears chopped down and split the fist in half. However, when the soaring dragon shears landed on his fist, its brilliance dimmed momentarily. It's nothing much. Kong Hongwu laughed. If I let you meet Linghu, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. However, speaking of this, Kong Hongwu woke up again. He looked at the azure dragon saber in Xiaohua's hand and frowned. Could it be, you have already killed Sun Horse of Star? Yes. Xiaohua's body flashed with brilliance. He raised his hand and the soaring dragon shears struggled to jump a few times, breaking free from Kong Hongwu's control. This Kong Hongwu's noble qi was condensed and was 10 times more tyrannical than the other Confucian cultivators Xiaohua had seen. In that case, Jing Mushuan also died in your hands? Kong Hongwu looked at Xiaohua's spiritual power with interest. Whether it was the abundant qi of heaven and earth or the vast spiritual power, they all gathered into thousands of vortexes on the surface of Xiaohua's body. Each vortex had a power that made people look askance. Seeing Kong Hongwu so calm, Xiaohua knew in his heart that today was a little difficult. Although his eyes didn't look at the huge vortex behind him, his mind was trying to communicate with the green-robed Xiaohua. Now that he heard Kong Hongwu's question, he coldly said, Of course. Not only Jing Mushuan, even Tailfire Tiger died in my hands. Ah, not bad, not bad. Not only was Kong Hongwu not angry, he laughed and clapped his hands. These are usually arrogant and unruly celestial monarchs. This old man has always wanted to get rid of them, but each of them has some annoying background. Although those people usually don't care about these so-called celestial monarchs, if this old man makes a move, those people will definitely make a move. This old man has no choice but to be patient. You have helped this old man like this old man really wants to thank you. The demon refining pot was really too powerful. Xiaohua was too far away from the vortex and couldn't contact the green-robed Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't want to attract Kong Hongwu's attention and wanted the green-robed Xiaohua to act as a secret weapon. Therefore, when he heard Kong Hongwu playing a bit like a cat catching a mouse, he said, In that case, let this old man out. Or let this old man be a celestial monarch. Why not? Kong Hongwu nodded. Although you are a Taoist cultivator, you also understand my Confucian cultivation method. Moreover, it seems that your Confucian cultivation is not bad. If you are willing, this old man can accept you as this old man's star general. If you casually earn some merits, this old man can promote you to a celestial monarch without any problems. Xiaohua smiled. The so-called merits should be the heads of Taoist cultivators. Kong Hongwu didn't hide it and nodded, Of course. In my celestial monarch hall, there is nothing more valuable than the heads of Taoist cultivators. What about Taoist Huoda? Did he not give enough heads to Celestial Monarch Hall? Xiaohua asked with interest. Kong Hongwu replied, His merits are enough, but his luck is not good. The 28 Celestial Monarchs have not been vacant for many years. Ah, I never thought that there would be a day when this old man and this sanctimonious person would be in the same hall as each other. Xiaohua laughed. Kong Hongwu sneered, "What? Do you think that joining my celestial monarch hall is selling your master for glory? Think about it, on this Jade Mountain, how many Taoist cultivators want to join my celestial monarch hall? That day, if not for Taoist Master Hua De begging and personally killing 6 nascent soul cultivators of New Country and dozens of Golden Core disciples, this old man accepted him as a star general. Although his cultivation is not bad compared to you, he is still a bit lacking. This old man saw that your skills are not bad and that you have received the true teachings of my Confucian cultivators. This is why this old man cherished talent. No need." Xiaohua saw that he couldn't contact the green-robed Xiaohua. He knew that he might not be able to break this devil refining pot in a hurry, so he extinguished this thought. He also didn't feel like feigning civility with Kong Hongwu. He waved his hand and said, "This Xiao's Dao heart is solid. I would rather die to seek the Dao than become someone's lackey. You can give up on this idea." Strong satsai. Kong Hongwu praised, "You are worthy of being Taoist Master Xiao. This old man admires you. Since you want to be a loyal follower of Grand Mist Ancestor, then this old man will help you." Before his voice fell, Kong Hongwu raised his hand, and an Aoran chi fell into his palm out of thin air. Boom. As Kong Hongwu's arms swung down, the Aoran chi smashed down with the power of Xiaohua's wishful staff. Xiaohua frowned. Although the overwhelming power of this overwhelming chi pillar was huge, it should be more than enough to deal with a nascent soul cultivator. However, for a cultivator like him who had killed 3 star lords, it was far from enough. What kind of medicine is this Kong Hongwu selling in his gourd? Xiaohua was alert and didn't dare to be negligent. He released his divine sense to investigate, put away the azure dragon saber and raised the wishful wool staff. With a loud roar, he flew up to meet the incoming attack. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. However, at the same time that the righteous energy pillar was destroyed by Xiaohua, the righteous energy pillar once again rumbled. Kong Hongwu grinned as he did his best to grab the air with both hands. Dozens of streams of true qi rushed out and controlled the space several hundred feet around Xiaohua. Layer after layer of righteous energy pillars came crashing down, wave after wave as if they wanted to drown Xiaohua. Xiaohua was stunned and his figure involuntarily retreated. After all, this overwhelming qi pillar seemed to be solid and Kong Hongwu was going all out, so Xiaohua could only avoid it. Just as Xiaohua retreated 100 meters, a huge suction force emerged from the whirlpool behind him. It was as if a huge hand had grabbed onto Xiaohua. Only then did Xiaohua come to his senses. Kong Hongwu didn't intend to kill Xiaohua himself, but let Xiaohua fall into the vortex of the demon refining gourd. Kong Hongwu's caution and suspicion could be seen. Oh, not good. The suction force suddenly submerged Xiaohua. The strength of the suction force really exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. Xiaohua's heart tightened, and lightning flashed around his body as he flew to the side. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still underestimated Kong Hongwu's caution. He had just flown a few dozen feet when the overwhelming qi pillar also roared and rushed over, and the strong force forced Xiaohua to resist. Boom! Xiaohua was anxious and no longer escaped to the side. His divine sense was like a hammer as it blasted towards the overwhelming qi pillar. At the same time, his figure rushed forward like a sharp sword. Who knew that Xiaohua's divine sense would easily shatter Kong Hongwu's overwhelming qi pillar? Not only was Kong Hongwu not shocked, but his face showed a kind of gloating expression, and the interest in his eyes became more and more intense. Whoa! The moment the great pillar of qi shattered, Xiaohua's vision was completely empty. Moreover, Xiaohua's figure had already flown more than 100 zhang away in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, a violent gust of wind blew, and the suction force that had enveloped Xiaohua's body before suddenly activated. With a force that was tens of times stronger than before, Xiaohua's figure was instantly pulled back. Even if Xiaohua's body flashed with lightning, he could only barely move forward a few feet, and this distance caused the suction force to intensify again. Damn you, old thief! Xiaohua finally understood. Now that he was within the range of the suction force of the demon refining gourd's vortex, the overwhelming qi pillar near him was balanced. Kong Hongwu's overwhelming qi pillar was directed towards the vortex, so the suction force naturally ignored it. But he actually destroyed the overwhelming qi pillar, which immediately caused an imbalance in the qi pillar, and the suction force was naturally generated. The more he wanted to rush out of the suction force, the more he wanted to extinguish the overwhelming qi pillar, and the stronger the suction force was. He was still careless and fell into Kong Hongwu's trap. Chapter 3652. Xiao Hua watched as the powerful suction force grabbed him like a powerful hand. Even if he used all of his cultivation to forcibly break free from the suction force, there would still be a more powerful opponent waiting for him. Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Today was a situation where he would definitely die. Kong Hongwu had obviously expected this. A trace of a smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he looked at Xiao Hua from afar. He actually wanted to know how Xiao Hua would escape. This was the trap he had prepared from the very beginning when he saw Xiao Hua. However, at that time he thought Xiao Hua was Taishu Zhanran. Now that he saw Xiao Hua being forced into a desperate situation step by step, Kong Hongwu was even more excited than if he were to personally kill Xiao Hua. However, Xiao Hua's next move caused Kong Hongwu to be extremely puzzled. Because Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something, he suddenly turned sideways and unexpectedly used a flying technique to fly into the whirlpool. This guy, what kind of trick does he have now? The cautious Kong Hongwu was startled. He promptly used the clear eyes technique to investigate. After observing for a moment, Kong Hongwu unconsciously sighed. Alas, such an intelligent cultivator, how could he cultivate into a Taoist sect? If he could become a Confucian cultivator, sooner or later he would become a scholar. Of course, even though Xiao Hua was currently using the lightning escape technique, he was currently flying around the enormous whirlpool. Even though the suction force of the whirlpool was extremely great, as Xiao Hua was flying, a natural outward force was produced. This force was originally from the whirlpool itself, and thus, it was able to effectively resist the suction force that Xiao Hua was unable to match. Although Kong Hongwu was convinced, he couldn't help but praise Xiao Hua. However, he didn't know that Xiao Hua had already encountered a cloud mist beast on the Yulian mountains of the Xiaoyu continent when he was in the aura refining stage. At that time, Xiao Hua had relied on his flying advantage to escape. This kind of experience of using an evasion technique to escape, Xiao Hua was truly much better than others. Seeing Xiao Hua fly far away, Kong Hongwu didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly urged his body to follow behind. Although he couldn't catch up to Xiao Hua, he was able to see Xiao Hua's struggling shadow. However, after flying for a while, Kong Hongwu gave up. After all, the whirlpool was too big and Kong Hongwu couldn't catch up to Xiao Hua. Moreover, even if Xiao Hua wanted to use his flying technique to escape from the suction of the whirlpool, he was still mercilessly sucked in by the whirlpool. Xiao Hua flew very far away and in fact the momentum of leaving the whirlpool only weakened a little. This was far from enough for him to escape from the whirlpool. Kong Hongwu seemed to have seen Xiao Hua's death. He simply stood in midair and only used the clear eyes technique to check and be on guard. At this moment, the entire vortex let out a low rumbling sound. Following the sound, a ray of brilliance spilled out from the vortex, rushing straight into the seemingly deep sky. Wherever the brilliance was, starlight would form. When the starlight fell into the brilliance, it immediately fell from the sky and landed on top of the vortex. Kong Hongwu could clearly see that there was a nascent soul inside the vortex. Haha! Kong Hongwu laughed proudly. He watched as the nascent soul couldn't break free from the suction of the whirlpool no matter how hard it struggled. It was gradually pulled into the whirlpool. Moreover, when the nascent soul entered the whirlpool, its entire body immediately grew uncontrollably. From a few feet to a few feet, then to 100 feet to 1,000 feet. At the same time, the brilliance from before followed the nascent soul's body and also grew. The noble chi madly poured in and finally turned into a huge wave wheel in the whirlpool, rotating with the entire whirlpool. No matter how profound the nascent soul's spiritual power was, it couldn't control 1,000 feet body. After struggling for a long time, it seemed to have lost its confidence. It reluctantly sat cross-legged and made a final struggle. Kong Hongwu looked at the nascent soul falling and pondered whether he should leave at this time and preside over the scorching sun great formation. But when he saw the nascent soul's skin gradually being pulled into strands of brilliance by the whirlpool, and even some specks of light scattered out, he seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, his face changed and his body flew in the opposite direction of the whirlpool. Sure enough, when Kong Hongwu saw Xiao Hua struggling to fly in the whirlpool, his body had already grown a lot. He was dozens of feet tall, but Xiao Hua's body flashed with a dark golden color, as if resisting the tearing force of the whirlpool. The powerful tearing force could only splash countless sparks on the surface of Xiao Hua's body, but it couldn't tear Xiao Hua's body into 1,000 feet like the nascent soul's spiritual body. This guy, how many magical powers does he have? Kong Hongwu gnashed his teeth and said. He looked at the stars above his head with regret. The thought that had just appeared in his mind was immediately extinguished. If he didn't see Xiaohua being sucked into the whirlpool, if he didn't see Xiaohua die, how could he dare to leave without worry? Kong Hongwu naturally didn't know about Xiaohua's suffering. The inside of the whirlpool was really strange. Not only was there a suction force that dragged him to death, there was also an extremely strange tearing force that pulled his body in all directions. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have already been torn apart by 5 horses. Fortunately, Xiaohua had tempered his body before, so he could still resist. However, the closer he got to the center of the whirlpool, the stronger the tearing force and the stronger the suction force. Xiaohua's body was also being pulled apart. These 2 forces were nothing. What gave Xiaohua the most headache was the world's origin energy. Although the world's origin energy was very rich in this place, the world's origin energy was abnormally tyrannical. It was like a bad-tempered child playing, rampaging, and being sucked into his meridians. Even his meridians were being torn apart. If it weren't for the dragon vein in his meridians, Xiaohua would have been torn apart by the world's origin energy. However, being so close to the whirlpool and being so close to death, Xiaohua could faintly feel the existence of the green-robed Xiaohua in these chaotic fluctuations. Of course, some information was also transmitted from the green-robed Xiaohua. While Xiaohua was struggling, his mind was rapidly turning. From time to time, he would intermittently discuss with the green-robed Xiaohua how to escape. When Kong Hongwu flew over, Xiaohua naturally also saw him. He knew that this guy wouldn't leave until he saw him being pulled into the demon refining gourd. So, he simply ignored him and closed his eyes to feel the rotation of the whirlpool, carefully thinking about how to escape. Just like before, Kong Hongwu chased and observed for a moment. Seeing Xiaohua actually close his eyes, he knew that Xiaohua was thinking hard. Kong Hongwu sneered in his heart. His figure stopped in midair, and then he once again went against the whirlpool to observe Xiaohua. After doing this a few times, Xiaohua fell deeper and deeper into the whirlpool. The tearing force pulled up the brilliance around Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua was like a hedgehog with thorns. The brilliance around his body stood up and rushed towards the center of the whirlpool. In another half a meal. That's when Xiaohua will die. Kong Hongwu's heart fell. When his figure stopped again, he became somewhat lazy and didn't continue to pursue Xiaohua to investigate. It was also at this moment that Xiaohua's eyes suddenly opened. His eyes were like stars. He raised his eyes and looked at the green-robed Xiaohua's nascent soul that was rotating parallel to his body. Only now did Xiaohua see that under the green-robed Xiaohua's body, there was another nascent soul that was protected by the brilliance of the ice deadly mirror. It was Taoist Master Jing Ting who fell into the whirlpool a step earlier. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he secretly instructed the green-robed Xiaohua a few words. Soon after, he released his transcendence energy. His entire body began to be pulled apart by the tearing force. Xiaohua even activated the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique, and his body rapidly expanded. 100 feet, 100 feet, 200 feet. Finally, it expanded to more than 600 feet. Whoa! The transcendence golden body suddenly opened its mouth, and the spiritual fire that it had been accumulating power for a long time blurted out. In an instant, it turned into a fire net that was 100 feet in size and rushed towards the whirlpool. Although the demon refining pot was incomparably tyrannical, it didn't have any suction force on the spiritual fire. The 100 feet in size of the spiritual fire fell on top of the whirlpool, extinguishing all the starlight, the mighty pillars of qi and so on. However, although the spiritual fire was 100 feet in size, it was still too small compared to the whirlpool. The spiritual fire only destroyed a small corner of the whirlpool. And at this moment, whoo! A similar sound of fire whistling came from the shaking space. Within the whirlpool, the green-robed Xiaohua's nascent soul also spat out a fire net from its mouth. It faced the fire net of Xiaohua's spiritual fire. When the two spiritual fires met, the firepower was even more powerful. Under the powerful tearing force of the whirlpool, the flames tenaciously fused together. Shwa! The moment the fire net of spiritual fire was successfully attacked from the inside and outside, the six-colored brilliance rushed out from the green-robed Xiaohua's ice-sea mirror. Then 100 feet in size gap appeared on top of the whirlpool. Ayo! The green-robed Xiaohua howled like a wolf. He put away the ice-sea mirror, and his whole body flashed with a dazzling brilliance, rushing towards that gap. Behind him, the brilliance that was dragging behind him was like a long tail. Seeing this, Xiaohua understood in his heart that the green-robed Xiaohua was consuming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his nascent soul to activate the teleportation technique. However, under the incomparable suction force of the whirlpool, this teleportation was just an ordinary flying technique. Just this flying technique alone was enough. In a moment, the green-robed Xiaohua's incomplete nascent soul body had already rushed out of the whirlpool. Moreover, behind the green-robed Xiaohua was dragging Taoist Jing Ting's somewhat thin and somewhat lifeless nascent soul body. When the two huge nascent soul bodies came out of the whirlpool, they immediately shrunk by more than 10 times, much smaller than the current Xiaohua. Good. Xiaohua applauded. He knew that his plan with the green-robed Xiaohua was correct. Seeing the green-robed Xiaohua bring Taoist Jing Ting's nascent soul out of the whirlpool, he only needed to take the risk and cooperate with the green-robed Xiaohua one more time to escape the whirlpool. However, when Xiaohua was about to use his magic power, he saw that behind Taoist Jing Ting, there were several nascent soul bodies following him out. Xiaohua was dumbfounded. How could he not know that the green-robed Xiaohua was taking advantage of the situation? He really wanted to scold the green-robed Xiaohua for not knowing his priorities, but thinking about it, wasn't this his usual character? If it wasn't for the greed in his heart, how would the green-robed Xiaohua know and do this? Chapter 36:53. Damn it, now that things have come to a head. Just as Xiaohua's thoughts emerged, the green-robed Xiaohua immediately knew and immediately said. Xiaohua slightly nodded, a faint sense of guilt appeared in his heart. Just as this guilt appeared, the green-robed Xiaohua brought Taoist Master Jing Ting to a place not far away. However, at this time, the green-robed Xiaohua's spirit body had already been exhausted. He no longer used his spirit body and waved his hand. A nascent soul spirit body under Taoist Master Jing Ting immediately flew in front of him. Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua and waited for Xiaohua to speak. Xiaohua looked at the pale nascent soul and said in a low voice, "Now that I want to escape, I have to rely on fellow Taoist's strength. Once I escape, I will chant the rebirth mantra for fellow Taoist and send fellow Taoist into the cycle of reincarnation. This is 100 times better than fellow Taoist falling into the Lianyao pot." With that, Xiaohua nodded towards the green-robed Xiaohua. The green-robed Xiaohua flicked his finger. Boom. The nascent soul spirit body immediately exploded. The explosion created a powerful force that pushed Xiaohua and the green-robed Xiaohua's spirit body in two different directions. Right now. Xiaohua shouted in his heart, "Xiaohua, use the teleportation technique and rush out of the whirlpool's suction force." After he finished speaking, Xiaohua roused all the magic power in his body and activated the wind escape technique. He used all his strength to borrow this strong momentum to fly away. However, at this moment, Xiaohua's gaze swept past the green-robed Xiaohua. He saw a string of more than 10 nascent soul spirit bodies being dragged out by him and flew far away. Xiaohua's heart was moved. It would be a waste if he didn't take them, but it would be a waste if he took them. His spirit sense was like a hammer, immediately probing into the fire net that had not yet been extinguished. His spirit sense giant hand scooped up the whirlpool. No matter how much it scooped up, Xiaohua immediately rushed out as fast as lightning. Oh, why are they so heavy? The nascent soul spirit bodies falling into the spirit sense giant hand were not as light as Xiaohua looked. Every nascent soul seemed to be 1,000 caddies heavy. Xiaohua was shocked but also realized that the Lianyao pot's main purpose here was to collect nascent souls. He wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, so his nascent soul naturally had to be heavy. However, how could Xiaohua let go of the advantage in his mouth? After nearly a year of tempering his spirit sense, Xiaohua didn't let him down. While urging his magic power, more than 10 nascent souls were big and small were also caught by Xiaohua. Xiaohua hurriedly took a break and hurriedly imprisoned these nascent souls into his dantian. Then he urged using the wind escape technique to escape from the whirlpool and flew towards Xiaohua's direction. Die, 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 die. Suddenly, 3 angry voices came from the other side of the whirlpool. It was Kong Hongguo. When he heard the strange noise from the whirlpool, he sensed it and hurriedly flew over to take a look. When Kong Hongguo saw that Xiaohua had actually escaped from the vortex while he had been slacking for only a few moments, and that there were more than 10 nascent soul cultivators flying out from the same direction as Xiaohua, Kong Hongguo was truly enraged. He cursed a few times and waved his hands, causing hundreds of pillars of boundless qi to smash towards him. As for the green-robed Xiaohua and the other nascent soul cultivators, Kong Hongguo didn't even spare them a glance. Whoa! Just as the great pillar of qi was formed, before it could even travel a few feet, the green-robed Xiao Hua at the edge of the vortex waved his small hand, and the ice sea mirror appeared once again. Between the swirling wind and the surging clouds, a thick six-colored brilliance rushed towards Kong Hongwu. Wherever the brilliance passed, the great pillar of qi would immediately melt like ice water in boiling soup, turning into ordinary great pillar of qi. Kong Hongwu stared blankly for a moment, then grinned and waved his sleeve. Whoa! There was no pillar of righteous qi, but an incomparably powerful righteous qi turned into a hurricane and rushed towards the green-robed Xiao Hua, as if it wanted to blow this group of nascent soul cultivators back into the vortex. Not good. Xiao Hua was shocked. Just as he was about to urge the wind escape technique to go over, he heard Xiao Hua's sinister laughter. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, he saw the green-robed Xiao Hua extend the ice sea mirror. Another thick beam of light rushed out from the ice sea mirror. However, this beam of light didn't directly cover Kong Hongwu's noble qi. Instead, it rushed towards the whirlpool. However, the moment the beam of light touched the whirlpool, it abruptly turned back. Hong. When the noble qi hit the light pillar seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. It immediately trembled and rapidly retreated. When it fell into the suction force of the whirlpool, it once again fiercely attacked the green-robed Xiao Hua in the same direction as before. Looking at the green-robed Xiao Hua again, the ice sea mirror in his hand slightly changed direction. When the huge force landed on the ice sea mirror, it was as if Kong Hongwu used all his strength to push the green-robed Xiao Hua into the air. It was as if the green-robed Xiao Hua was flying straight towards him. Great! Xiao Hua was ecstatic, not only because of Xiao Hua's quick-wittedness, but also because of the ice sea mirror's wonders. Needless to say, in this year Xiao Hua must have used all his strength to refine this ice sea mirror. Now the ice sea mirror must have reached the level of a spirit tool. Xiao Hua was ecstatic and once again urged the wind escape technique. When Xiao Hua arrived like a gust of wind, Xiao Hua also borrowed this force and his body accelerated again. At the same time, his divine sense swept out, and more than 10 nascent souls entered his dantian. When Xiao Hua entered Xiao Hua's body, he flicked his finger. Boom! The few remaining nascent souls exploded again, and this explosive force once again pushed Xiao Hua. Woo! The mournful sound of the air breaking was endless. Xiao Hua felt his body become lighter, and finally escaped from the whirlpool's suction force. At this time, Kong Hongwu, who had been stunned by the series of strange changes in the distance, seemed to have awoken from a dream. Only now did he realize that the nascent soul in front of him was actually in cahoots with Xiao Hua. Damn it! Kong Hongwu was really angry and he couldn't help but curse again. Xiao Hua's behavior was really too much. It seemed that not only did he notice this great formation, but he also didn't forget to take more than 10 nascent souls from the demon refining pot in front of him. This was a naked slap in the face. Kong Hongwu felt a burning pain on his face. Kong Hongwu waved his hands and thousands of inscriptions appeared, and a nascent soul phantom the same size as Kong Hongwu appeared. This phantom actually turned into a pair of huge wings, and in a flash, it chased in the direction Xiao Hua escaped in. Hee hee. Xiao Hua sneered. Since he saved Taoist Jing Ting's nascent soul and Xiao Hua returned safely, who would still fight Kong Hongwu to the death? Almost without hesitation, he urged the lightning escape technique to rush into the starry sky. Xiao Hua, give me your life. Although Kong Hongwu used the soul refining technique and could change his nascent soul at will, and even turn it into nothingness, he still couldn't reach Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique. However, in a flash, Xiao Hua had already rushed into the starry sky, leaving behind an inexplicable star path. Kong Hongwu's face showed a sneer again, because he understood that this starry sky was a maze even more strange than the sun, moon, and star great formation. If he didn't have the guidance of the immortal general who set up the formation, he absolutely wouldn't dare to rashly enter. The trap in the maze was also inextricably linked to the whirlpool of the demon refining pot. Kong Hongwu was just bluffing again so that Xiao Hua would rush into the maze without looking carefully, and once again fall into the whirlpool of the demon refining pot. However, that short-lived sneer just fell on Kong Hongwu's face and quickly disappeared. Because although Xiao Hua used the light escape technique, the star path below him was rugged and winding, and he simply didn't want to fly straight. How did this guy know about the maze set up by the immortal general of the immortal palace? Kong Hongwu roared in disbelief, and a flying sword almost flew out of his eyes to kill Xiao Hua on the spot. This was because Xiao Hua was still flying straight at the start. That star path was rather obvious, but towards the end Xiao Hua was actually leaping through the starry sky like a ghost. That star path was like a splashing painting. Stroke by stroke it was painted in the darkness. In particular, Xiaohua's wind escape technique was so flexible. While Kong Hongwu was stunned, Xiaohua had already flown very far away. I absolutely can't let this guy escape here. Absolutely can't. Kong Hongwu suddenly had a premonition that as long as Xiaohua could escape from this great formation, he feared that even if he ascended to the ninth heaven or descended to the ninth underworld, he wouldn't be able to catch up with Xiaohua. Moreover, if Xiaohua leaked the situation of this great formation, even if he could deny it, the number of nascent soul cultivators who died in the Jade Pavilion meeting was unprecedented, and any cultivator would be suspicious. Perhaps the Immortal Palace wouldn't care about this little bit of suspicion, but what about him? Obviously, the guarantee he made in front of the Immortal Emissary had already lost its effect. Thinking of the Immortal Emissary, thinking of that Gidge smile and the her that the Immortal Emissary spoke of, Kong Hongwu shuddered and immediately made a decision in his heart. Immediately, Kong Hongwu unhesitatingly spread out the wings on his back, and his whole body suddenly became illusory, and he pounced into the darkness. Although the path he took was different, and the star path below him wasn't clear, it was obvious that his direction was in front of Xiaohua, and his path was much closer than Xiaohua's. Grandma, this old man is tired to death. As soon as the green-robed Xiaohua fell into Xiaohua's body, he immediately shouted. Although he didn't say much, Xiaohua already knew what happened in the past year. Xiaohua was shocked and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, before he could say anything to the green-robed Xiaohua, the green-robed Xiaohua immediately hid in the space. Rumble? A huge sound was produced in the space, and a thunderbolt fell on the green-robed Xiaohua's body. Not only did his thin body bulge like a balloon, but his dim figure also quickly became clear under the thunderbolts. Cool. 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 The green-robed Xiaohua shouted 3 times, lying in the air like a dead pig, and looked at the 9 suns in the sky with his 4 feet facing the sky. He didn't even want to move. However, in just a moment the green-robed Xiaohua suddenly jumped up from the sky and shouted, No, no, this old man also wants to establish a sect, this old man also wants to accumulate merits. Chapter 3654. While speaking, green-robed Xiaohua shouted, Where is fellow Taoist? Where is fellow Taoist? Unfortunately, although Xiaohua heard green-robed Xiaohua's voice, he was currently focused on escaping. How could he have time to pay attention to him? Seeing that there was no response, green-robed Xiaohua also knew that he was in a dangerous situation. He shrugged his shoulders and waved his hand, taking a jade slip. It was precisely left behind by the mysterious Do Shanjun. He placed it on his forehead. That jade slip instantly entered green-robed Xiaohua's body. Immediately, green-robed Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend. It seemed that the life and death experience in the devil refining gourd had allowed green-robed Xiaohua to comprehend many things. He finally began to seriously and actively cultivate. Green-robed Xiaohua's comprehension was naturally the comprehension of the other primordial spirits. The other primordial spirits also began to feel a sense of crisis and began to cultivate with all their strength. Although Xiaohua's mind did not enter the space, he could still comprehend green-robed Xiaohua's thoughts. He sighed with emotion in his heart. The sharpness of a sword is sharpened. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. At the same time, he was also doing his best to escape. If he did not escape from this great formation, everything would be nonsense. While Xiaohua was escaping, he was also observing Kong Hongwu's whereabouts. Unfortunately, it was as dark as night and his divine sense could not be used. Xiaohua could not see where Kong Hongwu was. Xiaohua could only desperately use his naked eyes to distinguish the path in the void. He could only use the wind escape technique with all his might, hoping that he could escape to the cave before Kong Hongwu. However, after flying for a while, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed and his figure suddenly stopped in the darkness. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. Damn it, I almost fell into that old thief's trap again. Xiaohua's mind turned rapidly. Outside the cave is Yaotai Mountain, Kong Hongwu's old nest. The great formation of Yaotai Mountain can be used by him. Once I leave the cave, even if I escape in front of him, how can I escape from Yaotai Mountain? Also, there is an immortal general's divine sense guarding outside the cave. Looking at his strength, he is not much weaker than Kong Hongwu. Before Kong Hongwu entered the great formation, he must have said something to this immortal general. Maybe there is an immortal general intercepting me outside the cave. It is unlikely that I will be able to escape smoothly. Besides, even if I can defeat Kong Hongwu on Yaotai Mountain, there are still 25 Star Lords in the entire Star Lord Hall. Every single one of them has the strength of a lower 5th grade essence energy. If they all attack together, I'm afraid it won't be easy for this Xiao to deal with them. As for this grand formation, although it is the grand formation of the Celestial Palace and is extremely dangerous, Kong Hongwu cannot control it. At most, he can use the abundant noble qi within it. On the other hand, this Xiao also has a large amount of Heaven-Earth Yuan qi at my disposal. I won't be at a disadvantage compared to him. I can even use the Demon Purification Pot to deal with Kong Hongwu. Before this, I only wanted to escape. With such expectations, I fear that I won't even have the chance to escape from the array formation. In fact, there is only one path for me right now, and that is to kill Kong Hongwu. Only with Kong Hongwu dead will I not have to worry about my life, and the Immortal Palace will not know that I was the one who destroyed the array. Only with such a goal can I have a chance of survival. Thinking of this, Xiaohua no longer hesitated. He immediately turned around and flew back into the array formation. His primordial spirit took this opportunity to enter the space. Fellow Taoist, please? Jade Archive Xiaohua's face was slightly anxious as he cupped his hands and bowed. Green-robed Xiaohua hurriedly stood up in midair and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist, please? I pay my respects. Fellow Taoist must already know what I was thinking. Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile. Green-robed Xiaohua also replied, naturally, fellow Taoist must also know what I was thinking. Yes, I know that within the Demon Purification Pot's grand formation, all nascent souls are affected by the Demon Purification Pot's suction force. Fellow Taoist, if you control our formless nascent souls out of our bodies, we will be restrained by the Demon Purification Pot. We may not be as powerful as before. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded and said, but the problem is that I am definitely not that old bastard Kong Hongwu's opponent. If you don't control your nascent souls to help our lives will be in danger. Moreover, the nascent souls absorbed by the Demon Purification Pot are nascent souls that have lost their bodies. They are trees without roots. Fellow Taoist, you and I have a source of water. We don't need to be afraid of the Demon Purification Pot. Green-robed Xiaohua still shook his head. I have already been drifting outside for a year. I am really scared and don't dare to go out again. Fellow Taoist, you should find someone else to help you. Jade Archive Xiaohua knew what Green-robed Xiaohua was thinking, so he asked with a smile that was not a smile, then how can I make fellow Taoist help me? Green-robed Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he blurted out, You agree? But immediately, Green-robed Xiaohua realized that he had forgotten himself too much. He hastily coughed, looked at the empty space and pointed with his finger, Fellow Taoist, look, this space is a great continent. It is many times better than the hidden immortal continent. Why does fellow Taoist have the heart to let this space be abandoned? Why did little yellow and little black leave? Isn't it because this place is too quiet? The reason why I established the sect was also for you, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua looked at Green-robed Xiaohua with a smile and nodded. Fellow Taoist, you obtained some enlightenment in the Kunlun Mirror, which was not easy. Then you experienced life and death in the Demon Purification Pot's great formation, which was even more dangerous. I thank fellow Taoist on behalf of everyone. Now fellow Taoist thoughts are also I's thoughts. How can I not agree? After Yaotai Mountain, I immediately ordered the disciples of Black Wind Mountain to select the poor children of the hidden immortal continent and properly arrange their families. Then I sent them to you so that you can establish a sect and accept disciples. Good, that's right. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, that bullshit Kunlun mirror is only the size of a palm, but there are many pavilions and towers built in it. It is called the Kunlun Wonderland. Isn't this space countless times better than that so-called Kunlun Wonderland? Hee, don't compare, don't deceive yourself. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, if there is a boundary then there is a boundary. If there is no boundary then there is no boundary. Good or bad, it is still our home. Yes, I understand. Green-robed Xiaohua lowered his head and answered. At the end he did not forget to add, that so-called Kunlun Wonderland has long been in ruins because the Kunlun mirror was shattered. It is more appropriate to call it the Kunlun Ruins. How can I compare that thing with our home? I'm afraid we have to get the last fragment of the Kunlun Wonderland from the Xiaoyu continent's Chang Yefeng. Green-robed Xiaohua naturally did not know that Chang Yefeng had died in the ink cloud Black Forest. He still thought that the fragment of the Kunlun mirror was in Chang Yefeng's hands. Who asked you to be merciful? Green-robed Xiaohua sneered. At that time, although you thought that Chang Yefeng was holding the clear sky mirror, you should have snatched it even if it was the Kunlun mirror. Now you and I will have the complete Kunlun mirror. Why do you have to be so difficult? I can snatch it. Xiao Hua said indifferently. In that case, how could I have obtained Little Deer's sword intent? How could I have obtained the primordial soul-splitting technique? How could fellow Taoists still be standing here? Alas, everything is impermanent in the world. Green-robed Xiao Hua said with a sigh. Green-robed Xiao Hua knew that green-robed Xiao Hua was right. He sighed and said, let's go. Our physical bodies have already arrived. We are almost there. Oh, that's right. Fellow Taoist, although we can't use our spiritual will in this darkness, we can still try to ambush Kong Hongwu. We can use the darkness and the maze to catch Kong Hongwu off guard. That's right. That's right. Green-robed Xiao Hua and green-robed Xiao Hua revealed a joyful expression at the same time. They laughed loudly and said, Green-robed fellow Taoist, Bodhi fellow Taoist, let's go kill this bastard together. Let's go together. Ah, I like this kind of sneak attack the most. Green-robed Xiao Hua was extremely excited. At the side, green-robed Xiao Hua's face was gloomy. Xiao Hua's mind returned to its original position. He saw that he had arrived in front of the huge whirlpool of the demon refining pot. At this time he saw that in the sky above the whirlpool, several nascent souls fell from there and turned into huge nascent soul dharma bodies that fell into the whirlpool. Xiao Hua understood that at this time, there should be another fight in the Burning Sun Great Formation. Xiao Hua swept a glance and didn't find any trace of Kong Hongwu. He knew that Kong Hongwu must have chased out of the maze to kill him. Therefore he hurriedly flew to the place where Kong Hongwu was previously. After looking at it with his naked eyes for a moment, he didn't hesitate to rush into the darkness that Kong Hongwu flew into. At the same time Xiao Hua patted his head on the top of his head. Green-robed Xiao Hua controlled the invisible nascent soul, and the Kunlun mirror in his hand appeared above his head. See. Green-robed Xiao Hua suddenly appeared. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist, the power of this demon refining pot is really too strong. Although I have the protection of my physical body, I can't be sucked in by it. But, fellow Taoist can't feel the suction of this whirlpool from here, but I can feel that the big hand stretched out of thin air and wanted to grab I. That's right. Xiao Hua carefully flew as he replied, actually this poor Taoist has also sensed that the demon refining gourd's great array actually envelopes the entire space, and all nascent souls will be affected by the great array. But outside of the whirlpool I can't feel it with my physical body. Only when I get close to the whirlpool can I be sucked in. And I understand. Green-robed Xiao Hua nodded. As long as I don't go too far away from my physical body, there shouldn't be too big of a problem. I just don't know how fellow Taoist Subhuti is doing? Namo Maitreya Buddha. As he spoke, Xiao Hua also released Buddha's relic, Subhuti. Sure enough, Subhuti's Buddhist light also disappeared in this darkness. Aside from Xiao Hua being able to sense it, it was no different from a mass of nothingness. Fellow Taoist, what do you feel? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. Subhuti's answer was as calm as water. Nothing, it's the same as what fellow Taoist green-robed sensed. Ah? Could it be that this demon refining pot is also interested in Buddhist relics? Xiao Hua was somewhat shocked. This poor monk doesn't know. I's Buddhist divine abilities are limited. I still can't sense the situation inside the demon refining pot. Subhuti said indifferently. So I can't answer fellow Taoist's question. Chapter 3655. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, looking at the boundless darkness and the star path behind him. He ordered, Fellow immortal Bodhi, fellow Taoist green robe, you two fly to the left and right wings of I. We don't need to go too far, we'll lie in ambush here. When I sense the whereabouts of that old thief Kong, the three of us will attack at the same time. Although that guy's essence energy is at the upper 5th level, he has already cultivated to the point where he can refine his spirit into nothingness. We'll let him die without a burial place. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Good. Bodhi chanted the name of Buddha, his tone was quite benevolent. His figure had already flown to the top of Xiao Hua's left hand, and the Buddha seal in his hand began to form. The nascent soul controlled by Xiao Hua covered its mouth and whispered, Sweeping the floor, don't harm the lives of ants, covering the lamp with moths, this is the conduct of our future Buddha. Fellow immortal is wrong, this poor monk is now Bodhi, not Maitreya Buddha. Wait until this poor monk attains Buddha fruit, then we'll discuss what it means to sweep the floor, Don't harm the lives of ants covering the lamp with moths, okay? Subhoodie lightly replied. When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Green-robed Xiaohua had truly met his match. This subhoodie was proficient in Buddhism and even knew how to argue. Although he wasn't as talkative as green-robed Xiaohua, the things he said were always straight to the point. Xiaohua was quite bored and resentfully flew from Xiaohua's head to the right. He didn't forget to look at Xiaohua and whispered, "It's said that Confucian scholars have sharp tongues. Why do I feel that monks are more powerful than Confucian scholars?" Provocation. Xiaohua said indifferently, scaring Xiaohua into shrinking his neck and hurriedly flying to the side. He naturally knew Xiaohua's anger from before. Xiaohua was quite regretful that he couldn't use his divine sense in the darkness, but he still took out the wishful rod, moved aside his perception of the star path and waited on the side. Fortunately, there weren't any traps where Xiaohua stood, so it was an excellent position for an ambush. After a full meal's time, there was no movement. Xiaohua's brows slightly wrinkled, and his heart began to beat the drum of retreat. Xiaohua felt that he might have misjudged the timid and cautious Kong Hongwu. Because Kong Hongwu didn't need to come back at all. He only needed to seal this big formation. After the Yaotai gathering was over, he could use all the power of Yaotai Mountain Star Lord Palace to deal with him. At that time, Kong Hongwu didn't even need to do it himself. However, after thinking about it for a while, Xiaohua shook his head again. He did not believe that Kong Hongwu would let others know that he had broken into this great array. After all, the struggle between the various sects of the Immortal Palace seemed to be in full swing. Of course, no matter what, Xiaohua could only gamble at this moment. Sure enough, in the time it took to eat half a meal, although there was no movement, Xiaohua suddenly had a feeling that someone was coming over on this road. Xiaohua's heart was overjoyed. He hurriedly ordered Bodhi in green robe again. With one hand, he pinched a dozen fire talismans while the other hand held the wishful rod. He stared at the distance without blinking, waiting for Kong Hongwu to appear so that he could immediately attack. Ho! A rush of wind appeared, but in a moment the wind suddenly stopped. Then the wind sounded again, and a moment later it stopped again, and so on several times. It turns out that this old guy is also on guard against this Xiao's ambush. Xiaohua immediately understood why Kong Hongwu was flying back and forth. He must be afraid that Xiaohua would ambush him on the road. Unfortunately, this old guy doesn't have the talent to see through the void maze like this Xiao. Today is the day of your death. Although Kong Hongwu had been testing the waters by advancing and retreating, he could tell that Xiaohua wasn't flying slowly. This was merely a guess. Furthermore, there hadn't been any ambushes along the way. Seeing that he was getting closer to the Devil Refining Gourd's whirlpool, Kong Hongwu once again increased his speed. But just a few feet away from Xiaohua, Kong Hongwu once again deliberately mystified himself and stopped, retreating a few feet. If Xiaohua had not already known Kong Hongwu's trick, he would have thought that he had been discovered. Xiaohua bit his lips and restrained his temper. He cursed a few times in his heart and quietly sent magical power to his hand. Now that Xiaohua's Yuanying had escaped from his body, this magical power came from the dragon vein in his meridians. Xiaohua refined the metal essence. After a moment, the sound of Kong Hongwu's flight sounded again, rushing toward the place where Xiaohua was lying in ambush. Estimating the timing when Kong Hongwu was close, Xiaohua suddenly rushed out of the darkness. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen fire talismans fell near the sound of the wind. His other hand raised the wishful steel staff and smashed it toward Kong Hongwu's location. Ah! A very surprised voice cried out. Xiaohua heard it clearly. It was the cautious Kong Hongwu. Xiaohua could not help but be secretly proud. Even if Kong Hongwu was cautious, he still fell into his calculations here. The fire talismans alone were nothing. He was afraid that they could only block Kong Hongwu in a radius of a few feet. The wishful steel staff was still nothing. It was estimated that it could only scratch Kong Hongwu's skin. Xiaohua seriously injured Kong Hongwu with the green-robed Xiaohua and Bodhi hidden in the dark. Rumble? Under the urging of his magical power, the fire talismans began to roar, and the surrounding flames began to flicker. However, at the moment when these fire talismans burst, there was a sound of a ghost crying and a wolf howling, and a huge black curtain covered all the fire talismans in a flash. Even the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi was isolated, and the dozens of fire talismans did not really burst. Hee. Xiaohua's ear rang with Kong Hongwu's proud laughter. Do you think you hid well? Do you think this old man's clear eyes technique was cultivated in vain? But with these broken talismans, with this broken staff? You think you can kill this old man? Not good. In an instant, Xiaohua woke up. He seemed to have been schemed against by Kong Hongwu again. At this moment, with a loud bang, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff had already hit Kong Hongwu's arm. Kong Hongwu screamed as if he did not expect that the wishful steel staff could actually hit his body. With Kong Hongwu's scream, a cold wind appeared in Xiaohua's lower abdomen. Shua! There was a soft roar. It was the sound of the great spirit pillar that Xiaohua was familiar with. Then Xiaohua's skin became cold. The cold feeling penetrated his body and rushed into his lower dantian. What is this? Xiaohua turned pale with fright. Unfortunately, before he could circulate his dermic energy to resist this icy cold pillar of grand qi, the bone-chilling coldness had already charged into his dantian. Rumble? As soon as the cold entered his dantian, it immediately caused a strange sound like a landslide and a tsunami. Thousands of great spirit pillars were born from the void, making a destructive attack on Xiaohua's lower dantian. In Xiaohua's lower dantian, there was only the roaring of the 5 qi thunder. Even the 5 qi thunder of this immortal palace dissipated under this attack. In particular, when the great spirit pillar rushed into the surface of his small dantian, everything was torn apart, and even a hole was torn in a corner of his dantian. When had Xiaohua suffered such a serious injury? His true essence could not be refined, and his magical power could not be condensed. His whole body immediately fell from the darkness. Ha! Kong Hongwu laughed, but there was a trace of pain in his laughter. You actually dare to play tricks with this old man. In front of this old man you are just a little kid. How is it, Xiaohua? Does the soul-destroying technique feel good? This is the ultimate attack of my Star Lord Palace against the Taoist Yuanying stage. Ah! Just when Kong Hongwu was getting carried away, a force comparable to a falling star came from behind him and hit his back with lightning speed. Kong Hongwu screamed and hurriedly turned his body into nothingness to dodge. Unfortunately, with a boom, the great spirit qi scattered. Kong Hongwu, who had cultivated to the realm of refining his spirit to nothingness, was unable to dodge this attack. Even the star armor on his back was shattered, and most of his shoulder was smashed into pieces. Buddha? The Buddhist seal of the Buddhist sect? Kong Hongwu's uncertain tone revealed a kind of understanding. Wasn't this the Buddhist sect expert that Xiaohua joined hands with in the star formation? However, Kong Hongwu really did not know when this Buddhist sect expert arrived at the formation, and how could he escape from his clear eyes technique? Kong Hongwu's tribulation was not only this. Before his body stabilized in mid-air, another 7-colored brilliance rushed out from the darkness. The pure Taoist qi and the terrifying power suddenly reminded Kong Hongwu of the Kunlun mirror he had just seen in the whirlpool of the demon refining pot. Not good. Kong Hongwu knew that now he understood that he had also fallen into Xiaohua's trap. The Yuanying stage rescued by Xiaohua had risked an ambush next to him. Boom! With a loud noise, Kong Hongwu felt a sharp pain under his right armpit. His body that had turned into nothingness still could not escape the attack of the Kunlun mirror. The star armor that had been broken before was broken inch by inch. Thousands of inscriptions fell from the star armor like dead tadpoles and turned into a faint great spirit qi. Even Kong Hongwu's body was lifted up by the huge impact of the Kunlun mirror. He was thrown high into the darkness and fell to the edge of the maze. Kong Hongwu's face was pale, but his eyes were like stars, staring at the place where Xiaohua's body fell. He did not believe that Xiaohua could be intact under the soul-destroying art. However, the cruelty of reality almost made Kong Hongwu groan. He saw that Xiaohua's body had only fallen a few dozen feet. Immediately, clouds appeared under his feet and firmly supported him. Then, the great spirit qi around him surged and Xiaohua rushed out of the darkness again. Gold qi gathering. Kong Hongwu's eyes were sharp. When he saw the auspicious clouds under Xiaohua's feet, he immediately understood. Damn it! This Xiaohua is actually proficient in the gold qi gathering of my Confucian cultivators. Immediately, not far from Xiaohua, a bodhisattva slowly emerged from the darkness. Looking at the bodhisattva's face that was extremely similar to Xiaohua's, Kong Hongwu lost his voice again. Buddha. Buddha's Sarira. Chapter 3656. I understand now, in the star formation of Sunhorse of Star, where are the Buddhist sect experts? Where are the Buddhist sect experts working together with the Tao sect cultivators? It's clear that you're tempering the Buddhist sect Sarira yourself. Speaking of this, Kong Hongwu's eyes widened again and he shouted, Xiaohua, you're actually proficient in Tao, Confucianism and Buddhism? How is this possible? Yes, life has a limit, but learning has no limit. Even if a cultivator's lifespan is long, it's impossible to master all three. In particular, each of the three sects has its own advantages, and these advantages are also mutually exclusive. A cultivator is at most proficient in one or two sects, and only has a rough understanding of the other one. How can there be a genius who can master all three sects? Fortunately, seeing that Xiaohua could only use his true qi and couldn't use his magic power, Kong Hongwu rejoiced. This old man destroyed his nascent soul. Otherwise, with his methods, this old man would have suffered a loss. But where's the nascent soul holding the mirror magic weapon? Why didn't he show up? Could it be that nascent soul is also Xiaohua? Oh, that's impossible. That nascent soul clearly escaped from the whirlpool of the Grand Formation. Kong Hongwu naturally paid attention to the green-robed Xiaohua who injured him. Unfortunately, how could he see any traces of the formless nascent soul within the Grand Formation? Moreover, seeing that Xiaohua has already caught up and there are no traces of the nascent soul around him, Kong Hongwu's heart was relieved. Master Kong is really cunning, Xiaohua said with some gnashing teeth. At this time he only has some true qi in his meridians that can be used to temper the metal essence. His entire lower dantian is a mess. Although he has just taken the time to take the heaven-mending pill, it's impossible for the heaven-mending pill to repair his dantian in a short time. At least when fighting with Kong Hongwu, Xiaohua can no longer place his hopes on his lower dantian. Since he doesn't have enough true qi, Xiaohua can't use the thunder escape technique, nor can he use the wind escape technique. Perhaps Xiaohua, who is standing on a cloud, can use the ethereal steps in a crisis. Same. Of course, Kong Hongwu also took out the jade box and took the medicine of Star-Lord Hall. The bloody wounds all over his body healed visibly. However, the damaged profound qi couldn't be recovered quickly. Xiaohua glanced at the huge whirlpool on the left, then looked at Kong Hongwu and said indifferently, Master Kong, only one of us can leave this cave today. Don't worry, that person is definitely me. Kong Hongwu smiled faintly, although this old man has suffered a hidden loss, but you don't understand the significance of my Confucian practice of returning the spirit to the void. Kill. Xiaohua knew that he was pressed for time and didn't say anything else. He urged the auspicious cloud beneath his feet and charged towards Kong Hongwu. Just an ant. Kong Hongwu laughed heartily. Multicolored light surged around his body, and an overwhelming aura crazily rushed into his body. His entire body began to flash with inscriptions, and a sub-body soared into the sky, directly transforming into 1,000 feet in size. Without waiting for Xiaohua's staff to strike, Kong Hongwu grabbed Xiaohua's head, as if he wanted to suppress Xiaohua in the shape of a big hand. Xiaohua immediately understood what Kong Hongwu was thinking when he saw the suffocating aura rushing towards him and the huge palm that was even more powerful than the hand of a nascent soul cultivator, sealing off everything within 100 feet of him. Xiaohua also laughed. Under the heavenly Tao, everyone is an ant. You are no exception. Between the words, the heaven and earth essence qi crazily rushed into Xiaohua's body. The heavenly infusion technique was displayed, and the transcendence golden body was also brought out. Whoa! As soon as the golden body came out, a huge fist also crossed the air, meeting Kong Hongwu's big hand. How is this possible? Your lower dantian. Kong Hongwu naturally didn't understand that Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was actually driven by the heavenly law's embodiment technique. It was done by the monster body, and it had nothing to do with Xiaohua's Taoist cultivation. He couldn't help but be surprised. Xiaohua laughed. Old man, my Taoist cultivation technique is endless. How can a Confucian student like you know? Your so-called soul annihilation art can't do anything to this Xiao at all. This Xiao is just deceiving you. While they were talking, there was a loud bang. The fist of the transcendence golden body hit Kong Hongwu's big hand. A huge airwave was set off, and both of their golden bodies were blown back. One of their big hands was dim, and the other's fist was broken into pieces. Woo-woo. The instant Xiaohua's figure retreated, a seemingly rotating flying thorn rushed out from the void below him, shooting towards his heart and lungs. The sharp edge of the flying thorn tore fine lines in the void. Poof! In the nick of time, Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a sword light appeared in the air. The sword light formed a net, and with a series of crackling noises, the palm-sized wheel-piercing imperial weapon was stopped by the sword light. Whoa! At the same time, Bodhi's Buddhist mountain seal struck again. The Buddhist sect's Buddhist seal was just like the Buddhist sect's master. It was very simple without the slightest bit of fancy tricks. However, it was this most primitive attack that made the Confucian Grandmaster Kong Hongwu feel powerless. Under the mountainous Buddhist seal, everything within 1,000 feet of Kong Hongwu was under the control of this Buddhist seal. Amidst the violent howling of the wind, under the vast impact, one could faintly hear the sound of Sanskrit, and the faint shadow of a heavenly dragon. Kong Hongwu naturally knew that he couldn't avoid the attack of the Buddhist seal with his void transformation technique. While urging the thorns to attack Xiaohua, he grabbed with his hand, and a majestic chi peak of dozens of feet in size appeared in the air. The majestic chi peak was also condensed like a mountain, and rushed towards the Buddhist mountain seal. Just as Kong Hongwu waved the majestic chi peak, a series of strange humming sounds came from behind him. In the humming sounds, thousands of heaven and earth origin chi turned into a hurricane and rushed into a place. The heaven and earth origin chi was so rich that it formed a vortex of dozens of feet in size. As soon as the vortex appeared, a seven-colored brilliance rushed out from it. Wasn't it the Kunlun mirror's light beam? Kong Hongwu was scared out of his wits. He was always on guard against the sneak attack of the green-robed Xiaohua, but he really didn't expect him to secretly touch his back. The Kunlun mirror's light beam was extremely fast. As soon as it appeared, it immediately shot behind him. Moreover, the light beam was different from ordinary Dao sect's magic treasure. It could actually injure a grandmaster who had refined his spirit back to the void. Kong Hongwu hurriedly flashed, wanting to dodge. Boom! The light beam was like lightning, and it had already hit Kong Hongwu's back. Puff! With a muffled sound, Kong Hongwu's huge body was suddenly blasted with a hole of dozens of feet in size. An indescribable pain emerged from Kong Hongwu's heart. Spirit? Spirit weapon? Previously, when the Kunlun mirror hit his star armor, Kong Hongwu didn't feel it. This time, when the light beam hit his body, the light in the brilliance seemed to have a life of its own. The inscriptions that formed his body were broken, rhythmically and with varying degrees. It seemed that it didn't consume excessive heaven and earth origin chi. Kong Hongwu immediately understood after the pain. Not only that, when Kong Hongwu's body was in pain above his head, Kacha, a fist-sized thunder was like a long winding dragon, crossing the sky and striking the top of his head where he had just dodged. Boom! A corner of the huge head collapsed with a loud bang. The originally clear and ancient big face was extremely embarrassed. Roar! Kong Hongwu roared, a kind of livid ferocity appeared between his elegant eyebrows. Kong Hongwu had been pampered for a long time and had long been accustomed to being respected by others. He had long been accustomed to casually killing others. He didn't know how many years it had been since he had gone all out to fight with others, nor had he been forced to be flustered like this. Kong Hongwu was really ashamed and angry. He was ashamed and angry that he was in a predicament under the attack of the Dao sect cultivator, and even more ashamed and angry that he was at a disadvantage under the hands of a 5th-grade origin chi cultivator. Take this. Xiaohua didn't care how Kong Hongwu's heart was hurt by him. With Kong Hongwu's roar, Xiaohua's golden body rushed forward again. The wishful staff had already turned into 1,000 feet long, stirring up the wind and clouds as it struck down heavily. Draw a circle on the ground. Stay still. Trapped. Kong Hongwu's face was livid, and without hesitation he shouted 3 inscriptions in a row. As Kong Hongwu's true chi turned into inscriptions and flew out, dense pillars of true chi condensed into thin crystal threads from the space. In the blink of an eye, the space around Kong Hongwu was shrouded in a few hundred feet. The crisscrossing crystal threads surged with a power that made one's heart tremble, like a huge cocoon protecting Kong Hongwu. At the same time, thousands of crystal threads fell from the sky, sealing the space around Xiaohua. The crystal threads fell more mournfully than the rain, entangling Xiaohua's hands and feet, binding Xiaohua's body. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that these crystal threads carried a rather obvious aura of Dao sect magic, and the power of imprisonment spread over hundreds of feet in the space. Roar! Xiaohua's arms were naturally entangled by the crystal threads that suddenly appeared. However, Xiaohua also let out a loud roar. His arms trembled, and the crystal threads were like dust that was shaken off, breaking inch by inch. Whoa! Without waiting for Xiaohua's wishful staff to fall a few more feet, there was a hissing sound like a giant python. A slender and tough true chi belt with crystal threads flashing on the 4 sides, with inscriptions flowing on the surface, came from the void and fell on Xiaohua's golden body from all directions. The edge of the true chi belt was like a knife, and the inscriptions were like thorns flying through the space, drawing a ripple in the space. Oh, is this what it means to be trapped? Xiaohua was slightly startled. This chi belt was much faster than the previous vast spirit pillar and crystal thread. As soon as it appeared, it immediately struck Xiaohua's golden body. Swish swish, swish swish. Dozens of ear-piercing sounds of friction rang out. Kong Hongwu was once again dumbstruck. He was very clear about the power of the true chi belt, and he didn't know how many cultivators and Confucian scholars had died under it. But at this time, when the true chi belt brushed against Xiaohua's body, the dark golden brilliance on Xiaohua's body gradually faded. This brilliance flickered rapidly, and in a moment, all the true chi belt turned into nothingness. Chapter 3657. Demon? Kong Hongwu's eyes narrowed. As far as he knew, only the powerful demon body of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm could resist the Great Spirit Belt so easily. It was still one ring after another. Not allowing Kong Hongwu to breathe a sigh of relief, Xiaohua's wishful staff still fell. Rumble? There was another loud sound, but the inscription cocoon around Kong Hongwu's body shook violently. Cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon-shaped crystal silk. At the same time, waves of inscription emerged from the cracks and turned into nothingness one by one. Kong Hongwu was finally moved. One after another, accidents, a series of dumbfounded finally made him understand the power of the Dao sect cultivator in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Kong Hongwu clapped his hand, and 3 colored clouds gushed out from the top of his head. The clouds turned into blossoms and the falling petals filled the surrounding space. The power of these clouds was very strong, and it was somewhat similar to the Yingluo of the Xinyuan water control flag. Xiaohua could tell at a glance that these clouds were Kong Hongwu's lost art. If he didn't use his great divine ability, he wouldn't be able to break through them. Just when Xiaohua was about to make a move, Kong Hongwu calmed down and said, "Xiaohua, you really surprised this old man. This old man really didn't expect that in the Dao sect of the hidden immortal continent, there is actually such a strange person like you." Xiaohua's eyes flashed and looked at Kong Hongwu's left side. On the left side, hundreds of feet high in the sky, Bodhi stood in the air with a Buddhist seal on his hand. His face was full of mercy and there was no fear. On the right side, behind Kong Hongwu, where Xiaohua himself couldn't see, the green-robed Xiaohua held the Kunlun mirror and was also ready to attack. Although he had the upper hand in the current situation, Xiaohua's heart was not optimistic. In the few exchanges just now, he had beaten Kong Hongwu into an extremely sorry state, even injuring his body. That was all done when Kong Hongwu was caught unprepared. Now Kong Hongwu had already begun to counterattack. Although he had 3 avatars, Kong Hongwu could also use the Great Spirit Belt with his fists and feet, and his mouth could chant inscriptions. He was actually comparable to him. In particular, Kong Hongwu had not used the Imperial equipment at this time. He was afraid that as long as he took it out, he could reverse the situation. I don't dare. Xiaohua tilted his head to look at the whirlpool that was still rumbling and rotating in the distance, as well as the demon refining gourd that made him tremble with fear below it. The trace of hesitation in his heart still hadn't been removed. He turned his head to look at Kong Hongwu, who was covered in fallen petals, and replied, "This Xiao is merely an insignificant cultivator of the Dao sect. I'm not worthy of the praise of the renowned Star Lord Hall Master." Xiaohua. Kong Hongwu's voice became kind as he said, "In fact, at this point, you don't need to explain yourself. This old man has already seen it clearly. You must be the hidden hand left behind by the Grand Mist ancestor in his early years. Without his arrangements, it would be impossible for such an outstanding cultivator like you to appear on the hidden immortal mainland." Xiaohua was non-committal. "This old man knows that you owe the Grand Mist ancestor a great debt of gratitude, and you are unwilling to betray him." Kong Hongwu said again, "However, you really don't understand. This hidden immortal mainland is the hidden immortal mainland of us Confucian cultivators. No matter what realm you cultivate to, even if your strength is on par with the Grand Mist ancestor, you can't contend with us Confucian cultivators. Moreover, this old man will tell you the truth. My Star Lord Hall is not the Star Lord Hall of the hidden immortal mainland, but a small hall of the immortal palace in the hidden immortal mainland. The immortal palace in the hidden immortal mainland has many small halls like the Star Lord Hall. You, a Dao sect cultivator, will never know the layout of the immortal palace in the hidden immortal mainland. Don't talk about you, even this old man only knows the tip of the iceberg. You are a cultivation genius. This old man has really never seen anyone who can cultivate Confucian cultivators, Tao sect, Buddhism sect, oh, and perhaps your diamond body to such a realm. As a cultivator, this old man advises you to give up on the Tao sect. Under the hands of the Grand Mist Ancestor, you will definitely not live for more than 1,000 years. You will definitely not reach the peak of cultivation. Kong Hongwu earnestly advised, moreover, you have been hit by my Star Lord Hall's soul-destroying art. Although you don't admit it, this old man knows in his heart that no Tao sect cultivator can be hit by the soul-destroying art without any reaction, not even the Grand Mist Ancestor. It is also because of your understatement that the nascent soul in your Dantian has already been destroyed. Anyway, your nascent soul is already gone, why are you still persisting in going about things the wrong way? If you come to my Star Lord Hall, this old man can give you a promise right now. This old man will immediately write a letter to the Immortal Palace to give you the position of Deputy Hall Master of Star Lord Hall. After the Jade Pavilion meeting, if there are no accidents, this old man will complete the Immortal Palace's mission and will be promoted in less than 10 years. This Star Lord Hall will soon be under your control. With this Star Lord Hall, Xiaohua, your Confucian cultivation base and even your Buddhist cultivation base can skyrocket. This is a path that leads to the heavens. Ha, Hallmaster Kong. Xiaohua laughed, you are shaking this Xiao's Dao heart and destroying this Xiao's Dao foundation. If your words were given to any Dao sect cultivator in the hidden immortal continent, I'm afraid that 8 or 9 out of 10 Dao sect cultivators would wag their tails and beg for mercy, making them bow their heads and submit to you. Unfortunately, this Xiao is one of these 10. Even if this Xiao serves the Grand Mist Ancestor, it is not for the Grand Mist Ancestor alone, this Xiao is for the Dao sect of the world. Hallmaster Kong is a Confucian cultivator, you and I have different Daos, so there is no need to say more. In this great array there can only be one living person, either you or me. TSK. Kong Hongwu shook his head. He really did not dare to believe that such good conditions could not move Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua, in fact, you still do not understand. The three of you attacked together, although you already have 50% of this old man's strength, but you are still not my opponent. Lamentable, pitiful. Kong Hongwu sighed 3 times in a row. His hands touched his chest, and his left hand took out a crystal-clear imperial equipment that was like a water chestnut. Starlight flowed on it, and his right hand took out a several zhang large 6-star shield. He looked at it lovingly and said in a low voice, Xiaohua, in this old man's left hand is my Star Lord Hall's imperial equipment, the Imperial Star Piercer. It is the painstaking work of the Immortal Palace's great artificer master. Its power is comparable to your Dao sect's spirit artifact. This old man has never seen anything that the Imperial Star Piercer cannot pierce. In this old man's right hand is my Star Lord Hall's imperial equipment, the Imperial Shield, also the proud work of the Immortal Palace's great artificer master. In the hidden immortal continent, this old man has never seen a magic artifact that can pierce its defense. Not only is the name unpleasant, it is also contradictory. Xiaohua sneered. Kong Hongwu's figure swayed twice and he said with a bitter smile, this old man also feels that it is contradictory, and this old man also wants to know which of these 2 imperial equipment is more powerful. However, speaking of unpleasant names, the imperial equipment refined by the Immortal Palace's great artificer master should have the word imperial in it. Other imperial equipment cannot have this word, otherwise, it will be overstepping the rules and immortal soldiers can kill it. Good murderous aura, good imperial rule. Xiaohua sneered again. This old man has not used these 2 imperial equipment for many years. Kong Hongwu ignored Xiaohua's sarcasm and said indifferently, now, you only need to dodge the attack of the Imperial Star Piercer, and this old man will let you live. Kong Hongwu spoke righteously and at the same time he used the Confucian cultivator's secret technique of sharp tongue and sword lips, which was quite bewitching. Unfortunately, this kind of trick was seen through by Xiaohua at a glance especially. Xiaohua himself knew Confucian cultivator techniques, and Kong Hongwu was only wasting his breath. Xiaohua smiled indifferently and said, well said, Hallmaster Kong. Since Hallmaster Kong is benevolent, then this Xiao will also make it clear to Hallmaster Kong. This Xiao will also attack, and as long as Hallmaster Kong can take it, this Xiao will immediately be captured. When Kong Hongwu heard this, admiration unconsciously appeared in his eyes. His words were only to give Xiaohua a chance to live, to make Xiaohua prioritize escaping from the bottom of his heart, and even put all of his attention on how to block his Imperial Star Piercer. This way Xiaohua naturally would not think too much about attacking, and Kong Hongwu would not have any danger to his life. Especially since Xiao Hua wanted to defend, it would be very difficult to defend, and he would most likely be injured by Kong Hongwu. As for what would happen after he was injured, Kong Hongwu would not think too much about it for the time being. However, Xiao Hua simply did not pay attention to Kong Hongwu's bewitchment, and also attacked with words. This attack was completely different from Kong Hongwu's. It was an attack to fight with his back to the water, an attack to put himself in death, and had long since shattered Kong Hongwu's bewitching voice. Xiao Hua, this old man is really unwilling to make a move. Kong Hongwu still did not give up and said. Xiao Hua smiled, then Hall Master Kong, there is no need to make a move. See how this Xiao will kill you. While speaking, wind and clouds surged around Xiao Hua's body, and a thick pillar of qi gushed out from the void, as if it was carrying Xiao Hua, and rushed towards Kong Hongwu. Kong Hongwu could clearly see that there were no clouds under Xiao Hua's feet. Oh, could it be that this guy's dantian is really not damaged? Seeing that Xiao Hua's figure was like a shadow and his whereabouts were erratic, it was obviously a Taoist escape technique, and Kong Hongwu once again had doubts about his own attack. Rumble? At the same time, Buddha's relic Bodhi waved the clear water bottle in his hand, and a cluster of primordial true water rushed into the air, and rushed towards Kong Hongwu. Similarly, the mountainous Buddhist seal overlapped again, and compared to before, it was several times heavier and smashed towards Kong Hongwu. Ah, it's all useless. Kong Hongwu shrunk, and a shadow appeared on his right arm, and the dense inscriptions on his body rushed into the shield. Along with the appearance of these inscriptions, Kong Hongwu's body suddenly shrank by 40%. Oh. Just like the rumbling of a Taoist magic treasure, a large number of poems rushed out from the shield, and a rhythm of simple recitation rose. Along with this recitation, a large number of poems flew around Kong Hongwu's body rhythmically, forming layers of protection. Not only that, the inscriptions flashed, and a strand of vast crystal silk was born, and a surge of vast spirit surged. Those crystal silk were like the iron bones of the recitation students for millions of years, and that vast spirit was like a copious amount of righteous energy, transforming into fearless students that blocked in front of Kong Hongwu. Chapter 3658. The Immortal Palace's defensive weapon, the Imperial Shield, was indeed powerful, but obviously the cost of using it was not small. Even a cultivator as strong as Kong Hongwu would not easily use it. Woo-woo. Kong Hongwu's Imperial Shield had just been born. Behind Kong Hongwu, the heaven and earth essence qi had also condensed into thin crystal filaments and formed a terrible vortex. Needless to say, the green-robed Xiao Hua was also doing his best at this time. Rumble. Even as the Kunlun mirror condensed its arcane energy, hundreds of enormous thunderbolts still surged and pounced down. Unfortunately, under the thunderclap, hundreds of student auras were destroyed, but soon even more crystalline threads surged out, and even more clanging students were formed. Hit. Xiao Hua had already approached at this time, and the wishful steel staff had become hundreds of feet long. Countless noble qi also rushed down with the wishful steel staff. It's useless. Kong Hongwu smiled faintly, and still the same sentence, he really had a card up his sleeve. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Bodhi chanted a Buddhist mantra, and the primordial true water slammed into the defensive shield, swallowing it whole. Then, the power of the Bodhi Buddhist seal came crashing down. Boom. With a loud bang, the defensive shield that Kong Hongwu thought was impenetrable actually caved in a corner. Kong Hongwu's face changed slightly. Dong. Like a knock on the door, the wishful steel staff fell and the corner of the imperial shield shook violently, and the noble crystal filaments turned into ashes. Before the crystal filaments poured out of the imperial shield, suddenly, a huge hammer-like spiritual force appeared out of thin air and slammed into the shaking corner of the imperial shield. Shwa. The power of Bodhi's seal was more powerful than the power of Bodhi's seal. Thousands of crystal filaments turned into nothingness. Kong Hongwu's face changed greatly. Spiritual hammer. Kong Hongwu almost gritted his teeth and cried out. Kong Hongwu's scream had just come out. Woo-woo. A strange sound, and an aura that made Kong Hongwu frightened emerged from behind him. This time, the beam of light was like a flood, and rushed to the other side of the imperial shield in a moment. There was almost no suspense. Under the seven-colored brilliance, the noble crystal filaments were hit by a big hole, and a cluster of brilliance desperately swallowed the crystal filaments and suddenly grew stronger. Kong Hongwu's expression changed dramatically. Damn it. Kong Hongwu cried out in a low voice and hurriedly raised his right hand. Boom! The seven-colored brilliance hit the defense shield, and the shield caved in deeply. Kong Hongwu's body flew out diagonally. Even with the combined efforts of the three heroes, the Imperial shield was still not completely broken through. It's time to end this. Kong Hongwu sighed. He seemed to have lost his patience. His sub-body, which had lost its balance, waved its left hand. Kong Hongwu's sub-body shrank by 40% again. Waves of inscriptions flowed from his sub-body into the Royal Star Thrust. Rumble? The rumbling sound this time was much deeper than the previous ones, but it was also much more shocking than the previous ones. An aura comparable to a vortex flew out from Kong Hongwu's hand. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth. He understood that Kong Hongwu's attack was aimed at him. If he wanted to fight to the death with Kong Hongwu, he would have to rely on Bodhi and Green Robe. While he was thinking, Green Robe and Bodhi were about to attack. But a scene that shocked Xiao Hua appeared. 3 streaks of starlight flashed in midair and disappeared immediately. The direction of the 3 streaks of starlight was him, Bodhi, and Green Robe. Fatal blow. Kong Hongwu wanted to kill the 3 heroes at the same time. The Royal Star Thrust was really powerful. Xiao Hua had just seen the starlight, but the space in front of him instantly swelled up. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. The speed was really too fast. His thoughts moved anxiously. At the same time he used the ethereal steps, his left hand, which had been premeditated for a long time, resolutely waved out of thin air. Boom! The starlight was resplendent, and the meteors were like rain. Xiao Hua felt a chill in his heart. It was just like when he saw Xue Xue die for him in the past. His heart was filled with despair. At the same time, in front of Bodhi and Green Robe Xiao Hua, similar streaks of starlight flashed, and 2 different kinds of heart-wrenching pain came from their 2 yuan spirits. Bodhi's golden body was hit and a large hole several meters wide appeared. The overbearing inscription quickly swallowed up the broken golden body, and Bodhi's compassionate eyes were filled with pain. Green Robe Xiao Hua's nascent soul was even more miserable. The Kunlun mirror was unable to block the star shuttle in time. As the star shuttle passed through, half of the nascent soul's body disappeared, and pale golden blood gushed out from the remains of the nascent soul. However, Xiao Hua had no time to lower his head to look at the huge black hole in front of his right chest, nor did he have time to care about the life and death of the 2 primordial spirits. He waved his left hand and a thick black chi flickered. Black flames surged out from his arm, and a pitch-black demonic saber appeared in his hand. With the appearance of the demonic saber, a kind of world-destroying aura quickly spread throughout the entire space. Kong Hongwu was stunned at first, then shocked, and then laughed loudly as if he had seen the most ridiculous thing in the world. Xiao Hua, I'm afraid you've run out of tricks. In this demon refining pot spirit array, you actually dared to use a demon artifact. You're really tired of living. Sure enough, as soon as the demon artifact appeared, the whole space shook. Not to mention the demon refining pot, even the righteous chi in the surrounding space rumbled and surged. Unfortunately, before Kong Hongwu could see the demon refining pot's power, before he could finish speaking, he saw Xiao Hua's body burst with thousands of demon heads, instantly drowning him. The dark demon saber resolutely waved in midair, and Kong Hongwu's vision suddenly went dark. All he could see was the roaring and ferocious demon heads, flashing blood-red eyes, pouncing on him. In the space, a saber chi that was so dark that even light couldn't penetrate directly chopped into the defense of Xiao Hua, Bodhi, and the 3 green-robed heroes, which was broken through by the joint attack of Xiao Hua, Bodhi, and the 3 green-robed heroes, splitting Kong Hongwu's sub-body, which had already shrunk to a size of several hundred feet, into 2 halves. Oh! A roaring primordial spirit that was as solid as a real person flew out from Kong Hongwu's sub-body. This primordial spirit was the same as Kong Hongwu's sub-body and physical body, now split into 2 halves. Moreover, without waiting for this primordial spirit to escape, the demon saber surged with black chi, which had already drowned this primordial spirit along with its physical body. Just as the demon saber killed Kong Hongwu, the demon refining pot under the huge whirlpool immediately separated a multicolored light from the pot's body, carrying a righteous chi pillar that was thousands of feet high, and directly hit Xiao Hua's golden body. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Even though Xiao Hua's golden body had been tempered for a long time, under this attack, it collapsed as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. A small half of his golden body instantly disappeared without a trace. Xiao Hua's golden body didn't disappear, but when it disappeared, the demonic chi in his body uncontrollably gushed out. Turning around, a huge demonic god Xiaohua once again appeared in the space. His originally unconscious eyes suddenly opened, and his pupils were completely bloodshot and bloodthirsty. The demons around him screamed at the top of their lungs, trying their best to break out of the black chi's shackles. The demonic chi that Xiaohua had been suppressing after entering the Jade Pavilion finally broke out at this moment. Boom boom. The righteous chi in the entire space began to boil. Pa 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 pa, sounds could be heard from the places where the demonic chi was exposed. The demonic chi and the righteous chi were entangled in one place, and they were frantically trying to kill each other. Roar. A roar resounded through the space. The demonic saber emitted a saber cry, as if it had seen an irreconcilable enemy. A pitch-black demonic shadow carrying Xiaohua's demonic body slashed towards the demon refining gourd. Courting death. The green-robed Xiaohua groaned in midair. However, he understood in his heart that if Xiaohua's state of mind wasn't good enough, let alone getting close to him, he might even be swallowed by the demonic saber in the end. Glancing at the two imperial equipment with old-fashioned names not far away, the green-robed Xiaohua reluctantly patted his hand. The Kunlun mirror emitted a faint brilliance and rolled towards the imperial equipment. Whether it was the imperial star stab, the imperial shield, or even Kong Hongwu's Chengkuan pouch, they were all sucked into the Kunlun mirror. At this moment, the suction force within the whirlpool of the demon refining gourd suddenly increased greatly, dragging the green-robed Xiaohua into the whirlpool. The green-robed Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hastily opened his mouth and spat out a thin thread of spiritual fire, blocking the front of his body. Then the Kunlun mirror also emitted a seven-colored brilliance, doing its best to resist the suction force. Evil demons, greedy hearts. Heaven's wrath. Bodhi was also powerless. It was unknown whether he was talking about Xiaohua, the green-robed Xiaohua, or the demonic saber. Just as Bodhi's voice fell, the suction force within the whirlpool also took effect on Bodhi, dragging him into the whirlpool. Bodhi's face was filled with astonishment. The Buddhist light around his body flourished as if it was resisting the suction force. Little monk. The green-robed Xiaohua beside him called out in a strange tone, "Let's not talk about heaven's wrath or Namo Maitreya first. It's better to control your own life and death first. Fellow Taoist Yuji seems to be a bit troublesome. Otherwise, the demon refining gourd's whirlpool wouldn't have such a suction force on us. Alright, I forgot to tell you. The primordial true water in the clear water bottle can resist the demon refining gourd. Namo Maitreya." Bodhi's damaged golden body flickered like a candle in the wind. When he heard the green-robed Xiaohua's words, he hastily waved his hand. A wave of primordial true water rushed into the air, protecting both Bodhi and the green-robed Xiaohua. Then he looked worriedly at the huge demonic saber in the air and sighed. If fellow Taoist Yuji wasn't greedy, why would he raise a demonic spirit? If he didn't have a demonic spirit, why would he fear the demonic saber? When fellow Taoist Yuji entered the Yaotai Mountain, he was affected by the massacre inside the formation. Although he wanted to keep a low profile, he ultimately couldn't. Now fellow Taoist Yuji is being devoured by the demonic saber. Our future is bleak. Perhaps. How could the green-robed Xiaohua not know? However, at this moment, the two primordial spirits were seriously injured by the star control stab. It would be difficult for them to even protect themselves, let alone rescue Xiaohua. If I guessed correctly, fellow Taoist Yuji was injured by the demon refining gourd. Then, the demonic saber seized the opportunity to take control of his physical body. We'll just have to wait for fellow Taoist Yuji to wake up. As he spoke, the demonic saber had already arrived in front of the demon refining gourd. With a pop sound like an oil lamp exploding, a golden flower flew out of the demon refining gourd. Whoosh! Bands of righteous chi and spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed into the golden flower. Then, a heavenly general in golden armor appeared from the golden flower. However, this heavenly general in golden armor didn't have a clear face. He held a coiling dragon spear in his hand and thrust it towards the demonic saber. Chapter 3659. Boom. With a loud explosion, the coiling dragon spear and the golden armor heavenly general were split in half by the demonic saber. The saber mark continued to extend and fell towards the demon refining gourd. Wong wong. The demon refining gourd suddenly trembled and released thousands of clouds and lights. Boom boom. With two consecutive sounds, one hit the demonic saber and the other hit the demon god Xiaohua. Ka. The lights blocked the demonic saber. However, where the demonic chi fell, the lights condensed like glass and shattered into pieces. The demon god Xiaohua was not so lucky. The demonic chi around his body was destroyed and hundreds of demons were destroyed. A big hole was pierced through his body. Goo. Just as the demon refining gourd let out another rumbling sound, the demonic saber suddenly made a strange sound. Then, the entire demonic saber turned into a waterfall and rushed towards the huge and vast whirlpool above its head. Rumble. The entire space let out a loud rumbling sound. The demon refining gourd also moved. The light caught up with the demonic saber and landed on the whirlpool. Then, the mouth of the demon refining gourd strangely produced a huge shadow that covered the entire whirlpool. The light of the whirlpool was extremely beautiful, like a 9-colored snail. The huge light shell was pulled flat and was about to fall into the demon refining gourd. The demonic saber also accelerated and a lightless saber mark instantly landed on a corner of the whirlpool. There was no sound at all and the whirlpool was cut down by 30%. The demons on the demonic saber laughed maniacally and their demonic chi soared into the sky. Before the light of the demon refining gourd could reach it, it wrapped around dozens of Yuanying and pulled them into the demonic saber. Woo. The demon refining gourd let out an ear-piercing sound. The remaining whirlpool in the wind inconceivably fell into the fist-sized demon refining gourd. Then, the demon refining gourd soared into the sky and flew towards the starry sky. Roar. The demonic saber actually continued to fight and its demonic chi surged again, wanting to chase and kill. Boom. The demon refining gourd suddenly shot out a 5-colored light. The demonic saber was afraid of this light. Just as it was about to mobilize its demonic chi to surround and suppress it, the light hit Xiaohua's middle dantian. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A bleak sound of falling flowers was born from the devil god Xiaohua's body. Strands of noble chi moved upon hearing the wind. This time, it didn't bombard the demonic chi, but instead moisturize and quietly invade the devil god Xiaohua's body. Swoosh swoosh. Like a trickle in the sound of water, golden, scarlet and navy, 3 kinds of brilliance uncontrollably emerged from Xiaohua's body. The blood-like black flame and the ink-like demonic chi hastily withdrew into Xiaohua's body. Even the distant demonic saber let out a mournful cry and hastily withdrew into Xiaohua's left hand like a waterfall. In just the blink of an eye, Xiaohua's demonic body degenerated and returned to a slender Taoist cultivator. His tightly closed eyes opened and 2 wisps of clear chi emerged from his eyes. Raising his head to look at the sky, a slightly proud voice sounded, "2 immortal friends, why aren't you hurrying back to your positions?" Namo Mithriya Buddha, this poor monk thanks immortal friend Confucian Cultivator. Bodhi hastily withdrew the innate primordial water and landed on the top of Xiaohua's head. As soon as he entered the Naiwan Palace, he immediately hid inside the exquisite pagoda. Alright, I also have to thank immortal friend. The green-robed Xiaohua shrugged and also landed on the top of Xiaohua's head. With a somewhat unwilling expression, he said, "But I's home is now in a mess, how can I rest?" How could Confucian cultivator Xiaohua not know what the green-robed Xiaohua was thinking? He faintly replied, "Immortal friend Yuji is currently unconscious. You all are no match for the demonic saber. Our main bodies can only be temporarily controlled by this little one. However, immortal friend can rest assured this little one will not make the main bodies do anything. As for immortal friend Yuji has already taken the heaven-mending pill and the medicinal power in his dantian has already taken effect. If immortal friend still wants to stay in the main body, you can go to his dantian and stimulate the medicinal power. This little one will still send down the 5 chi righteous thunder to help immortal friend recover his nascent soul." Good. The green-robed Xiaohua stood up and bowed, then disappeared into Xiaohua's body. At this moment, a huge kacha sound came from above the heads of the primordial spirits. At the place where the devil refining gourd disappeared, layer after layer of cracks fell like thunder. The entire starry sky began to collapse and a kind of heaven-destroying and earth-exterminating aura swept through the entire space. Not good, this great formation is about to be sealed. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was shocked and anxiously said, "This little one will control the main body and rush out of the great formation, good?" Several primordial spirits all agreed. Ka. The sound of a sword suddenly rang out. The vast chi within the great formation gathered into Xiaohua's body. Thousands of sword lights were born from the surface of Xiaohua's body. In a moment, Xiaohua had already turned into a huge sword and rushed into the chaotic starry sky great formation against the overwhelming desolate aura. Outside the great formation, as Xiaohua expected, the huge water-type heavenly general was already standing outside the cave with a huge sword in his hand. At this moment, he heard the rumbling sound coming from the cave and waves of destructive aura rushing out from the mountain peak. His expression changed greatly. What is going on? Kong Hongwu and that Taisha Zhanran? What the hell are they doing? The heavenly general's face showed doubt and anger, even if there is a gap between the two. It's impossible for them to have the guts to ruin her senior's important matter. The situation could not get worse, only the worst. In less than half a cup of tea's time, a huge boom sound rang out. On the mountain peak, the entire mountain peak disappeared with a bang. A gorgeous brilliance soared into the sky. Even the heavenly general was unable to see what was inside the brilliance. That suffocating aura flashed and disappeared. How is this possible? This scorching sun great formation still hasn't ended. That thing. How could it leave by itself? Once that thing left, the scorching sun great formation would collapse by itself. The heavenly general turned pale with fright and muttered to himself, "Damn Kong Hongwu, he actually dared to ruin this daddy's work. If her senior blames this daddy will eat you alive." While speaking, the heavenly general did not dare to be negligent. With a clap of his hand, a four-colored brilliance rushed out from the water-form body and chased up into the sky. Boom! The huge body collapsed. Countless amounts of water fell onto the foot of the mountain and slowly flowed into the deep pool. At this moment, the huge rocks on the mountain peak rolled down the mountain slope. In the direction the heavenly general was looking at, within the star formation that was like a scorching sun, there were monstrous flames. Clusters of flames of various colors were like the grass on an ordinary mountain peak, swaying with the wind. Even the ground inside the star formation was covered with layers of fire carpets. From afar, within the undulating flames, there were actually endless mountain peaks. These mountain peaks were also formed by flames. Some of these mountain peaks were straight to the sky, while others were grotesquely shaped and so on. If not for the heat of the flames distorting the air within the star formation, even if someone accidentally entered, they would never have thought that this was a world of fire. After all, between the mountain peaks, the faint streams of fire still flickered with a dark green brilliance. The gurgling sound of water was also incessant. Some people would believe it if they said it was a celestial scenery. However, at this moment, rumbling sounds were incessantly coming from one of the mountain peaks. It was very abrupt among the monotonous whistling sounds of the flames within the star formation. Bang! Immediately after, there was a loud sound. From a place on the mountain peak, a huge human-shaped fire shadow rushed into the air. A faint blue light followed closely behind and hit the human-shaped fire shadow. The fire shadow immediately solidified, and the red fire shadow turned black and red. Then, a fist of a few feet in size rushed out from the mountain peak and hit the black and red fire shadow. Shwa! The fire shadow suddenly turned into fist-sized fire crystals and fell from the air. As the fire crystals fell, two figures flew out from the mountain peak and stood majestically in the air. The one in front was Zhang Daoran and the one behind was Sun Kong Shangren. Sun Kong Shangren smiled and said, "Brother Daoran, your ice sealing technique has reached the point of perfection. It is very suitable for this formation. This bullshit fire giant is the bane of others, but in your hands, it is our lucky star." Hee hee. Zhang Daoran chuckled slightly, but there was some worry between his eyebrows. He turned his head and looked at where the two came from, but he didn't speak. Sun Kong Shangren waved his hand and said, "Fellow cultivators, whose turn is it? Hurry up and collect the fire crystals." As Sun Kong Shangren's voice fell, a dozen gold core cultivators flew out from the mountain peak behind them. These gold core cultivators were flashing with a faint brilliance, trying their best to resist the flames of the star formation. They all flew to the place where the fire crystals fell and searched carefully. After a while, each of them took a few fire crystals and flew into the sky. They bowed and said, "Thank you for your kindness. Haha, no need to be so polite." Sun Kong Shangren was very happy. He flicked his sleeves and said, "Inform the fellow cultivators behind to be ready at any time. If there is anything good, wait for me to inform you." "Yes, Junior understands." The dozen gold core cultivators flew back to the mountain peak. After a while, more than 200 cultivators flew out from behind the mountain peak. They were either gold core cultivators or nascent soul cultivators. They stood in the air in a very orderly manner, without a trace of disorder. Seeing Zhang Daren's worry, Sun Kong Shangren also sighed deeply. He looked behind him and said in a low voice, "Brother Daoran, you don't have to look anymore. It's been almost a year. Brother Xiao was fine, he would have caught up with us a long time ago." Alas. Zhang Daoran withdrew his gaze and also sighed deeply. He replied, "How could I not know? But I always felt that a strange person like Brother Xiao would not easily fall on this Yaotai mountain. I always want to see a miracle." Miracle? That's a picture painted by the Confucian cultivators for us Taoist cultivators. Sun Kong Shangren was disdainful and complained, "Actually, I don't want to criticize you, but you should have pulled Brother Xiao out of the stone formation at that time." "How could I not want to?" Zhang Daren's face was filled with regret. But he was unwilling to come out and said that he wanted to save people inside. How could I delay him? I originally thought that if he didn't come out, I would go in to look for him again. Who knew that the entrance of the star formation could only be left but not entered? It would be even more difficult to find the entrance again. Chapter 3660. Brother Daoran. I was wrong, I shouldn't blame you. Seeing Zhang Daoran so regretful, Venerable Sun Kong hurriedly said with a smile, "Everyone has their own luck, Brother Xiao is also his own choice, he can't blame anyone. You shouldn't blame yourself too much, otherwise it will affect your Dao heart. Moreover, although Brother Xiao can't be seen anymore, his heart, or his thoughts, didn't he leave behind? I didn't say it very well, in short, I feel like Brother Xiao is by my side." Venerable Sun Kong actually took the initiative to admit that he was wrong. How was this the Venerable Sun Kong he knew before entering Yaotai Mountain? Zhang Daoran smiled and nodded, "You are right. Thinking about the scheming between you and me, I really feel childish. Like a 3 or 4-year-old child. Really boring. Look at now, our words and actions do not go against our hearts. We have given our trust to each other. This feeling is really solid. In the words of the secular world, even sleeping can wake up naturally." Indeed. Venerable Sun Kong looked at the 200 cultivators behind him. "Previously, I only felt that the group of cultivators trembling in fear in front of me was my prestige. But now I feel that it is only their fear of me, it is not sincere admiration and worship." Now, although these cultivators had never sworn loyalty to his little brother, their gratitude was even more heartwarming than any oath. This was something that came from the bottom of their hearts. "I also feel especially at ease. Brother Xiao. I am afraid he is not younger than us. If he did not have thousands of years of experience, how could he have so many gains? Compared to what he has seen and heard, I feel that my years have been wasted." Zhang Daoran sighed again. "Brother Daoran, there is no need to be like this." Venerable Sun Kong smiled bitterly, "We are just concentrating on cultivation. Although we are old, some views are not necessarily correct, and the amount of experience we have is also little. We can't just ruin ourselves like this, right? Sai, no matter what, if cultivation is not counted, I feel that there is a big gap between me and Brother Xiao." Zhang Daoran said as he looked back again. Venerable Sun Kong was quite distressed and also glanced. This sweep didn't matter, but Sun Kong raised his brows and said urgently, "Not good, there are fire crows and flying dragons attacking. Brother Daoran, I'll leave the wyvern in front to you. Leave the rest to me and my fellow Taoists." "Good. These fire crows and flying dragons aren't as strong as the flame giants. I can't deal with them alone." Zhang Daoran naturally understood. He nodded and agreed. His Taoist robe flapped and his figure flew into the sky. He slapped his hand on his head again. A huge wind whistled. A huge blue hand that looked like it was made of crystal expanded to 100 feet in size and grabbed towards the distance. Exalted Master Sun Kong said loudly, "Fellow Taoists in the 4th group, set up the formation to lure the enemy. The 2nd and 1st groups will surround and kill the enemy on the left. The 5th and 6th groups will seal off the right. Golden Core cultivators set up formations at low altitudes to kill the injured fire crows and fire dragons." "Yes, we will do as you say." The group of cultivators responded in unison. Looking at the fire crows and fire dragons that blotted out the sky, there was no panic on their faces. Each of them very skillfully arranged according to Sun Kong's prior arrangements, setting up the formation to prepare for battle. In a moment, the wind blew above the mountain and flames fluttered. Countless rumbling sounds rose and fell. After fighting for a full hour, the sounds finally stopped. Looking at the cultivators, although they were exhausted and had suffered many casualties, their eyes flashed with a strange light. It was as if they had long understood from this joint battle that if they didn't work as one and didn't share weal and woe, they wouldn't have been able to reach here. Even the Crimson Star Formation and Bright Moon Formation would have left their corpses behind. Quick look, a shooting star. At this moment, a golden core cultivator with a weak cultivation suddenly shouted, pointing at the distant horizon. Everyone was delighted. After all, in the Crimson Star Formation and Bright Moon Formation, the appearance of a meteor was a sign of a rare treasure. In the first two formations, everyone was very lucky. They were the closest to the meteor and found the trace of the rare treasure early. Moreover, everyone worked together to resist the attacks of other cultivators before obtaining the rare treasure. This time, the meteor that appeared in the Scorching Sun Formation was far away, but it was obvious that it was the location of the last treasure, the pure young ancestor. If it was before, once they heard the warning of this golden core cultivator, all the cultivators would definitely rush out like a swarm of bees. Who would care about others? They wouldn't even forget to kill others on the way. After all, it was the pure young ancestor. Although they didn't know what it was also the last treasure of Star-Lord Palace. It was probably more precious than the green abyss dragon saliva and the cold ghost gall. Let's go. Seeing that the cultivators were waiting for his order, Exalted Master Sun Kong smiled slightly and said, "When we get this pure young ancestor, our trip will be complete." Good. The cultivators all applauded and flew into the distance in an orderly formation. When all the cultivators flew away, they saw that behind the fiery clouds in the sky, there was a slight gap, and a beautiful face with a little worry and a hint of joy appeared. Wasn't it the guardian of the Scorching Sun Formation, Sun Chicken Ant Suchiran? Yes, the cultivators of Dao sect have learned how to unite. With this seed of mutual support, Dao sect will not be destroyed. Kong Hongwu's plan? I'm afraid it will fail this time. Gusuchiran praised in a low voice, "I just don't know. Who is this Xiao Hua? How could he have such a great influence on Zhang Daoran and Exalted Master Sun Kong? But after listening to Exalted Master Sun Kong, I'm afraid this person has already died in the star formation." Speaking of this, Gusuchiran looked at the meteor in the distance again and shook her head slightly. Unfortunately, the Scorching Sun Formation is not something nascent soul cultivators can break through. If it was the star formation of Yaotai Mountain, I could still be merciful, but here, I am powerless. The Immortal Palace, what are they planning? Do they really want all these Dao sect cultivators to die here? What a sin. While speaking, Gusuchiran's eyes flashed with a sigh. She waved her hand and the clouds moved. A faint voice came from the depths of the clouds, "I can only hope that you can hold on for a year." The meteor streaked across the sky. Finally, with a loud boom, a huge hole appeared in a huge mountain of flames. Then the meteor shattered. Layers of inscriptions rushed out like a swarm of bees. Waves of awe-inspiring energy rotated in the air. A jade box emitted multicolored rays of light and floated in the volcano. As soon as the jade box appeared, the inscriptions changed under the influence of the light. One by one, the inscriptions quickly decomposed and combined, turning into a wave of fire that rushed down from the volcano. A small part of the inscriptions rushed into the sky like a fountain, covering the space hundreds of feet above the volcano. Then the entire volcano trembled violently, and all the inscriptions disappeared in the void. Aside from the flames of the volcano and the clouds above the volcano, there was nothing strange. In the time it took to finish a meal, dozens of rays of light crossed the sea of fire and flew closer. Two ferocious divine senses swept over at the same time. One of them landed on the jade box and immediately withdrew, while the other continued to explore the side of the volcano. Several lights landed in front of the volcano, and the first person to appear was a nascent soul cultivator wearing an emperor's robe. This cultivator looked to be in his 30s with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looked very mighty, especially the thick arrogance in his eyes, which made people want to retreat. Behind this emperor was the person who withdrew his divine sense. He was only a few feet tall and was the childlike Hua de Jinren. Hua de Jinren's eyes revealed a trace of greed, but when he glanced at the nascent soul cultivator in front of him, his face immediately changed to a humble expression. Hua de Jinren was also a mighty late nascent soul cultivator, but in front of this nascent soul cultivator, his innate temperament was far inferior. Needless to say, even Hua de Jinren himself felt ashamed of his own inferiority. Fellow Zhaixing. Hua de Jinren smiled apologetically. "Inside this jade box, I'm afraid the last treasure of this jade pavilion gathering is the pure young ancestor." The previous two treasures appeared too coincidentally. They were actually close to Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong, so they took the lead. Now that luck has brought them to you, the last treasure will be yours. This nascent soul cultivator whose temperament was comparable to an emperor was naturally the Zhai Xingzi mentioned by Kong Hongwu. Zhai Xingzi's face showed a trace of a strategist's smile. He looked at the jade box in the distance and then looked at Hua de Zhenren, saying, "Fellow Hua De is right. If we can get our hands on this jade box, it will be the end of the Yaotai gathering if nothing unexpected happens. Fellow Taoist, don't worry, I always do what I say. If I can't use this pure yang ancestor, I will definitely give it to you. Just like how Sun Kong Shangren gave the cold ghost gallbladder to Zhang Daoran. Yes, thank you, fellow Taoist." Hua de Zhenren's face showed a smile. He looked around and didn't see anything strange, but his heart was a little worried. His mission this time was naturally not the pure yang ancestor, but to kill Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, he had been searching for nearly a year, but there was no trace of Xiao Hua. Even if he wanted to kill him, he couldn't. He couldn't explain it to Kong Hongwu of Star-Lord Palace. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren led nearly 200 cultivators, most of whom were Yuanying realm cultivators. Zhai Xingzi and Hua de Zhenren led dozens of cultivators, most of whom were Yuanying realm cultivators. The rest of the cultivators were led by 3 or 4 middle-stage Yuanying realm cultivators. However, most of them were Jindan realm cultivators and their strength was much weaker. The rest of the cultivators who were not in these 10 groups were all Yuanying realm cultivators. They were proud and aloof. Even if they gained nothing, they did not want to join hands with others. Chapter 3661. Of the nearly 700 nascent soul cultivators, more than half of them had perished in the Yaotai meeting. It was far more than the previous Jade Pavilion gathering. As for the Jindan cultivators, they were even more miserable. Those below the middle stage of the Jindan stage were basically dead, and only 40% of the late stage of the Jindan stage were left. These Jindan cultivators didn't dare to break through the formation by themselves. They all followed the nascent soul cultivators and didn't dare to leave. Now, these Jindan cultivators only had one wish in their hearts, and that was to quickly end this damn Jade Pavilion gathering. As soon as the Dragon Gate opened, they would definitely be the first to rush out regardless of everything and never come to Jade Mountain again. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never come again. In fact, the Taoist cultivators were indeed tragic, but there was a big gap between this and what Kong Hongwu had imagined. The nascent souls of these nascent soul cultivators who had died were really not commensurate with the large investment of the Immortal Palace. Most of the credit should be given to Xiao Hua for the Tao cultivators to be able to survive. Not to mention that Xiao Hua restrained Star-Lord Palace, not to mention that Xiao Hua killed 3 Star-Lords, not to mention that Xiao Hua personally saved so many nascent soul and Jindan cultivators. Xiao Hua was able to use his Tao heart to move Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran, which was already the greatest thing. This kind of move was imperceptible like the spring wind and rain, causing Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran to go from hostility and suspicion to mutual recognition and cooperation. Not only did the two of them not die, but they also protected dozens of nascent soul cultivators around them from dying. Influenced by them, the other nascent soul cultivators who were also suspicious began to follow suit. These nearly 10 groups of cultivators gradually formed and fought together in the bloody storm of the past year. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiao Hua killed Kong Hongwu. Kong Hongwu's plot to kill all the nascent soul cultivators in the Scorching Sun formation couldn't be carried out. Otherwise, even if Zhai Xingzi and the others came here, they still wouldn't be able to survive. Fire de Zhenren looked around and whispered, "Fellow Zhai Xingzi, let's hurry up and do it. This is the rhythm of the early bird getting the first bite." Alright. Zhai Xingzi readily accepted the suggestion and waved his hand. "Fellow Taoists, let's surround this volcano. First, we'll act according to our previous formation and attack together. Whoever gets the jade box first, regardless of whether it's me or fellow Taoist Hua De, will give that fellow Taoist something of equal value. Second, even if we can't get it for now, we'll be able to block the cultivators who come here in the future. Yes, we'll listen to fellow Taoist Zhai Xing's orders." The dozens of nascent soul cultivators responded in unison. They moved their bodies and surrounded the entire volcano in a short while. At the same time when everyone had just surrounded him, several divine senses had already swept over from afar. They were the other surviving Tao sect cultivators including Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong and the others. "Do it." Zhai Xingzi's face turned serious. He knew that he didn't have much time left, so he waved his hand and ordered. Buzz. Buzz. Waves of magic treasures rumbled. The dozens of nascent soul cultivators each activated their natal magic treasures. The brilliance of the magic treasures was exceptionally dazzling, completely enveloping the entire volcano. The originally blazing volcano suddenly froze at this moment, as if it was suddenly frozen by a cold wind. The inscriptions floating in the flames also stopped in mid-air, like falling leaves frozen in a fiery red crystal. Boom! All kinds of magic treasures landed, causing a huge tremor. The mountain that was originally condensed from flames was suddenly hit until it shrunk. The full inscriptions melted layer by layer and were annihilated piece by piece under the power of the magic treasures. It was as if boiling water was poured onto snow. There was no resistance at all. Great! Zhai Xingzi was overjoyed. He activated his magic treasures and the multicolored light around him shone brightly. As he reached out his hand, a dragon-shaped brilliance rushed towards the fire mountain. In the blink of an eye, it was about to land on the jade box. But at this moment, the corner of Huoda's eyes twitched slightly, as if he had sensed something. However, he smiled faintly. His eyes flashed with a hint of mockery, but he didn't say anything. Ka. The sound of a rat gnawing on a table leg at night rang out. Layer after layer of inscriptions suddenly appeared in front of the cultivators. Each of the inscriptions emitted a solemn sound. When the sound gathered together, it actually caused the nascent soul cultivators to become absent-minded. Following the appearance of the inscriptions, strands of noble spirit condensed into the shape of crystal threads rushed out of the void and landed on the inscriptions. The inscriptions were like budding flower buds. The inscriptions that formed chapters were like rows of flower walls. However, the flower buds were fatal, and the flower walls were engraved with the names of the deceased. Boom boom boom. As the inscriptions exploded one by one, the waves of energy instantly drowned all the cultivators. Zhai Xingzi's cloud hand also couldn't escape the calamity. With a boom inch by inch it broke apart. Not good. Zhai Xingzi shouted. How could this happen? When Zhang Daoran and the others took the jade box, it didn't appear like this. Zhai Xingzi was shocked. He hurriedly retreated. At the same time he activated his divine sense. Thousands of starlight appeared from the top of his head and turned into a huge hand that grabbed the exploding inscriptions. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The huge hand fell. The inscriptions around the volcano also emitted a roaring sound. The noble spirit crystal threads exploded with great power. As soon as the huge hand touched the inscriptions, it was immediately blown apart by the noble spirit crystal threads. Fellow Taoist Huoda, come and help me. Zhai Xingzi saw that Huoda Zhai Xingzi was still activating an ordinary magic treasure. He couldn't help but frown and hurriedly called out. How could Huoda Zhai Xingzi be willing to help? But now he had to act. Huoda Zhai Xingzi shouted, Fellow Taoist Zhai Xing, don't worry. I will help you. As he spoke, Huoda Zhai Xingzi also activated a huge hand that was condensed from flames. Its position was exactly opposite of Zhai Xingzi's. Of course, Huoda Zhai Xingzi's hand was not as big as Zhai Xingzi's. The moment it touched the inscriptions, it immediately collapsed. Ah! At this moment, a nascent soul cultivator suddenly screamed. Above the volcano, a vast white gas rushed out and covered the nascent soul that had lost its physical body. It instantly dragged the nascent soul into the volcano and disappeared. Puff puff. After a nascent soul cultivator died, the other nascent soul cultivators also endured the most difficult stage. They all activated their magic power and used their divine sense to escape from the attack of the inscriptions. When these cultivators came out, the terrifying inscriptions gradually disappeared as if they had never existed. The volcano that had been hit until it lost its light was now waving its fangs and brandishing its claws. As he looked at the group of cultivators with ghastly pale faces and the damaged magic treasures in their hands, a bitter taste arose in Zhai Xingzi's mouth. He understood in his heart that this last treasure was absolutely not as easy to obtain as the previous two. Zhai Xingzi wanted to give up, but he couldn't say it. This was not only a matter of face but also a matter of life and death. Even if he didn't take this treasure, the Jade Pavilion Gathering's Dragon Gate would not open. They still had to stay here. Ha ha ha. Sun Kong Shangren's mocking voice came like a wave. You dare to go to the volcano without 3 inches? You're just a bunch of useless people. Yet you want to covet the 3 great treasures? Are you defeated? If you can't, then quickly move aside and let this old man take it. Sun Kong Shangren's words really made Zhai Xingzi blush because these were the words he mocked Sun Kong Shangren when he first failed to take the treasure. However, Sun Kong Shangren then successfully took the jade box with Zhang Daoran. Now, Sun Kong Shangren was just returning the original words. Sun Kong Shangren's voice had already arrived, but he was still far away. Hua de Zhai Xingzi heard it and his heart tightened. The first people he found were Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran. Unfortunately, Zhang Daoran didn't care about Hua de Zhai Xingzi joining, but Sun Kong Shangren was extremely disgusted with Hua de Zhai Xingzi. That kind of disgust was undisguised on his face. Hua de Zhai Xingzi was also a late Yuanying stage cultivator. How could he bear this? After a few words he flicked his sleeves and left. In his heart he was extremely contemptuous of this group of people who were only a few dozen at that time. But what made Hua de Zhai Xingzi surprised was that more and more people gathered around Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren, and more star formations were broken. Just as Hua de Zhai Xingzi was about to coldly watch these two people being killed by Star-Lord Palace, they unexpectedly took two treasures. At this time, Hua de Zhai Xingzi almost suspected that Kong Hongwu of Star-Lord Palace had changed his nature and began to favor the Taoist cultivators. However, whether it was the Crimson Star Great Formation or the Bright Moon Great Formation, the casualties of the Taoist cultivators didn't seem to be his guess. Therefore, Hua de Zhai Xingzi slightly shifted his target from killing Xiao Hua to the treasures. As for Zhai Xingzi, to be honest, Hua de Zhai Xingzi just wanted to make use of him. When Xiao Hua appeared, or when Xiao Hua was fighting with him for the treasures, he could borrow Zhai Xingzi's power to kill Xiao Hua. Zhai Xingzi was a little embarrassed. He looked at the jade box on the volcano in the distance, and then looked at the group of cultivators who were greatly injured. He thought about whether to continue or not. After all, before Sun Kong Shangren and the others arrived, they still had enough time to attack again. Fellow Zhai Xing, what are you hesitating for? If we don't attack now, when Zhang Daoran and the others arrive, how will we have a chance? Hua de Zhai Xingzi urged from the side. Zhai Xingzi nodded. Fellow Zhai Xingzi is right. Previously I didn't succeed. Now it's up to you. When Hua de Zhai Xingzi heard this, he felt like vomiting blood. However, what Zhai Xingzi said was also right. Even if it was a round, it would still be his turn to attack. Hua de Zhai Xingzi smiled. He already had a plan in mind. He nodded and said, Fellow Zhai Xingzi is right. I also want to lead everyone to succeed. Unfortunately, my life source magic treasure was stolen by that bastard Xiao Hua. I only managed to stay alive by fleeing with all my might. Today, even if I use all of my magic power, I still won't be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with fellow Zhai Xingzi. How about this, fellow Zhai Xingzi? We don't have much time. This time we must succeed in one strike. There can't be the slightest mistake. I'll be the main force and fellow Zhai Xing will be the support. Why don't we attack together? Chapter 3662. After listening to Hua de Immortal's suggestion, Zhai Xingzi pondered. Hua de Immortal had said this before and he had already regarded Xiao Hua as the scum of Taoism. Since Hua de Immortal did not have his natal magic treasure, his supernatural power would naturally be weakened. He would not be of much help. If it was before, he could take a few steps back and let Hua de Immortal try. But this time he really did not have much time. Even if he had some grudges in his heart, he could only compromise. Okay. Zhai Xingzi nodded and pointed to the opposite side. Hua de Immortal will go to the opposite side. We will attack from both sides. Who is it? At this moment, Zhai Xingzi's eyes suddenly overflowed with faint starlight. He raised his head and looked at the clouds that were covered by flames in the distance. Between the two clouds, half of a face that was either angry or happy flashed past. Ah! Zhai Xingzi's heart felt as if it was struck by lightning. Instantly, his body became light and he could not breathe. It was as if thousands of mountains and ravines were stuffed into his chest. This face is so familiar. This person is so attractive. This person. Where have I seen him before? Zhai Xingzi's mind was turned upside down. He tried his best to find the memory of this half of the face. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find the origin of this half of the face. However, the bitterness in his heart clearly told him that this person. He knew this person and this person was deeply engraved in his heart. Fellow immortal Zhai Xingzi? Hua de Immortal did not see that half of the face, but he was a little panicked. He naturally knew that the scorching sun array was guarded by the celestial lords of Celestial Lord Palace. He did not know who the celestial lord above the clouds was, but he had a vague feeling that this celestial lord was probably Kong Hongwu himself or someone sent by Kong Hongwu to check on his performance. Therefore, he hurriedly reminded him, What's wrong with you? No, nothing. Zhai Xingzi's heart could not help but beat wildly. He could not calm down for a moment. This was rare for a cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul stage. Zhai Xingzi's answer was somewhat perfunctory. Zhai Xingzi frowned. Wuxia Immortal was a little relieved. He smiled and said, "If there's nothing, we will prepare to set up the formation now." Okay. Zhai Xingzi was still a little absent-minded. Wuxia Zhenren muttered in his heart. He looked at the clouds in the sky and flew to the other side of the volcano. Behind the clouds, Gusu Qiran's face was red and her hands were trembling. There was a strange look in her eyes and her heart was pounding. Who is this cultivator from the Taoist sect? How did he discover me? Even a cultivator of the 5th grade of essence energy wouldn't be able to notice my appearance. How can he see me at a glance? Moreover, why is his appearance so familiar? How could I have such a deep impression of a Taoist cultivator? Gusu Qiran couldn't help but blush at this thought. She was just as surprised as Zhai Xingzi. As a woman, she was far more sensitive to this feeling than Zhai Xingzi. Because of this, she was far more confused than Zhai Xingzi. After all, Zhai Xingzi's glance was truly shocking. Gusu Qiran just showed her face and Zhai Xingzi was already moved. This was definitely not an ordinary Taoist cultivator's spell. Seeing Huada Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Qiran fly away, a cultivator standing not far from Zhai Xingzi hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Fellow Taoist Zhai Xing, I have something to say but I don't know if I should say it." Zhai Xingzi calmed himself down and nodded. "Oh, fellow Taoist Withered Tree, you and I are in the same boat now. Just say it." The cultivator named Withered Tree thought for a moment and said, "I'm worried about Huada Immortal. I feel like he is hiding something." Zhai Xingzi's expression didn't change and said faintly, "Fellow Taoist, just say it. I believe fellow Taoist knows what a life-bound magic treasure is just like me. How could it be taken so easily? And from what Huada Immortal said, Xiaohua's cultivation is higher than his. But why haven't we seen him yet? If that Xiaohua had already fallen within this defensive formation, then how did he, Taoist Huada, escape?" Taoist Withered Tree did not say much and only pointed out this one sentence. Zhai Xingzi sighed and looked at Huada Immortal. After all, he is a Taoist cultivator. At this time, I have no choice but to believe him. Although I know he might want to use our power to achieve his goal, now is the time to join hands. But rest assured, fellow Taoist Withered Tree, if there is anything wrong with Huada, I'll be the first to kill him. Okay. Withered Tree Taoist nodded and looked at the cultivators in the distance and sighed. "Our magic power is almost exhausted and we are also exhausted. This last rare treasure." A trace of displeasure flashed across Zhai Xingzi's face and he said, "Confucian cultivators have a saying, the first drum is the best, the second is the worst, and the third is the worst. We have only just attacked for the second time, how can fellow Taoists say we are defeated?" Zhai Xingzi was displeased and his majesty was revealed. Withered Tree Taoist's heart skipped a beat and he didn't dare to say anything more. He closed his mouth and began to channel his magic power. Zhai Xingzi flew forward and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, we have already seen the power of this defense formation. But as the saying goes, the first drum is the best, the second is the worst, and the third is the worst. This defense formation is the same. When we are tired, the power of the defense formation will also decrease. What is placed in front of us is our last chance. We must seize it." Of course, like before, I still have to remind all of you that if something is wrong, immediately retreat. There is no need to fight like a cornered beast. Your lives are the most important. No matter how precious this rare treasure is, it is still an external object. Yes, we understand. Once Zhai Xingzi spoke, everyone's heart trembled. This kind of innate majesty was not something that could be cultivated later on. However, before they could set up the formation again, Zhang Daoran, Venerable Sun Kong, and the others had already turned into rainbows and arrived. In other directions, several cultivators also flew over and stood in midair. It had to be said that these Taoist cultivators had learned a lot from this Jade Pavilion meeting. They didn't rush forward to snatch the treasures like before, nor did they plot against them. They all abided by the established rules and quietly waited for Zhai Xingzi and the others to make their last attempt. Seeing that Venerable Sun Kong was still mocking them just now but was now standing obediently by Zhang Daoran's side, Zhai Xingzi suddenly sighed with emotion. It seemed that he should also be standing there. "Zhai Xingzi." Venerable Sun Kong saw Zhai Xingzi looking at him and said coldly, "This is your last attempt. If you fail, it will be my turn. There is no chance for you to wait." Zhai Xingzi also retorted. On the other hand, Zhang Daoran looked around and looked at the last surviving cultivators. He said, "Fellow Taoist Zhai Xingzi, actually, I don't think you guys will succeed. You have to try first." Zhai Xingzi didn't wait for Zhang Daoran to finish and immediately interrupted him. He said coldly, "If I fail, you will succeed?" Zhang Daoran wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, I don't have the confidence either." Zhai Xingzi was a little confused. He didn't understand what Zhang Daoran meant. Zhang Daoran raised his voice and said, "Fellow Taoist, we all saw your first attempt. Since you failed the first time, you may not succeed the second or third time. Besides, this flame formation is the next stage of the Jade Pavilion meeting. The Confucian cultivators of Star Lord Palace definitely won't let us pass easily. If we don't gather our strength and break the formation together, I'm afraid there will be many fellow Taoists who will die here." "I understand what you mean." Zhai Xingzi was a little tempted. He indeed didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. However, at this moment, Perfected Huoda said from afar, "Fellow Taoist Zhai Xingzi, I am ready. We can begin now." Exalted Sun Kong snorted and said, "Zhai Xingzi, if you want to die, then hurry up and do it." Zhai Xingzi's face turned cold. He slapped his forehead, and a star-shaped artifact soared into the sky. The starlight twinkled and countless chi of heaven and earth gathered. Hiss. Exalted Sun Kong saw this and sucked in a breath of cold air. He transmitted his voice to Zhang Daoran. "Brother Daoran, this Zhai Xingzi seems to have reached the peak of 4th grade essence force. I'm afraid he won't lose to you." Zhang Daoran smiled proudly. Zhai Xingzi's artifact is the falling star. It is known as the artifact closest to a spirit artifact in the Dao sect. My artifact can't compare. Haha. Exalted Sun Kong laughed loudly. How could he not know the meaning behind Zhang Daoran's words? Exalted Sun Kong's laughter had just sounded when Zhai Xingzi's artifact, the falling star, turned into a fist and smashed towards the volcano. On the other side of the volcano, Huoda Jinren also activated his flaming hand, and together with Zhai Xingzi's fist, they attacked the jade box on the volcano. Seeing this, the other cultivators hurriedly activated their magic power again. Right at this moment, something strange happened again. Boom boom. A huge sound came from the mountain of flames in the distance. Before everyone could turn their heads to look, a terrifying aura suddenly came from that place. Not only did all the cultivators tremble and fall a few feet, even half of the flames in the scorching sun grand array were extinguished by this aura. "Set up the array." Exalted Sun Kong saw the opportunity quickly and roared. He thought it was Star Lord Hall's killer. Before Zhang Daoran and the other cultivators could fly, they saw a huge light pillar soar into the sky. It passed through the flames and the clouds in the sky and disappeared. This is. Everyone saw that the fear disappeared along with the light pillar like a receding tide. They were very puzzled. However, Zhang Daoran and the others set up the array. The other cultivators also set up the array and were on guard. Rumble. Just as the light disappeared, the entire scorching sun formation began to tremble again. Volcanoes collapsed one after another, clouds turned into streams of fire and fell from the sky. Forests turned into fiery ponds that spiraled in the air. Everyone turned pale with fright. They were somewhat at a loss. Chapter 3663. Zhang Daoran's expression also changed when he saw such a huge change in the array. He scanned the array with his divine sense and exchanged glances with Venerable Sun Kong. Both of their eyes were filled with bitterness. This time, the collapse of the array was a little different from the previous one. It was completely disorderly and there was no trace to speak of. Moreover, their divine senses had just scanned a few miles when they were immediately defeated by the aura of the collapse. They couldn't go far. Even if they wanted to escape, they would be like headless flies. Oh no! Before they could withdraw their divine senses, the entire space was torn apart. Their divine senses were also cut off in the broken space. Zhang Daoran and Venerable Sun Kong's divine senses were damaged. Their faces were pale. They hurriedly waved their hands and wanted to escape with the other cultivators. At this moment, a loud sound came from beside them. They quickly turned around and saw the volcano where the jade box was located collapse. The space around the volcano was broken and shattered like glass. Thousands of inscriptions surged out of the void. These inscriptions were immediately torn into pieces by the space cracks before they could trigger the noble spirit. Ha ha! While the other cultivators were at a loss, Zhai Xingzi let out a wild laugh. The big hand formed by the starlight grabbed the jade box that was flowing with the fire in the volcano. Layers of extraordinary colors bloomed from the jade box. Good. Venerable Sun Kong couldn't help but praise. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After all, they had obtained the last rare treasure. The Jade Pavilion gathering was about to end. The dragon gate that would send everyone out would inevitably appear. This collapsing space would naturally stop. Just as everyone's heart settled, they heard Zhai Xingzi's miserable scream. A space crack appeared out of nowhere between Zhai Xingzi's big hand and instantly cut the big hand apart. Zhai Xingzi's expression changed drastically. Whoa! Wu Dezhinren reacted quickly. The flaming hand hurriedly grabbed the jade box that Zhai Xingzi had let go. Zhai Xingzi helplessly waved his hand and the falling star turned into a speck of starlight and flew back to Zhai Xingzi's eyes. Zhai Xingzi's miserable scream caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Because the dragon gate was gone and the space was still collapsing, their way out did not appear. What's going on? At this moment, Zhang Daoran was no longer interested in any treasures. All he wanted to do was to escape. The hundreds of cultivators around him were the same. Unfortunately, the collapse of the scorching sun formation was far beyond their expectations. Spatial cracks appeared one after another, turning the formation into pieces. They gradually separated from each other and even became further and further apart. Waves of inscriptions and clusters of flames rushed out again, blocking everyone's line of sight. A golden core cultivator was caught in the flames in a panic. He screamed as his body was corroded. The flames quickly killed him. Immediately afterward, several more golden core disciples were killed by the spatial rifts. They didn't even have the chance to scream. At a place several miles away from Zhang Daoran, Taoist Yuan Qing, Hong Songzi, and Hai Hongzi were watching from afar with a group of gold core disciples. These three nascent soul cultivators had already reached an agreement outside of Yaotai Mountain, and they had also refined a type of joint offensive magical item. Therefore, after they met up with the Crimson Star Grand Formation, they had enough power to protect themselves. After that, they gathered another group of gold core cultivators and rushed here. Naturally, they wouldn't covet the rare treasure anymore. They just wanted to follow Zhang Daoran and get out of the Yaotai gathering safely. At this time they were also facing a disaster. Seeing that more people were about to die, they also released their magic treasures and other objects to resist. Fellow Taoist, dodge. Taoist Yuan Qing's sharp eyes saw a flame rushing out of the void. He hurriedly shouted at Hong Songzi who was next to him. Hong Songzi was shocked. His figure suddenly turned into a rainbow and fled into the distance. When he saw Hong Songzi turn into a rainbow, Hai Hongzi became anxious and immediately transmitted a message. Fellow Taoist, stop. However, before his voice could reach Hong Songzi's ears, several spatial cracks suddenly appeared and landed on Hong Songzi's body in the blink of an eye. Gotcha. Hong Songzi's treasured clothes blossomed with aqua blue brilliance and instantly shattered. His corporeal body was also torn apart along with the treasured clothes that fluttered away. Chirp. A nascent soul cultivator wearing a treasured armor flew out of his body at the critical moment. His small face was full of panic. Taoist Yuan Qing's heart turned cold. When he saw that Hong Songzi's nascent soul did not disappear and was not sucked away by the huge suction force, he could not help but be slightly stunned. Gotcha. Just as Taoist Yuan Qing was about to fly towards Hong Songzi, another huge spatial crack appeared. Hong Songzi's nascent soul had just turned blurry, and before he could use his teleportation technique, he was immediately swallowed by the darkness of the spatial crack. Not only that, but a huge flame rushed out from the spatial rift and separated Taoist Yuan Qing and Hai Hongzi. Taoist Yuan Qing was surrounded by red clouds and flames. Damn it! Taoist Yuan Qing cursed angrily. He waved his hand and the broken halberd appeared in his hand. A water blue brilliance flew out from the halberd and rushed toward the flame. Bang, bang, bang. A violent explosion sounded. The flame was shattered and a small gap appeared. Taoist Yuan Qing did not have time to identify where the gap led to and was about to rush in. At this moment, a strange sword sound came from the clouds below him, and then it became quiet. In a moment, the crimson clouds surged violently, and a slender figure rushed out from the clouds. Xiao. Taoist Xiao? Taoist Yuan Qing's face lit up when he saw the familiar appearance and figure. He hurriedly flew over. However, before he could reach Xiao Hua, Taoist Yuan Qing stopped in his tracks. This was because Xiao Hua was lying on top of the clouds as soon as he rushed out. His eyes were tightly shut, and there was no breath coming from his mouth or nose. Moreover, his face was pale and his Taoist robe was in tatters. There were clearly several wounds on his exposed skin that went deep into his body. Xiao Hua was seriously injured. Seeing that Xiao Hua was seriously injured, the joy on Taoist Yuan Qing's face disappeared and was replaced by an extremely strange green and red color and hesitation. Xiao Hua, wake up. Taoist Yuan Qing did not go to help but called out in a low voice. Unfortunately, Taoist Yuan Qing called out a few times but Xiao Hua did not respond at all. Taoist Yuan Qing saw this and bit his lips. His eyes narrowed and the halberd in his hand faintly glowed. Little Confucian cultivator, what are you doing? Inside Xiao Hua's body, the green-robed Xiao Hua controlled his nascent soul to repair his dantian. He was shocked when he saw the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua actually withdrew his sword form and fell here. You know Jade Archive Xiao Hua is somewhat guarded against this bastard. How can you expose our true bodies in front of him? Haha, this is called loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua said proudly, fellow immortal Jade Archive Xiao Hua doesn't know what this bastard is thinking, right? You don't know whether his actions in the defensive formation are friend or foe, right? If he makes a move this time, won't the truth come to light? Rest assured, fellow immortal green robe, how can he injure our true bodies with his cultivation alone? Xiao Hua. Taoist Yuan Qing clenched his teeth and roared as if he had made a decision. But he moved his hand and then stopped. After all, Xiao Hua had already played dead twice in front of him. How could he dare to take the risk after killing Jianghu and Taoist Chu? After thinking for a while, Taoist Yuan Qing carefully took out a jade bottle from his bosom and said in a low voice, Taoist Xiao, I have some healing pills here. As he spoke, he walked toward Xiao Hua's body. The tip of the small halberd in his hand was pointed at Xiao Hua's forehead. Damn it! Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua cursed. This bastard is too cunning. What is he trying to do? Alas, Confucian cultivator, you and I are fellow Taoist Jade Archives clones after all. We don't know much about human nature. The green-robed Xiao Hua sighed, don't think about it. Just kill him. Huh? Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's tone was rather regretful. Although he was well-read and thoughtful, his understanding of human nature was much worse than Xiao Hua's. Don't worry. Suddenly, Subhoodie, who had been hiding in the exquisite pagoda all this time, shouted, there's a good show. Good. The green-robed Xiao Hua smiled. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua also praised, it's fate that brought us together. Sure enough, just as Taoist Yuan Qing was about to approach Xiao Hua's body, another kacha sound rang out. Several cracks appeared in a corner of the space fragment, causing it to collapse. At the same time, another fragment was connected to this one. Taoist Yuan Qing suddenly raised his eyebrows. He looked at the space fragment that had just rushed over with great vigilance. His figure hastily flew back and landed in the gap that had just collapsed. Ouch! Just as Taoist Yuan Qing left, a woman with flames burning on her body staggered and flew down from the distance. Wasn't this the extremely beautiful Fairy Jing that Xiao Hua had seen before? Fairy Jing landed on the clouds. Her body was slanted as if she was injured. At the same time, a multicolored light appeared on her palm and was about to fall on the flames on her body. However, when Fairy Jing's gaze fell on the unconscious Xiao Hua's face, she even forgot about extinguishing the fire. She cried out in alarm, Xiao Hua. Carrying the flames on her body, she rushed to the side of the clouds. TSK. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua smacked his lips and said with admiration, we've only met a few times. It can't be this bad. With that, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a stream of true qi rushed out from somewhere in Xiao Hua's body and landed on Fairy Jing's body. The inscriptions on the flames were shattered by this true qi and the flames extinguished themselves. Fairy Jing landed beside Xiao Hua and didn't hesitate to place her white hand on Xiao Hua's lower dantian. This made the green-robed Xiao Hua hesitate. Xiao Hua himself would never allow others to inspect his dantian like this. However, Fairy Jing was very concerned and worried about Xiao Hua, which made the green-robed Xiao Hua hesitate. During this moment of hesitation, Fairy Jing's true qi landed on Xiao Hua's dantian. Ah! Fairy Jing was dumbfounded. Her face was filled with disbelief because the green-robed Xiao Hua had intentionally placed that true qi on the part of his dantian that hadn't been repaired. How could Fairy Jing not know what it was like for a late-stage nascent soul cultivator to have his dantian shattered and his nascent soul missing? A kind of sadness and discomfort appeared in Fairy Jing's heart. Her eyes were somewhat red. Chapter 3664. Just as the green-robed Xiaohua was about to speak to the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua's body suddenly moved. He circulated his cultivation method and forced out Fairy Jing's true yuan. The green-robed Xiaohua knew that Jade Archive Xiaohua had awakened. Everything was about to end. Fairy Jing's heart was filled with grief. She didn't notice that the flames on her body had extinguished, nor did she notice that her true yuan had been forced out. She saw Xiaohua's eyelids blink a few times and slowly open. She hastily changed into a cheerful smile and forced herself to say, "Xiaohua, you're awake?" "Fairy Jing?" Xiaohua saw Fairy Jing's smiling face and didn't understand for a moment. However, when he heard her words, he understood the whole story. He glanced at her and said, Why are you here? Where is this place?" "Oh, this is the last great formation of the Jade Mountain. The last treasure has already been taken by Hua the Taoist." Fairy Jing hastily replied, "However, the Dragon Gate of the Jade Pavilion gathering hasn't appeared yet. The entire great formation is collapsing and all the cultivators are in a mess." Xiaohua heard this and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Nonsense, Kong Hongwu was killed by him. How could the Dragon Gate of the Jade Pavilion gathering appear? As soon as he woke up, he met Fairy Jing and didn't have a chance to see Kong Hongwu's Chenkuan bag. Of course, he didn't know how to open the Dragon Gate. "Xiaohua, how did you get here?" "Just now? No, I haven't seen you for a year." Fairy Jing hastily asked as if she was afraid that she wouldn't have the time to ask in this life. Xiaohua laughed bitterly once more and said in a low voice, "I was injured by the boulders in the rockfall formation, and then I lost consciousness. Now that I've just woken up, I presume all the grand formations were destroyed and I was sent out as well? Watch my Dantian." When Xiaohua finished speaking, he actually cried out in alarm as if no one else could hear him. "Shoo." Fairy Jing was anxious and whispered, "Xiaohua, don't say anything. Your Dantian is broken and your cultivation is no longer there. Would the Taoist and the others are not far away. You mustn't let them know. I'll take you to find Senior Taoist and the others first." "Okay." Xiaohua's face was filled with panic as he hurriedly agreed. With Fairy Jing's help, he struggled to get up. Wind blew through the gap between the flames in the distance as if someone was about to enter. At this moment there was a boom sound. It was the sound of waves crashing into the mountain rocks that the Taoist cultivators were very familiar with. Everyone's vision darkened. Then a meteor soared into the sky and crashed into the crimson flames. The entire crimson sky shook violently. A huge black hole flashed with a golden frame. The meteor turned into a huge sun in the black hole. A three-legged golden crow flashed in the sun. Then the entire sun fell into the black hole and disappeared. A dazzling brilliance rushed out from the black hole. This brilliance was like a rainbow bridge. One end of the rainbow bridge was placed on the black hole, and the other end landed on the collapsed array. The strange thing was that as soon as the rainbow bridge fell, the entire disintegrating array stopped splitting. All the flames, inscriptions, and spatial cracks froze. Is this the Dragon Gate?" Xiaohua was dumbfounded. After all, he was already looking through Kong Hongwu's Chenkuan bag. "Let's go." Fairy Jing didn't care about this. She roared and dragged Xiaohua to where the rainbow bridge fell. Below the rainbow bridge stood Zhai Xingzi. At this moment, Zhai Xingzi didn't step on the rainbow bridge. Instead, he looked up at the place where the meteor had come from. That place was filled with crimson clouds, so he couldn't see anything. However, Zhai Xingzi clearly saw that behind the clouds, there was a woman whose face was also covered in red clouds. Fairy Jing had just left with Xiaohua when the ashen-faced Taoist Yuan Qing emerged from behind the solidified flames. He fiercely stomped his feet on the clouds with a remorseful look on his face. Soon after, he flew up and carefully covered his tracks as he followed behind Fairy Jing. "This isn't the Dragon Gate." Taoist Huada stood not too far away from Zhai Xingzi and coldly said, "This is Star-Lord Palace's trap." The cultivators who had left the Jade Pavilion gathering didn't move. Although the cultivators who hadn't seen the Dragon Gate open before were tempted, they still stopped after hearing Taoist Huada's words. The entire world was silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Zhai Xingzi's eyes narrowed. He shifted his gaze away from the clouds and stepped on them as he sang, "A 1,000-year withered tree doesn't see water. A 10,000-year ancient well doesn't have ripples. Today when the withered tree meets spring, the stagnant water ripples." My heart is firm. The onlookers were bewildered. Above the clouds, Gusuchiran bit her lips. Her face was so red that it seemed like it would drip water at any moment. She moaned, "Damn it. Although I don't know why I'm willing to give up everything for you with your words, I'm satisfied to wander the world." Daoist Jai Xing, be careful. Daoist Huoda seemed to be worried. Jai Xingzi wasn't afraid at all. He waved his sleeve and said, "You don't believe me but I do. Who else wants to come up?" "I'm coming." At this time Xiaohua flew over with Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing's face was also red and hot. She wasn't inferior to Gusu Qiran, who was hiding behind the clouds. After all, she was carrying a male cultivator in front of so many cultivators. Although Fairy Jing was carrying Xiaohua, in order to cover it up, Xiaohua and Fairy Jing were holding hands. This kind of intimacy was really moving. "Okay, Daoist Xiao, please." Jai Xingzi laughed and waved his hand. Fairy Jing and Xiaohua passed through the crowd and landed on the Rainbow Bridge. Xiaohua. Daoist Huoda bit his lips and fiercely looked at Xiaohua. An indescribable feeling arose in his heart. He couldn't help but want to fly up. "Oh, brother Xiao, you're still alive?" Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong were both doubtful. Seeing Xiaohua suddenly appear with Fairy Jing, they were pleasantly surprised and immediately flew onto the Rainbow Bridge. With Xiaohua here, they had an indescribable confidence. Daoist Xiao has come. The group of nascent soul cultivators and gold core cultivators behind Zhang Daoran were all boiling with excitement. Those who had seen Xiaohua's great display of invincible might within the rockfall formation all rushed onto the Rainbow Bridge one after another. Those who hadn't seen him before had long since been talked about by these cultivators to the point that calluses grew on their ears. Seeing Xiaohua, who was more powerful than Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong, leave, how could they still stay? Xiaohua. Daoist Huoda clenched his teeth and also helplessly braced himself to fly onto the Rainbow Bridge. He knew in his heart that although this wasn't Kong Hongwu's Dragon Gate, since others had gone up, he couldn't not go up. However, he was still curious. What exactly was this Rainbow Bridge? If he was in danger, would Kong Hongwu help? The Rainbow Bridge didn't move and stabilize the collapse of the blazing fire formation. Jai Xingzi and the others rushed into the black hole and quickly disappeared. After all the cultivators had left, Gusu Qiran also appeared from the clouds. She turned to look at the fire and debris under her feet and clapped her hands. A cloud fell from the sky and a moment later, a woman in a Taoist robe flew out from the cloud. A broken star armor fell from the cloud. When Gusu Qiran landed on the Rainbow Bridge slowly shrank and disappeared into the black hole. Gusu Qiran silently looked at the collapsing formation and frowned. She was very surprised. Kong Hongwu, where did he go? Could it be that something big happened to Star-Lord Palace? Right now. I'm afraid this is the best time for me to escape from Star-Lord Palace. When Gusu Qiran's figure disappeared, the blazing sun formation began to boil and collapse again. There was indeed no one inside the formation, whether it was Taoist cultivators or Star-Lord Palace's immortal soldiers. However, Gusu Qiran was wrong. She knew that the scorching sun formation was set by the immortal generals of the immortal palaces. The Confucian cultivators of Celestial Lord Hall, from Kong Hongwu to the Celestial Lord guarding the formation, couldn't pry into it. Thus, she boldly used the so-called peach zombie Li Meng to escape. However, she didn't know that after the Lianyao pot escaped, the formation under Yaotai Mountain had already collapsed and the connection between the sun, moon and star formation was gradually disappearing. On the Yaotai Mountain, within the palace, Linghu Pyron was standing before the mirror with an indifferent expression. Although the things on the mirror appeared to be rather indistinct, Linghu Pyron was holding his chin with one hand. He was looking at all of this in a very thought-provoking manner. His eyes contained a sneer, confusion and even a trace of concern. The light from the Lianyao pot rushed out of Yaotai Mountain and quickly disappeared into the void. The Heavenly General's primordial spirit shadow followed behind like a real person. When it reached the sky, it opened its mouth and a palm-sized imperial equipment flew out. This imperial equipment was in the shape of a flying shuttle, and a layer of light purple clouds appeared on top of it. The Heavenly General's body swayed, and the entire primordial spirit shadow entered the imperial equipment. Buzz. The flying shuttle let out a strong roar, and the space within a few feet showed slight distortions. A huge pillar of vast chi fell into the flying shuttle from all directions. Whoosh! The flying shuttle didn't move at all and it crashed into the void and disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, the flying shuttle that was flying forward at an extremely fast speed in the void suddenly hit an invisible enchantment. Circles of 9-colored light rippled in all directions in the void. Even the void was extremely distorted. When the flying shuttle entered the restriction, it suddenly slowed down, and an extremely long shadow appeared. The originally palm-sized flying shuttle was stretched to 1,000 feet long. The rumbling sound of the flying shuttle also became muffled and erratic at this point. Then thousands of light spots flew out from the flying shuttle. Layers of inscriptions bloomed like an epiphyllum. Ripples appeared on the left side of the flying shuttle. The light spots scattered around the flying shuttle rushed into the depths of the sea and disappeared without a trace. There was a palace made of silver, and the surroundings were filled with light green clouds. The brilliance of the clouds was like the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The palace's vermilion door was extremely large. Above the vermilion door of the palace, there was a bright plaque with 3 inscriptions, Jasper Flower Palace. An indescribable majesty was emitted from these 3 inscriptions, covering a range of several hundred feet in front of the palace. Chapter 3665. Behind the towering palace gate were layers upon layers of pavilions and pavilions. They were dazzling, exquisite, and majestic. In the clouds above the pavilions, colorful phoenixes danced gracefully, followed by hundreds of other immortal birds. Their cries entered one's ears. On the ground inside the palace, clouds were also rolling. They seemed to be evergreen immortal grasses. Immortal trees were everywhere, giving off a clear light and a delicate fragrance. In the palace, many young women dressed in palace dresses of various colors were holding jade bottles, ruby scepters, and other things. They were flying around on auspicious clouds. Similarly, there were also many young children playing or weeding beside the immortal grasses. It was indeed the auspicious and aura of immortals. It seemed that everything was normal. At this moment, in an extremely secret pavilion in the palace, a strange brilliance suddenly flashed. Then, the crackling sound of firewood being roasted on a bonfire could be heard. Then, from the corridor outside the pavilion, a woman in her 20s flew in at an extremely fast speed. She was as beautiful as a flower, and her watery peach blossom eyes flashed with a seductive smile. When the woman saw the brilliance in the pavilion and the bright clouds that were constantly gushing out from the noise, her face lit up with joy. But then she frowned slightly and raised her left hand. Her fingers that were whiter than snowflakes quickly bent. In just a moment the woman's face changed greatly. She almost cried out in surprise, "Why? Isn't there still a few hours left? Why did this thing suddenly fly back?" After saying that, the woman's face became ferocious, and the sweet smile disappeared in an instant. Then the woman flew to the pavilion. However, before she could get close, layers of tiny inscriptions gushed out from all over the pavilion, forming a huge chain armor. The chain armor shone brightly, and each ray of light was like a sharp sword, blocking the woman's path. Alas! The woman's eyes turned slightly, and then she seemed to have thought of something. She stepped on an auspicious cloud, rushed out of the pavilion, and flew directly to the palace gate of Jasper Flower Palace. Along the way, many palace maids stopped on their clouds and stood quietly to greet her. The woman looked hurried and didn't pay any attention to them at all, causing these palace maids to lower their heads and whisper to each other. After a while, the woman returned from outside the palace with a strange expression. She rushed into the depths of the palace and only stopped when she came to a small door. She lowered her cloud and took a deep breath. She walked to the door and lowered her head. Gu Xianyun requests to see the princess. After a while, a young and beautiful woman walked out of the small door and said with a smile, "Sister Xianyun, the princess is not in the palace today. If you have something to do, you can come in 3 days. Ah. Hearing this, Gu Xianyun's face changed and he begged, "Sister Xiajing, where did the princess go? Little sister has an urgent matter here. I want to report this to the princess as soon as possible. If there's any delay, I won't be able to keep my life." Hearing this, the woman's face turned serious and she asked anxiously, "Xianyun, what happened?" However, this was only said out of impatience. After saying this, the woman quickly said, "Oh, Xianyun, you don't have to explain it to me." Then she took Gu Xianyun's hand and comforted him. "Don't worry, sister. It's only 3 days. The princess will be back soon. Sister, you 3 days? 3 days is 3 years? Gu Xianyun blurted out, but he didn't say it out loud. Hearing this, Yu Xiajing immediately understood. Of course, she also knew the key point. However, she still shook her head slightly. "Sister Xianyun, it's not that I don't want to send a message to you. It's the princess who doesn't allow it. Yesterday, the princess went to the school of the Emperor Star with Princess Meow Meow. You think I can go to the school of the Emperor Star to send a message? Alas. Hearing the school of the Emperor Star, Gu Xianyun immediately lowered his head and muttered, Princess Qingqing has always been at odds with the school of the Emperor Star. If I go to send a message, I'll be seeking death. Both of them will die. Which one do you choose? Yu Xiaojing blinked and looked at Gu Xianyun. Gu Xianyun froze and then pondered. After a while, he bowed and said, Thank you for your reminder, sister. Everything will be decided after the princess comes back. Yes, that's right. Don't be too anxious. Yu Xiaojing nodded with a smile. Although I don't know what kind of task you're doing for the princess, there's no need to rush. However, since it's a task, there's a possibility that you'll screw it up. Then I'll have to see how badly I screw it up. Imagine if I made any mistakes and how the princess will punish me. Actually, the princess empathizes with us the most. She won't be too harsh on us. Gu Xianyun smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, Actually, I'm not sure either. However, perhaps it's not as serious as I think. Elder sister, if the princess comes back, can you take a look at her mood before you inform this little sister? You're making things difficult for me. Yu Xiaojing smiled even more bitterly. When has the princess ever come back with a smile from the school of the Emperor Star? Sister, you're just making things difficult for me. My life is at stake. Gu Xianyun begged, Sister, you must think for me. Sister Xianyun, go ahead. I'll remember this. Yu Xiaojing smiled. Everything will be fine after the heavens selection. Yes, thank you, sister. Gu Xianyun squeezed out a smile. After Yu Xiaojing entered the small door, he walked out of the small courtyard with displeasure on his face. Then, he flew to the pavilion from before and waited there quietly. After a while, Gu Xianyun flew up from the ground again. With a cold smile on his face, he muttered, No, I can't just wait here like this. That thing has come back. Although it's early, it's not a big mistake. However, I'm afraid only Kong Hongwu knows what happened at Yaotai Mountain. If I don't get to the bottom of this when the princess asks, how can I answer? As he spoke, Gu Xianyun flew into a corridor and disappeared. Poor Xiaohua didn't know that the trouble this time actually involved the princess of the Immortal Palace. He followed Fairy Jing onto the Rainbow Bridge. Naturally, Fairy Jing took him and flew behind Zhai Xingzi. Although Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren were behind them, they just looked at each other and didn't say anything. After they flew across the Rainbow Bridge and rushed into the huge black hole, just like when they entered Yaotai Mountain, light and shadow flashed. As if they had passed through many small worlds, a vast mountain range appeared in front of Xiaohua and the others. Woo-woo. At this moment, the north wind was blowing above the mountain range. Large snowflakes fell from the sky. Before they could land, they were torn to pieces by the wind. A gust of cold air rushed into Xiaohua's mouth and nose. Xiaohua took a deep breath. It was really a refreshing feeling. I'm Zhai Xingzi. I didn't ask for your Dharma name. Zhai Xingzi flew in front. After he left Yaotai Mountain, he scanned with his divine sense and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Xiaohua holding hands with Fairy Jing and said with a smile, I really envy your intimacy with your lover. The blush on Fairy Jing's face increased. She pulled back her hand and didn't dare to take it back. She opened her mouth to say something but didn't know how to refute. She simply lowered her head and didn't say anything. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands saying, I'm Xiaohua. My Dharma name is Daoist Xiao. Xiaohua. Zhai Xingzi frowned. A cold smile immediately appeared on his face. So you're Xiaohua. Ehe, not bad, not bad. Zhai Xingzi said not bad, but his face was full of disdain. How was that not bad? What's the meaning of this, Daoist? Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered. Just as he was about to speak, Zhai Xingzi flung his sleeve and said coldly, I originally thought you were a forthright person. Who knew, your heart was actually dirty. Alas, you can't judge a book by its cover. After saying that, he urged his figure and flew to the other side of the foothills. Is this guy sick? Xiaohua was completely at a loss and couldn't help but say in a low voice. Fairy Jing on the side chuckled and said, Previously on Yaotai Mountain, Zhai Xingzi was together with Daoist Huada. He must have heard Daoist Huada's ugly words. Dissy. I was wondering. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. He tilted his head and looked at the rippling water like air behind him. The cultivators flew out one by one. He smiled and said, Fairy Jing, do you think I should kill Daoist Huada right now? If Daoist Huada hadn't been mentioned, Fairy Jing wouldn't have thought about it. However, when she looked back, she found that except for her and Xiao Hua, who followed closely behind Zhai Xingzi, the other cultivators didn't fly out of the Yaotai meeting in the same order as on the Rainbow Bridge. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren weren't behind them at all. This is bad. Fairy Jing hurriedly urged her magic power to fly away. While flying, she scolded, "You still want to find trouble. It's good enough that Daoist Huada didn't find trouble with us." Xiao Hua touched his nose and smiled bitterly. However, after thinking for a moment, he still pretended that he had lost his cultivation. Fortunately, Fairy Jing didn't have to worry for long. A moment later, several powerful divine senses swept over. Two of them were Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren. The two turned into rainbows and rushed over from afar. The other divine senses were somewhat resentfully retracted. "Brother Xiao," Sun Kong Shangren shouted without flying close, "you're really good. It seems that Fairy Jing was still beside this old man just a moment ago. In just a few breaths of time you actually, Senior Sun Kong?" Fairy Jing's face was very red. She hurriedly flew over with Xiao Hua and shouted, "Senior, quickly come and take a look." Xiao Hua At this point Fairy Jing changed to transmitting her voice. Zhang Daoran was naturally more attentive than Sun Kong Shangren. When he saw that Xiao Hua wasn't flying and was being carried by Fairy Jing, he already felt something was wrong. Without waiting for Fairy Jing to transmit her voice, he hurriedly flew over to Xiao Hua and raised his hand to check Xiao Hua's injuries. However, at this moment, Zhang Daoran stopped and looked at Xiao Hua with a stunned expression. At this moment, Xiao Hua's lips were slightly moving as if he was explaining something. Xiao Hua didn't say much and only said a few words. Zhang Daoran slightly frowned. He looked at Fairy Jing and then at Sun Kong Shangren. His expression was very serious as he said, "Brother Sun Kong, do you have any medicinal pills?" Chapter 3666. When Sun Kong heard this, he shook his head slightly and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Daoran, you really think too highly of me. My Dantian is destroyed and my nascent soul. I'm afraid it will also be greatly damaged. Not to mention completely obliterated. Even if I lose an arm or a leg to completely recover, not only will I need to take a nascent soul pill, but I also need to cultivate for hundreds of years to fully recover. That nascent soul pill is a legendary immortal pill. I've only heard of it and never seen it, but..." At this point, Sun Kong hesitated and said in a low voice, "I know a secret recipe to use the nascent soul of a cultivator who just became a nascent soul. Xiao Hua laughed and hurriedly waved his hand. He gave Zhang Daoran a look and then said to Sun Kong, "No need to trouble brother Sun Kong, I have a medicinal pill here. Although it's not as good as the nascent soul pill that fellow Taoist mentioned, it has an excellent effect on rebuilding the Dantian. I just haven't had a chance to take it. After a while, I'll find a place to take it. Although it can't be completely recovered in a short time, it's possible to use magic power and divine sense." "Brother Xiao, what medicinal pill is this?" Zhang Daoran was transmitting his voice to Sun Kong. Before Zhang Daoran could explain clearly, Sun Kong heard Xiao Hua showing off and hurriedly spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was scolded by Zhang Daoran. Sun Kong's face also showed embarrassment. After all, both of them felt that Xiao Hua was making an excuse. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out a jade bottle from his bosom. He said with a smile, "This pill is called the Heaven Mending Pill. Not only can it be used to repair the Dantian, but it can also repair meridians." "Damn, the name is really arrogant." Sun Kong said with a smile, "If it can repair nascent souls, that's even better." Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders and took another Heaven Mend pill. He replied, "This medicinal pill has been used by little brother before on gold core and foundation building disciples whose cultivations were crippled. I still don't know what kind of effect it has on nascent souls." "Really?" Not to mention Sun Kong, even Zhang Daoran asked with some surprise. Xiao Hua smiled and took out a few more jade bottles and handed them over. He said, "I'll give these two brothers some first. Thank you for your care on Yaotai Mountain." Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong laughed and caught it. They looked at each other and there seemed to be something else in their eyes. Xiao Hua, if you've consumed the medicinal pill, you should first find an abode to rest in. Once your injuries are slightly better, I'll ask the two seniors to send you back to Black Cloud Ridge." Fairy Jing had been holding Xiao Hua back. Her previous anxiousness was a temporary measure, but now that there were two male cultivators, Fairy Jing could no longer act as a temporary measure. Now that Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong already knew that Xiaohua's injuries were fake, they naturally wouldn't expose it. They hurriedly waved their hands and said, "We still have matters to attend to. I'm afraid we can't send Xiaohua back to Black Cloud Ridge. Fairy Jing, if you don't have any special matters, why don't you send Xiaohua back? You're a nascent soul cultivator, so you should be able to protect Xiaohua." This. Fairy Jing didn't expect the two of them to push the blame away, so she hesitated. Zhang Daoran thought a lot. He smiled and said, "Now that we have come out of the Yaotai assembly, we have escaped from the tiger's den, there is no need to be so anxious. As a matter of fact, the fellow Taoists who trained with us on the Yaotai mountain have all gathered here. Let's first discuss how to distribute the things we obtained on the Yaotai mountain. Brother Xiao also happens to be recuperating from his injuries. It won't be too late for Fairy Jing to make a decision when it's time to leave." "All right." Fairy Jing nodded slightly. She looked to the left and pointed to a mountain peak in the distance, saying, "How about over there? Junior will take Xiaohua there first?" Sun Kong looked up. Although there was a lot of snow on the mountain peak, there was a large flat open space suitable for cultivators to rest. He nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Fairy Jing." Fairy Jing flew away with Xiaohua. Sun Kong took out the jade bottle, looked at it for a moment and whispered a few words to Zhang Daoran. Soon after, over 100 cultivators flew over from all directions. They were the Taoist cultivators who had gone through life and death with them at the Yaotai assembly a year ago. Even if Kong Hongwu was still alive, he probably couldn't believe that the Yaotai assembly he had painstakingly created to provoke Taoist cultivators to kill each other and weaken the power of Taoist cultivators had now become an opportunity for Taoist cultivators to get closer and cultivate feelings. Although it hadn't happened before, from today onwards, more and more cultivators had tasted the sweetness and began to form groups at the Yaotai assembly. When these cultivators saw Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong, they were still as respectful as they were at the Yaotai assembly. After greeting them, they stood quietly on the left in an extremely orderly manner. However, while many cultivators were standing, they also looked into the distance as if they were checking Xiaohua's movements. After less than an hour, Zhang Daoran looked around and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, thank you for trusting me and fellow Taoist Sun Kong, and handing over all our gains in the Yaotai meeting. We can't let you down. Now please come with us to discuss. We'll find a time and place and we'll distribute our gains to you." "Okay." The cultivators all smiled and said, "Seniors, you can come up with a plan. We believe in you." "That's not right." Sun Kong looked at the nearly 300 cultivators and said in confusion, "How come this old man doesn't remember there being so many people?" "Haha." Zhang Daoran flew up and said with a laugh, "Those who can come are naturally Taoist cultivators. This old man won't mind. Brother Sun Kong, you don't have to worry about it." "Okay." Sun Kong glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, "If you're sincere, this old man won't say anything. If you're half-hearted, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." After saying that, Sun Kong followed Zhang Daoran and flew to the mountain peak. Everyone was magnanimous and didn't care about Sun Kong's words. They followed the two to the mountain peak. Naturally, Xiaohua wouldn't immediately meditate. Instead, he stood there with a smile on his face. All the cultivators flew in front of him, then landed and bowed. Every one of them had a respectful expression on their faces. Xiaohua was very humble. After returning everyone's greetings, he said with a smile, "This Xiao has never been good at socializing. Previously, after leaving Yaotai Mountain, I wanted to leave first. However, Brother Dao Ran and Brother Sun Kong stopped this Xiao, saying that the idea of the trade fair was this Xiao's idea and that this Xiao must appear. This Xiao thought for a moment and didn't dare to agree. After all, this Xiao has his own matters to attend to. Moreover, these two brothers' characters and moral integrity are trustworthy. They definitely won't disappoint you. If this Xiao didn't go, it would be unnecessary." Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. The two of them naturally wanted to invite Xiaohua to participate in the trade fair. However, they didn't expect that Xiaohua would refuse before they even opened their mouths. Apart from what Xiaohua said earlier, there must be some other misgivings. "Brother Xiao, you're wrong," Sun Kong hurriedly said. "Since this idea was yours, you have to take responsibility until the end. Even if you don't participate, you have to at least know how the trade is done, the time and place of the trade, and even the results of the trade, right?" "That's right." We hope that Taoist Master Xiao can also participate if you have the time. The cultivators looked at Xiao Hua fervently. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. This Xiao has some injuries and needs to heal first. How about you two discuss it with your fellow Taoists first and inform this Xiao when there's a result? Good. Exalted Master Sun Kong signaled Zhang Daoran with his eyes again, and he led the group of cultivators to discuss the matters of the trade. Zhang Daoran brought Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing to a secluded place. Zhang Daoran didn't avoid Fairy Jing and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, do you know how to refine pills?" "I do." Xiao Hua nodded. Zhang Daoran's face revealed a happy expression and probed, "Was the heaven-mending pill refined by Brother Xiao?" "Yes." Xiao Hua said concisely, putting Zhang Daoran's heart at ease. Good. Zhang Daoran said 3 times in a row and rubbed his hands. There are many fellow Taoists in the hidden immortal continent who can refine pills. Even this old man can only refine ordinary pills. As far as this old man knows, there isn't a single cultivator who can refine an immortal pill like the heaven-mending pill. Xiao Hua smiled. He naturally understood what Zhang Daoran said. The cultivators of the hidden immortal continent had to rely on themselves to cultivate, whether it was refining pills or refining tools. However, because of limited energy, limited spiritual herbs, and limited materials, those who could truly become masters were naturally very few. Moreover, once they cultivated to foundation establishment, they had to prepare spiritual herbs for the dry separation pill and familiarize themselves with the refining method. Once they cultivated to Jindan, they had to worry about the nascent pregnancy pill. How could they be distracted by other pills? Even if there were some rogue cultivators who didn't establish a country and wanted to make a living by refining pills and refining tools, it would be impossible for them to cultivate to the point of perfection by themselves, right? Brother Daoran, if you have any errands, just say the word. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Zhang Daoran waved his hand. Let's talk about it in detail later. It's not appropriate to say it now. Good. If Brother Daoran has something to do, this Xiao will definitely do his best. Xiao Hua agreed. Moreover, after thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and took out a small Chengkuan pouch. He handed it to Zhang Daoran and said, "The pills inside are for Brother Daoran and Brother Sun Kong. You can distribute them as you see fit." Zhang Daoran took the small Chengkuan pouch and scanned it with his divine sense. He opened his mouth slightly and his face was full of surprise. Xiao Hua was already used to Zhang Daoran's surprise. Without waiting for Zhang Daoran to speak, he handed over a rejuvenation pill and a heaven-mending pill to Fairy Jing. He said, "Fairy Jing, this Xiao has a few pills for female cultivators. They aren't considered precious, please kindly accept them." Fairy Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Generally speaking, women didn't care whether the things given by others were precious or not. What they cared about was whether others gave them things. Xiao Hua didn't say what kind of pills he gave Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing's heart was immediately filled with sweetness. Fairy Jing reached out to take them and carefully put them away in the Chengkuan pouch. She lowered her head and said, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao." "No need to thank me, no need to thank me." Xiao Hua blinked his eyes. "Just take it as my thanks for escorting Fairy Jing." Chapter 3667. Hee, if you want me to be your bodyguard, I'm afraid these pills won't be enough. Fairy Jing replied with a chuckle. Since Xiao Hua wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish, he naturally had to act well. Fairy Jing was a necessary person. Seeing Fairy Jing agree, Xiao Hua laughed and clapped his hands. "Fairy Jing, you can name your price. If I have anything, I'll give it to you." Fairy Jing was overjoyed and acted like a spoiled child. Her eyes rippled with a smile. "I've been thinking day and night about entering the leaving body realm. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao can help me?" "No problem." Xiao Hua agreed without hesitation. Seeing Xiao Hua's seriousness, Fairy Jing hurriedly waved her hand. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm just joking with you. No need to take it seriously. I'll be happy if fellow Taoist can give me some pointers on cultivation." "I'm not joking," Xiao Hua said seriously. Then he even looked at Zhang Daoran, who was smiling beside him. "Brother Daoran, we all have to face the out-of-body stage. Isn't it better to comprehend it together than to work behind closed doors?" "Well said, Brother Xiao." Zhang Daoran hurriedly gave a thumbs up and praised. "When Brother said you weren't going to participate in the trade fair, I was worried that Brother had some misgivings and that we had some bad intentions. Now it seems that's not the case. Since that's the case, Brother Xiao, this old man will discuss something with you. Then Zhang Daoran transmitted a few words to Xiao Hua. The general idea was that he wanted to unite his forces with Sun Kong's and Xiao Hua's forces to develop together. Moreover, there was a faint hint of entrusting. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and nodded. This matter is of great importance. I'm afraid it's not something that can be explained in a few words. After the trade fair, I'll have someone discuss it with Brother Daoran's subordinates. The three of us will have a good idea. Good, it's a deal. Zhang Daoran's heart was set. He smiled at Fairy Jing. I'll have to trouble Fairy Jing to protect Daoist Xiao. I'll go over there and take a look. Senior Daoran, please. Fairy Jing respectfully bowed and sent Zhang Daoran away. Seeing Zhang Daoran leave, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged on the snow with his 5 hearts facing the sky. His mind entered his body to investigate. When Fairy Jing saw Xiao Hua circulating his energy, she didn't dare to come over and disturb him. She only slightly released her divine sense to guard the surroundings. Kong Hongwu is truly insidious and cunning. The green-robed Xiao Hua was now in control of his nascent soul. He spat out golden light from his mouth, spreading the medicinal power of the heavenly mending pill and repairing his damaged dantian bit by bit. When he saw the Jade Archive Xiao Hua enter, he gnashed his teeth and said, "Your methods are also vicious. Our corporeal bodies have been tempered, and our meridians are incomparable to those of ordinary cultivators. That so-called nascent soul annihilation art can penetrate the corporeal body and directly attack the dantian, and even destroy the nascent soul. If I hadn't gone out with my nascent soul, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him. Once bitten, twice shy." Jade Archive Xiao Hua sighed slightly. This time we suffered a great loss, but the harvest is not small. In the end, nearly 100 nascent souls of the demon purification pot were taken away by the fiend's saber. I'm afraid he won't be able to take away many of them. Upon hearing the harvest, the green-robed Xiao Hua was immensely proud of himself. He smiled and said, "Right now you and I have a lot of empty nascent souls. I want to wear one. Look at one and throw another one to the side. Empty nascent souls?" Jade Archive Xiao Hua frowned. "Aren't the nascent souls that we seized from the whirlpool in the demon refining gourd all intact?" The green-robed Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "The nascent souls are all intact, but a lot of them have already been destroyed. The huge whirlpool outside the demon refining gourd is used to destroy the nascent souls and nascent souls. The longer they stay inside, the thinner their nascent souls will be. If I didn't have the Kunlun mirror and the spiritual fire, I would have already been powerless to protect myself. How could I save Daoist Jingting? Oh, this is troublesome." Jade Archive Xiao Hua frowned. "I still wanted to save these nascent soul cultivators and let them cultivate scattered nascent souls. The Immortal Palace is also strange. Why do they have so many nascent souls?" The green-robed Xiao Hua was quite puzzled. Jade Archive Xiao Hua shrugged. "I'm afraid you'll have to ask that immortal envoy in Kong Hongwu. Unfortunately, Kong Hongwu was killed by the demonic saber, and even his nascent soul didn't escape. There's simply no way to interrogate him." Right, Do Shanjun's Spiritual Sense Control Ink Cloud Pupil has a secret technique to control nascent souls using spiritual sense. The green-robed Xiao Hua suggested again. Although this secret technique is really sinister, it's suitable for these nascent souls whose nascent souls have yet to reach perfection. It's better than letting their nascent souls dissipate in a muddle, right? Moreover, fellow Taoist is proficient in nascent soul branding and nascent soul splitting techniques. In addition, your spiritual sense has been tempered to such a terrifying level in the Rockfall Matrix. This nascent soul is simply tailor-made for fellow Taoist. That's not all. A voice faintly resounded in the void like heavenly thunder. Jade Archive Xiao Hua raised his head in surprise. Soul Cultivator fellow Taoist has also made progress? That's right, fellow Taoist, please come in for a chat. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua said with a smile. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure flashed and disappeared into the mysterious dark clouds. After a moment, he returned to his dantian with a smile. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua had already comprehended several soul cultivation techniques. Among them, there was a technique to repair the nascent soul, or rather, a beginner technique to repair the soul. Isn't this what Xiao Hua needs the most right now? Great! Green-robed Xiao Hua urged his invisible nascent soul to clap his hands and laugh. It's really like someone giving you a pillow when you're sleepy. Now that everything is ready, I don't even need the east wind anymore. Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. However, I seized 12 nascent souls from the swirl in the demon purification pot, and 11 were seized by fellow Taoist in green robe. Including the 117 nascent souls that fellow Taoist in green robe sent into the lost realm of Kunlun when he was refining the Kunlun mirror in the swirl, we have over 140 nascent souls that are still missing. It will take a lot of time and energy to repair the nascent souls of these nascent souls without using the secret technique of telepathic thoughts. Don't be a hypocrite. The green-robed Xiaohua sneered. Who knows what kind of character these nascent soul cultivators have? If you don't use your secret technique, how are you going to control them? Don't be a snake-warming farmer. And I will naturally consider this. Xiaohua smiled. You don't have to worry, fellow Taoist green robe. That's good. The green-robed Xiaohua didn't speak anymore. In fact, after this Yaotai meeting, it's obvious where our shortcomings are. Jade Archive Xiaohua said, I need a more powerful spiritual weapon, or even a spiritual treasure. The green-robed Xiaohua curled his lips. He knew that his problem had come, so he only responded lazily. The soul-punishing vital light needs to be refined again. The previous 2 nascent soul sword spirits were already difficult to kill a 5th-stage essence chi cultivator. Moreover, the previous soul-punishing vital light mainly had a Yin-type sword spirit, which was too soft. Many cultivators' defensive magic treasures couldn't be pierced through. This time I obtained Taoist Huada's fire gourd. I can refine it into the soul-punishing vital light. There's also that spatial monster's thigh. The green-robed Xiaohua saw that he couldn't refuse, so he blinked his eyes and said, the tip of that thigh can pierce through the void. It's very sharp. There's no harm in refining it into the soul-punishing vital light. You only need to use the tip. Xiaohua knew that the green-robed Xiaohua's words were very reasonable. He thought for a moment and said, I feel that there are other uses for other places. Good. The green-robed Xiaohua clapped his hands. Just this little bit is enough. There's also the soaring dragon shears. Xiaohua said again. Previously, I felt that this thing was only half a piece, so I didn't want to refine it. I wanted to wait until I gathered all the pieces. Unfortunately, even the last piece of the Kunlun mirror has been found, but this thing has no clues at all. Taoist green-robed, please refine it while you're at it. While I'm at it. The green-robed Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Does Taoist know how difficult it was for I to refine the Kunlun mirror? To tell the truth, if it wasn't a matter of life and death, I wouldn't have been able to refine it easily. Xiaohua of course instantly said, that's why Taoist is several times more powerful than I. I can only trouble Taoist for this matter. I heard Confucian Taoist drop a book bag, saying something about a hands-off shopkeeper. Taoist, isn't he talking about you? The green-robed Xiaohua said somewhat eccentrically. Haha. Confucian Taoist Xiaohua's voice uncontrollably sounded above his head. He then hurriedly explained, Taoist, this isn't what I said, it's what the green-robed Xiaohua said himself. No matter. Fellow Taoists are all improving, I'm also very happy. Xiaohua said with a smile. He then handed over the sword gourd, fire gourd, and soaring dragon shears to the green-robed Xiaohua, waiting for him to refine it after he repaired his dantian. Give it to me. The green-robed Xiaohua stretched out his hand. Without Taoist's blood essence, I can't refine it. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed and waved his hand. Taoist should first repair your dantian, and slowly nourish the 2 magic treasures. It's really not easy for I to take out my blood essence now. Let's wait a bit. That bastard Mo Ling has seriously injured us. The green-robed Xiaohua was silent. After a while he advised in a low voice, Taoist, Mo Ling is an outsider after all, you can't trust him. That demonic technique is also a technique of the demonic realm. You and I are humans, it's fine if we don't cultivate it. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Maybe before, but now I have been forced to do something beyond my ability. If I don't cultivate the demonic technique, I can't control the demonic saber. If I don't control the demonic saber, I'll always be in danger of being controlled by the demonic saber. Taoist, what do you think we should do? This demonic saber is also strange. That demonic dragon has clearly been swallowed into a demonic spirit, how can it still be so arrogant? Confucian Taoist Xiaohua gritted his teeth. Even I can't completely restrain it. Since it's a maggot in the bone, we can only slowly think of a way, Xiaohua said. Although this demonic saber is really powerful and can kill a 5th-grade elemental energy great grandmaster like it's a toy, the backlash is too strong. Actually, fellow Taoists, Don't you all feel that everyone is a bit affected? Saint Tseng once said, I reflect on myself 3 times a day, am I not loyal to others? Make friends but don't trust them? Pass it down and don't learn it? Xiao Hua's face turned cold. He asked, Confucian Taoist, have you never read it? Why don't you reflect on yourself? Why don't you understand yourself and create a grudge against Taoist Xiao Hua? Chapter 3668. Sigh, fellow immortal is right. The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua let out a long sigh. My Confucian cultivator's righteous qi is innately capable of suppressing devilish qi, but if it is corroded by a devilish spirit, the degree of damage is also several times greater than that of fellow immortals. This matter. I was wrong. It's best to correct your mistakes. The green-robed Xiao Hua spoke first. Fellow Taoist, you've already given Green Robe the magic tool of the Taoist sect. Shouldn't you also give my Confucian cultivator's imperial magic tool to me? The regretful Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua asked for the imperial magic tool, as if he wanted to make up for his mistake. Jade Archive Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then nodded and said, That's right, the imperial star spike and the imperial shield should be given to fellow Taoist. There are also some things for Confucian cultivators. These aren't urgent. After fellow Taoist Green Robe organizes them, I'll give them to fellow Taoist to comprehend. Actually, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua hesitated for a bit before saying, I feel that the Confucian cultivator's Tao is a single breath. All the divine abilities are the same as the Buddhist sect's divine abilities. There is still a gap when compared to the Tao sects. I will refine these imperial equipment and will also help Immortal Friend fight your enemies, but Immortal Friend shouldn't expect too much. I naturally know this. Jade Archive Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. After this calamity we all have to learn from our mistakes. The path of cultivation is really too long. I hope that everyone can reach the peak. I've reached the peak. Doesn't that mean you've also reached the peak? The green-robed Xiao Hua smiled and then said to the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, you shouldn't covet Kong Hongwu's Chengkuan bag. Although I have been recuperating and having carefully examined it, I can roughly see that in addition to the star card and other things Kong Hongwu cultivated, most of it is my Tao sect's magic treasures and cultivation methods. It was most likely the body he had collected in the hidden immortal continent. On the other hand, the cosmos pouches of the other 3 Star Lords have quite a few good items. Speaking up to here, the green-robed Xiao Hua looked at the Jade Archive. Xiao Hua said, That's right, fellow Taoist Jade Archive, within Kong Hongwu's Chengkuan pouch, there are indeed a few good items from my Tao sect. There are even many secret techniques. There is a jade box with a lot of runes on it. Those runes are the talismans of the Tao sect, and there is definitely something strange inside. Fellow Taoist, why don't you go take a look? Alright, I understand. When Jade Archive Xiao Hua heard that Kong Hongwu's Chengkuan bag didn't have many things from Star-Lord Palace, he lost interest and nodded slightly. I will go take a look now. Farewell, fellow Taoist. The green-robed Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and with a flicker of his figure, he appeared in the space. After looking at Kong Hongwu's Cosmos sack, he reached into it and took out a jade box. Sure enough, just as the green-robed Xiao Hua had said, this jade box was overflowing with extraordinary splendor, and there were countless strange runes on it. These runes were very simple and Xiao Hua couldn't recognize the Jade Archive. However, this did not hinder Xiao Hua. He casually opened the jade box and countless runes flew out from the jade box, turning into specks of light that floated in the air. As the runes dissipated, boom! With a low rumble, several auras of awe-inspiring auras rushed out of the jade box. This is... Jade Archive Xiao Hua frowned slightly, looking at the 5 strange imperial equipment that rushed out of the jade box. His heart was indescribably strange. Kong Hongwu is the Palace Lord of Star-Lord Palace, and he himself is a Confucian cultivator. Why did he seal these 5 imperial equipment with Tao talismans? While thinking, Jade Archive Xiao Hua waved his hand, and one of the imperial equipment that was faintly connected flew out and landed in his hand. This was a fist-sized ochre imperial equipment, and when it landed in his hand, it gave off a warm feeling. Moreover, this imperial equipment's texture was very solid, and it was engraved with mountains and rivers, flowers, birds, fish, insects and other things. giving off an indescribable feeling of heaviness. Looking at the Jade Archive, Xiaohua didn't know what to do, so he took out another one. After a while, Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at the 5 Imperial equipment. These 5 Imperial equipment were obviously a set. It was just that the shapes were different, and the shapes were also strange. Some were like worms, some were like eagles, and some were like bears, and so on. These 5 Imperial equipment. I'm afraid they're not simple. Jade Archive Xiaohua sneered. The Star Lords of Star-Lord Palace are all criminals of the Immortal Palace, and Kong Hongwu himself probably isn't that strong. He racked his brains to collect these Imperial equipment to curry favor with the people of the Immortal Palace, and perhaps it's that so-called Immortal Emissary. No matter who he wants to show filial piety to, these things have fallen into Ai's hands, and I'm afraid they'll never see the light of day again. Immediately, Jade Archive Xiaohua threw these Imperial equipment back into the Jade box, casually throwing them into the pile of Imperial equipment and magic treasures, and then his figure swayed, entering the inside of the space. After a long time, Xiaohua opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Fairy Jing's concerned gaze. Although Fairy Jing wasn't close to Xiaohua, her eyes were overflowing with emotions as she watched Xiaohua's movements without blinking, fearing that Xiaohua would have any abnormalities. When Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes, Fairy Jing was rather surprised. She didn't have time to move her eyes away, and their eyes met. Seeing the concern in Fairy Jing's eyes, Xiaohua sighed in his heart, and he had an impulse to tell her the reason for this matter, or simply let her go back, and he would leave alone to see what Taoist Yuan Qing was plotting. But after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that aside from Fairy Jing, he really couldn't find a suitable cultivator to follow him. If he left, there would be a huge flaw. So, Xiaohua stood up and smiled at Fairy Jing, who was hastily avoiding his gaze, and said, "Fairy Jing, I have something to tell you. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please speak." Fairy Jing was clearly somewhat absent-minded. If one day you discover that this Xiao is deceiving you about something, please don't blame this Xiao. This Xiao has his own difficulties. In fact, these words were quite obvious. If it was under normal circumstances with Fairy Jing's pure heart, she would definitely be able to hear it. Unfortunately, this woman was currently a part of the situation, so how could she distinguish it? She hesitated for a moment, and then a trace of sadness appeared between her brows, as if she was thinking of something else. Xiaohua's heart thumped. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Zhang Daren's loud laughter again. "Brother Xiao, I didn't disturb you, did I? If you've already rested, please come over like this. We've already arranged everything. Fairy Jing, don't think too much." Xiaohua could only comfort her like this and urged his figure to fly over. Of course, flying techniques were the most ordinary, and his speed was also extremely slow. "Fellow Taoist Xiao has already recovered?" Master Sun Kong blinked his eyes at Xiaohua and said loudly. Xiaohua smiled slightly. He naturally knew that Master Sun Kong, in order to cater to his plan, had promoted him quite a bit. Presumably, his heroic deeds in the Rockfall Matrix had also been exaggerated by him. Sure enough, when Master Sun Kong accompanied Xiaohua in front of everyone, all the cultivators respectfully bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Taoist Xiao." "Fellow Taoists." Xiaohua hurriedly returned the greeting, and with a wave of his hand, everyone felt a flash of Xiaohua's profound magic power, and the respect in their eyes became even more intense. "Brother Xiao, this is the constitution that we've discussed. If you have time, take a look." Zhang Daoren took out a jade eye from his bosom, and handed it over to Xiaohua. The time is set to be 3 years later. Moreover, all the things that we've obtained in the Jade Pavilion conference this time, except for the 2 treasures, will be recorded in it to show fairness. Good. Xiaohua nodded. We Dao sect cultivators don't have a good reputation in the hidden immortal continent. First, it's because Confucian cultivators exaggerate, and second, it's because our Dao sect's cultivation method is different from Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sections. We have a great need for spirit pills, spirit herbs, and cultivation methods. Sometimes we have no choice but to do some things that corrupt our conscience. These things are admittedly done secretly, but there will always be a time when it's exposed. There's an old saying, the heavens are watching what people do. This Xiao doesn't dare to ask you fellow Taoists for anything. I only ask you fellow Taoists to think about your own conscience when you do things, and think about the heavens above your head. Brother Daoran and Brother Sun Kong have done extremely well. The word fairness is easy to say, but it's difficult to do. The 2 fellow Taoists actually put this word in front of your head. Presumably, all of you fellow Taoists are convinced in your heart. Leaving the treasures you've obtained with other fellow Taoists is also a relief. If this Xiao has the opportunity 3 years later, I'll definitely go and participate in the conference at that time. Once Xiao Hua's words came out, the several hundred cultivators had different expressions on their faces. Some looked pensive, some looked disapproving, and even some looked disdainful. Xiao Hua naturally didn't feel that his words could change everything. He already felt pretty good that he was able to seize this opportunity to speak his mind. Immediately after, Xiao Hua waved his hand again, and several hundred jade eyes fell down like rain. 1 or 2 fell in front of each cultivator's eyes. The crowd of cultivators looked at the jade eyes with puzzlement. They didn't know whether they should take it or not. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoists, this Xiao has a matter to ask of you. Inside these jade eyes are low-level mental cultivation methods from Foundation Establishment to Enlightened Realm. There are also some mental cultivation methods that are different from the current cultivation methods. This Xiao hopes that you fellow Taoists can take these jade eyes back, or pass them on to your own disciples, or gift them to the later generations of Taoist disciples. Of course, if you fellow Taoists can copy them and gift them to Confucian disciples with potential, this Xiao will be even more grateful." "Haha, that's easy." When Master Sun Kong heard this, he flicked his big sleeve and took the jade eyes in front of him. He said with a smile, "This old man will let the disciples make 10,000 copies and pass them on to other low-level disciples. I also have no problem." When the crowd of cultivators heard this, they naturally agreed without hesitation. It was just helping Xiao Hua distribute the cultivation methods. It was simply a matter of lifting their hands. "Many thanks, fellow Taoists." Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He raised his hand and saluted everyone. Then the crowd of cultivators chatted with Xiao Hua for a while, trying to get familiar with him, and flew away respectively. Seeing that everyone had left and Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran were also about to say goodbye, Xiao Hua thought of something and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists are the senior experts of my Taoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. My Taoist lineage's inheritance will also have to rely on fellow Taoists." Chapter 3669. Then Xiao Hua told them about his suspicions that Confucian cultivators had tampered with the Taoist techniques. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong had cultivated for thousands of years and had encountered far more things than Xiao Hua, so how could they not feel anything? However, they had always been minding their own business. They were already very happy that they had obtained the correct techniques, so how could they care about others? Now that Xiao Hua mentioned it, he even took out a lot of cultivation methods to ask them to teach their disciples. Of course they all agreed. Finally, before the two left, Xiao Hua specially asked them to help him find children with good aptitudes, and there was no limit to the number, the more the better. Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran knew that Xiao Hua wanted to teach disciples, so they wanted to remind him, but when they thought about how high Xiao Hua's cultivation was, how could he not know the pros and cons? They didn't mention it and cupped their hands to bid farewell to Xiao Hua. Fairy Jing naturally stayed by Xiao Hua's side. She looked at Xiao Hua's actions with a dumbfounded expression. These were things she had never thought about before. In her heart, as long as she could cultivate to nascent soul, then late nascent soul, it would be her life's greatest goal. She didn't dare to hope for out-of-body cultivators, so her agreement with Xiao Hua was just a joke. After everyone had left, Fairy Jing said in a low voice, "Xiao Hua, what are you doing all this for? Are you trying to revitalize the Taoist sect? Are you trying to develop your own power? Is it because your power isn't enough, so you don't want to become sworn brothers with Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran?" Speaking of sworn brothers, Fairy Jing couldn't help but think of Xiao Hua's famous words, and her face flushed. If you're talking about revitalizing the Taoist sect, this Xiao's power isn't enough. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Then just think of it as developing my own power. Although this Xiao's cultivation is good, I don't have many disciples under me, and many of them are good and bad. So it's like that." Fairy Jing nodded, but she understood that just developing her own power didn't need to be so troublesome. This is a great man. Fairy Jing couldn't help but praise in her heart. Xiao Hua didn't know that he was so great in Fairy Jing's heart. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go, this Xiao still has some things to do. You have to escort this Xiao." "Of course." Fairy Jing smiled and was abnormally quiet. "Oh, actually," Xiao Hua thought for a moment and finally said, "I didn't suffer such heavy injuries." "Nonsense." Fairy Jing said angrily, I'm the only one who knows about your injuries. Your nascent soul is damaged and your dantian is damaged. Why don't you release your nascent soul for me to see? Xiaohua sweated. Even if his nascent soul was in perfect condition, it still couldn't be seen by others. He raised his hand wanting to cast a spell, but right now he didn't have any magic power in his body, so he could only cast Confucian cultivation techniques. Forget it, this Xiao's nascent soul isn't wearing any treasured armor. Xiaohua shrugged helplessly. Cheeky. The corner of Fairy Jing's mouth curled up as she spat again. Her expression was one of joy. After flying with Xiaohua for a while, Fairy Jing was somewhat bewildered and said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xiao, you want to go to the front of Yaotai Mountain? Yeah. Xiaohua said with a smile. This Xiao still has 2 new disciples there, and this Xiao still has some trivial matters to attend to. Fairy Jing advised, Fellow Taoist Xiao, this time's Yaotai Mountain gathering was really strange. I feel that, besides the strange treasure that Kong Hongwu mentioned, there must be something else that we don't know about. In particular, in the end, the Dragon Gate of the Yaotai Mountain gathering didn't appear, and that so-called Rainbow Bridge was even more strange. It's better for us to leave Yaotai Mountain as soon as possible. Xiaohua was well aware of this, but as a Taoist cultivator who killed Kong Hongwu, he should stay here at this time. Even if someone from the Immortal Palace came to investigate, he would appear calm and not easily be suspected by the Immortal Palace. Of course, this kind of calmness couldn't be too excessive. If people felt that he had nothing to fear, he would be suspected of trying to hide something. Therefore Xiaohua nodded, Fairy Jing is right. Let's hurry to the front of the mountain and leave as soon as we finish our business. When Fairy Jing heard Xiaohua say hurry, she immediately stretched out her hand and held Xiaohua's arm. She urged her magic power, and her figure turned into a rainbow and flew into the distance. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and could only let it be. He didn't know where the scorching sun formation was set up on Yaotai Mountain, but it took Fairy Jing more than an hour to bring Xiaohua to Yaotai Mountain. Perhaps it was because some cultivators had already come here, or perhaps it had already been a year since the Yaotai Mountain gathering began, but the previously lively Yaotai Mountain had become a lot more desolate. Not to mention the tents stationed in front of the mountain, even the Taoist cultivators flying in the air had almost disappeared. Xiaohua didn't wait for them to arrive and had already released his divine sense. After Jianghu and Wu Tian sensed it, they immediately flew out from their secluded cultivation and stood respectfully in the air. When Xiaohua and Fairy Jing arrived, the two looked at Fairy Jing very curiously and bowed. Greetings Taoist Xiao, greetings senior. Xiaohua smiled and said to the two, This is Fairy Jing, she saved this old man at the Yaotai Mountain gathering. Then he told them about Jianghu and Wu Tian's origins. The two didn't dare to be negligent and said respectfully again, Many thanks Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing waved her hand and took out 2 magic treasures from her bosom, handing them over to the two saying, This is the first time we've met. I don't know what hobbies you have, but I obtained these 2 magic treasures in my early years. Take them. Jianghu and Wu Tian didn't dare to take them and looked at Xiaohua. Haha, take them. Xiaohua said with a smile. In the future Fairy Jing won't be an outsider. You can treat her as your senior. Yes, we understand. Jianghu and Wu Tian smiled. Seeming to understand something, they reached out to take the magic treasures. Xiaohua's words were clearly ambiguous. Even if Fairy Jing heard it, her face turned slightly red. But let alone Fairy Jing, even Xiaohua himself understood that at this moment, as long as one listened attentively, they would definitely have different meanings unless he didn't say anything. Since Xiaohua said he could treat Fairy Jing as his senior, Jianghu didn't hold back and said in a low voice, Master, did you succeed? Disciple heard that this time's Jade Pavilion gathering was a great calamity. Out of 10 nascent soul seniors, less than 10% of Jindan cultivators survived. Master? Fairy Jing's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange splendor. She increasingly felt that there were too many things she couldn't see through on Xiaohua. When Master takes action, how could I leave anything empty? Xiaohua chuckled, looking very wretched as if he was going to steal chickens and touch dogs. Congratulations Master, you can be the master of a country. Jianghu and Wu Tian were overjoyed and bowed to salute. Congratulations, congratulations. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, How has your cultivation been recently? Have you thought it through? Wu Tian rushed to say, Disciple came to Jade Mountain to die. Disciple cleaned up the cave. As long as Master comes out, disciple will follow master to Black Wind Ridge. Jianghu also smiled and said, master's cultivation method, disciple's cultivation is very smooth. Moreover, disciple also saw junior brother's progress. There's no deviation. Although disciple didn't expect to go to Black Wind Ridge, it doesn't matter if disciple goes back a few years later. Disciple will follow master to Black Wind Ridge. Good, since that's the case, you all go to Black Wind Ridge first. Xiaohua said and waved his hand, taking out the jade box containing the lot of the state preceptor from the space. What? Master? Isn't going back to Black Wind Ridge? Jianghu and Wu Tian were stunned. Even Fairy Jing was shocked. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you aren't going back to Black Wind Ridge? Where are you going? With your current situation, it's better to cultivate as soon as possible. The Xiaohua was about to explain. Whoa! A ray of light appeared in the distance, turning into a ray of light that fell in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua grabbed it with his hand. It was the message talisman he refined. Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, we'll talk about this later. This Xiao's good news is coming. Sure enough, after a short while, that 1,000 demon sacred realms Ingpa brought 2 demons over. The 3 of them were wearing strange armors that covered their faces and bodies, but the grayish-white demon clouds under their feet still exposed their identities. Seeing the 3 demons flying over, the doubt on Fairy Jing's face became even stronger. Xiaohua urged his body to fly forward for a while, and he cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Ingpa is indeed a trustworthy person. Cough cough, no, a demon with trustworthiness. This Xiao just came out of the Jade Pavilion conference and I have good news. Ingpa smiled and cupped his hands. This one congratulates Taoist Xiao. This year, those who can come down from Jade Mountain are all elites of the hidden Immortal Continent's Taoist sections. Although this one heard a lot of alarmist news, this one firmly believes that Taoist Xiao can return safely. You're welcome, you're welcome. Xiaohua said with a smile. This one was just lucky to escape death. Fellow Taoist must have noticed that this one is already injured. Therefore this one is far from being the elite that fellow Taoist thinks. Ingpa waved his hand. This one doesn't care if you are an elite of the Taoist sects or not. What this one cares about is Taoist Zhao's trustworthiness. Then he took out 2 Qingquan bags from his waist. The 2 demons behind him also hurriedly took out 4 Qingquan bags and handed them to Xiaohua together. Ingpa didn't do anything special. The 2 demons behind him slightly flew forward a few steps and sandwiched Xiaohua in the middle, as if they were afraid that Xiaohua would escape. Seeing this, Ingpa said with a bitter smile, Taoist Xiao, please don't blame them. This one's clansmen have suffered too many losses in front of the human race. There are too many tricks that they can't think of. Even if this one took out Taoist Zhao's vitality stones, the clansmen wouldn't dare to believe it too much. And this old man can understand. Xiaohua nodded and didn't think it was strange. He waved his hand and took out several small Qingquan bags and handed them to Ingpa and the 2 demons, saying, you guys take the vitality stones first. This one will look at the things inside. Ingpa didn't take the small Qingquan bags, but said a few strange words indifferently. The 2 demons hurriedly took the small Qingquan bags and looked at each other, then flew back behind Ingpa. Okay, this time, thank you fellow Taoist. Xiaohua took out a jade eye bag and handed it to Ingpa, saying, next time if fellow Taoist has something, you can send it to the place recorded on the jade eye bag. This one's imprint is inside, it's also recorded who you give it to. They will pay fellow Taoist enough vitality stones. Chapter 3670. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Ingpa was stunned and said in a low voice, Taoist master, you don't want to take a look at the things inside? No need. Xiaohua said with a smile. To be honest, the things I need are all rare and strange. Taoist friend might not have the things inside. However, if I only want my own things, then wouldn't you be wasting your time on the other things? Rather than letting Taoist friend run around for nothing, I might as well take them all. Hearing this, Ingpa was silent for a moment and stretched out his hand. Those were obviously demon claws covered in light brown fur. Xiaohua smiled and stretched out his hand to shake Ingpo's hand. The brown fur on Ingpo's hand was very sharp and prickly. However, Xiaohua looked straight at Ingpo's face that was hidden in the armor and didn't care at all. Taoist friend is the first trustworthy person I met in the hidden immortal continent. Ingpa looked into Xiaohua's eyes and said in a low voice, if the first transaction was for profit, then the future transactions with Taoist Master will also be for profit. Haha. Xiaohua originally thought that Ingpo's second sentence would have a twist, but who knew that Ingpo would be so straightforward? Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Taoist Master, please don't laugh. For the survival of my clan, profit is the most important thing. Of course, other than profit, I will do my best, and even use the power of my entire clan, to serve Taoist Master Xiao. Ingpa said immediately. After speaking, Ingpa let go of his hand and Xiaohua also withdrew his hand with a smile. Xiaohua naturally didn't think that what Ingpa said was the same as what Ao Zhantian and the others said, so he said with a smile, to be able to obtain Taoist friends' trust, I am also honored. However, I don't know if the primeval stones I took out are enough. If not, how much more do you need? I will make up for it. Ingpa asked the two demons several times in a low voice and then said with a smile, Taoist Master has more than enough. My clan is very satisfied. If Taoist doesn't have anything else, I will take my leave. I will find the things and send them to the place Taoist Master wants. After sending Ingpa off, Fairy Jing brought Jianghu and Wu Tianfei over and said with a smile, Taoist Master Xiao has friends all over the world. Even the demons of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm are old acquaintances. Not at all, not at all. Xiaohua waved his hand, it's just that we met during the negotiation. Fellow Taoist Xiao, the items in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm are indeed suitable for Taoist cultivators, but most of them are harmful to the physical body. Fairy Jing reminded him with concern. Fellow Taoist, you must be extremely careful when using them. Yes, thank you for your reminder. Xiaohua naturally knew that Fairy Jing had good intentions and agreed with a smile. Fairy Jing then asked, also fellow Xiao, where are you going instead of returning to the Black Wind Ridge to cultivate? Fairy, don't be anxious. Come with me to watch a good show and then I'll tell you. Xiaohua giggled. He waved his hand and brought Fairy Jing, Changyu and the others to where the alliance was. Not to mention Fairy Jing, even Changyu and Wu Tian were confused. They didn't know what Xiaohua meant. However, when they saw Xue Ping hurriedly flying out of the barracks before Xiaohua landed, Changyu and Wu Tian thought of something. Senior. Xue Ping's face was filled with ecstasy. He bowed and greeted, Junior congratulates Senior on leaving the Jadestage gathering unscathed. Yes. Xiaohua didn't stop and landed in the largest tent in the alliance. He said as he flew, is your monarch still here? Yes. Xue Ping hurriedly followed. Although he didn't know why Xiaohua was moving forward in such a hurry, he didn't dare to ask. He smiled and said, my monarch is a benevolent monarch. He emphasizes finishing what he started. He definitely won't leave the Jadestage gathering early. Although there was news before noon that not many cultivators could leave the Jadestage gathering, my monarch still waited here and prepared to be the last to leave. Good. Xiaohua looked at the tent that was getting closer and closer. He narrowed his eyes and said, did you mention me to Xiao Jun? Xue Ping shrunk his neck and said in a low voice, Junior didn't dare to forget Senior's instructions. Junior didn't mention it. I hope Senior can give my monarch a surprise. Haha, of course I'll definitely give Xiao Jun a surprise. Xiaohua laughed loudly. His laughter actually had a different meaning. Xue Ping was stunned and looked at Xiaohua in surprise. After all, from Xiaohua's tone, he seemed to be familiar with Xiao Jun. Then, seeing that Xiaohua was already dozens of feet away from the tent, Xue Ping hurriedly reminded him, say, Senior, my monarch's tent is right in front. Please wait for a moment. Allow Junior to inform him. Xue Ping's forehead was already sweating when he said this and he was stuttering a little. He already felt that something was amiss. When he thought about it carefully, he immediately realized that there was something strange about it. There's no need to inform him. Xiaohua said coldly. Xue Ping's heart clenched and he opened his mouth. But, yes, although Xiaohua was a nascent soul senior and looked down on Xiao Jun, this was the military camp of the Chanyang Kingdom after all. This tent was the golden tent of the monarch of the Chanyang Kingdom. Xiaohua clearly didn't care about Xiao Jun and the Chanyang Kingdom by barging in so openly. Who dares to barge into my monarch's golden tent? As he spoke, several cultivators dressed in different clothes flew out from the left side of the tent. The cultivator at the front, who was at the third grade of essence force, shouted coldly. Xiaohua snorted coldly. With a sweep of his divine sense, These cultivators stopped in their tracks and hugged their heads with their hands as if they were in extreme pain. You two are indeed here. I'm sure you already know why I'm here. Xiao Hua swept his gaze and saw two old men in the middle of these cultivators. One of the old men was holding a Buddhist staff. Weren't they the two people who protected Xiao Jian while playing chess in front of the Tidal River Temple? So, Xiao Hua, you're Xiao Hua. Once Xiao Hua spoke, the two old men naturally came to their senses. They had seen Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian being intimate, so how could they not know the relationship between Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian? Xiao Hua's appearance didn't change much, but after all, his bearing could change people. How could the current Xiao Hua be compared to the Xiao Hua who was in dire straits and wore Xiao Jian's Taoist robes? Hurry! The old man was about to shout a warning. Boom! Xiao Hua didn't seem to do anything, but the two old men were dragged out from the crowd of cultivators by Xiao Hua. No matter how they opened their mouths, they couldn't utter a single word. Xue Ping was sweating profusely. At this point, how could he not know? He had wholeheartedly wanted to find a strong helper for the single Liang kingdom, but he didn't expect to become Xiao Jun's mortal enemy. Senior. Xue Ping hastily begged. Shut up. Xiao Hua berated. I know what I'm doing. Xue Ping was helpless. He bit his lip and turned to look behind Xiao Hua. Fairy Jing had long concealed her cultivation and looked similar to Jianghu and the others. The three of them were astonished at first, but when they saw that there were people from the Buddhist sect among these cultivators, they calmed down and thought that there was a rift between Xiao Hua and the Buddhist sect. Therefore they ignored Xue Ping's gaze. Whoa! Xiao Hua flew to the front of the golden tent and raised his hand. The many soldiers standing guard in front of the golden tent were swept aside by the hurricane, and the tent door was immediately opened. Xiao Hua sneered as he landed in front of the tent door. He didn't even look at the nearby armored soldiers who were rushing over. He stepped into the golden tent and said, Xiao Jun, your enemy asked me to come see you. Are you ready? Are you going to return the throne you snatched from someone else? Do you want me to take your head or do you want to deliver it to me? Do you want me to take away your throne, or do you want me to take away your single Liang kingdom? Boom. Upon hearing this, Xue Ping's head went blank. His body trembled in midair and he almost fell. Naturally, there were many people inside the golden tent. In front of him were several generals with shining weapons in their hands. Their faces were vigilant as they blocked Xiao Hua's path. Behind these generals were several Buddhist protectors. Each of them held a Buddhist weapon in their hands as they looked at Xiao Hua with bright eyes. Layers of telekinesis were emitted from their bodies. Behind these people was a tall and sturdy monarch wearing an apricot yellow hat and a bright yellow embroidered dragon robe. He was frowning as he looked at Xiao Hua with a puzzled expression. Of course, when this monarch saw Xiao Hua's appearance, he immediately understood something and his face revealed a trace of relief. Xiao Hua walked into the golden tent and narrowed his eyes to look at the monarch's appearance. He saw that Xiao Jun, whom he had never met before, looked completely different from Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian was a wretched old man, but this Xiao Jun was not only tall but also had a dignified appearance. He had a square face and large eyes under his thick eyebrows flashed with a dignified divine light. He had a dignified appearance and even his mottled white hair made others feel a sense of respect. What? He looked at Xiao Jun and coldly said, You want to fight with this old man? Without waiting for Xiao Jun to reply, Xiao Hua took a step forward. An invisible force pushed the general, who was at least a grade 2 origin energy, to the side. That general clenched his teeth and raised the treasured saber in his hand. Before he could do anything, Xiao Hua coldly snorted. That general immediately flew away from Xiao Hua's eyes. With a pew sound, he crashed into the side of the golden tent and fell to the ground. Protect the emperor, protect the emperor. A Buddhist cultivator in front of Xiao Jun shouted as he prepared to take out his Buddhist weapon. Stop! Xiao Jun shouted. His face was calm as he said, This is my private matter. It has nothing to do with you. Don't worry, monarch. Even if this cultivator. How could the Buddhist sect cultivators give up? But before they could say anything, Fairy Jing let out a cold snort and released the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator. The Buddhist sect cultivators were all submerged by this pressure and found it difficult to even open their mouths. Fortunately, Fairy Jing only revealed a bit of her power and immediately withdrew her pressure. The cultivators in the tent were all shocked. That's right, a nascent soul cultivator who came out of the Jade Pavilion conference should have just experienced a life and death situation. How could these people compare to her? Chapter 3671. All of you retreat. Xiao Jun remained calm. Although his face was pale, he could still stand there and barely resist the power of a nascent soul cultivator. My lord. All the cultivators and generals said in unison, we would rather die in front of my lord than retreat. Retreat. Xiao Jun waved his hand and said, this is my family's matter, not the country's. You all are not allowed to interfere. This. The cultivators looked at each other and replied in unison, yes. However, they all retreated to the edge of the golden tent and didn't leave. AI. Seeing the reaction of the cultivators and soldiers, Xiao Jun sighed. He looked at Xiao Hua and bowed. Junior Xiao Jun greets Senior Xiao. Xiao Hua nodded and didn't return the greeting. He walked in front of Xiao Jun and said, you're enjoying being the monarch. Isn't it time to return it to Xiao Jian? Xiao Jun didn't find it strange at all. He took a deep breath and looked at Shui Ping behind Xiao Hua and the two Buddhist disciples behind the tent. He said, actually when I heard that Xiao Jian was protected by a Taoist expert and Shui Ping said so, I knew that sooner or later Senior would find me. Two state teachers. Xiao Hua sneered, that day I thought it was strange how two Buddhist disciples with second-grade essence power could become the state teachers of the single Liang kingdom. It seems like it was just a fake edict. Xiao Jun ignored Xiao Hua's mockery. He looked at the people around him, then looked at the falling snow outside the tent. He faintly said, Junior's throne was originally seized from Brother Wang's hands. Junior has always felt guilty. Even though I poured my heart and soul into state affairs, I still couldn't remove it. Since Brother Wang wants to take back the throne today, then Junior will return it to Brother Wang. Senior, please tell Brother Wang that I hope he will treat his people well after taking over the throne. At this moment, a gust of wind blew from behind Xiao Jun. An old woman in plain clothes rushed out from behind the golden screen. Her hair was white, and her face was covered by a silk handkerchief, so her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, as soon as the old woman came out, she immediately stood in front of Xiao Jun facing Xiao Hua's might. She was not afraid at all. She only coldly said, who said my husband's throne was stolen? Others might not be able to recognize Xiao Jian's true face, but how could this servant not know Xiao Jian's background? Xiao Jian is a selfish person who seeks nothing but profit, and is addicted to gambling. How can Senior believe the words of such a person? If Senior insists on listening to only one side of the story, if you agree that you are doing the Tao of Heaven, that you are replacing the people of the single Yang kingdom to choose the king, and that you want to take my husband's life, then I am willing to let my husband die. I hope this servant's death can give Xiao Jian an explanation and allow Senior to calm down for a moment. Gigi. Xiao Jun reached out to pull the old woman away and said in a low voice, this has nothing to do with you. This is a grudge between Xiao Jian and me. Don't get involved. How can this servant not get involved? The old woman named Gigi clearly knew that today's matter would not have a good ending. She said somewhat agitatedly, as early as 40 years ago, you said that this was a matter between you and Xiao Jian, and you didn't want this servant to get involved. And the result? You were deceived by Xiao Jian and for the so-called family affection, you abandoned this servant. This servant tearfully obeyed royal father's order to marry Xiao Jian, making him the king of the single Yang kingdom. After that, Xiao Jian didn't care about the court, and for the sake of cockfighting, he neglected the country's affairs and even lost several border cities to other countries. This servant came to you to discuss it, but you said that this was a matter between men, and you didn't want this servant to get involved. After that, this servant chased Xiao Jian off the throne and wanted to imprison him. You said that this was a matter of the country, and you didn't want this servant to get involved. Not only did you let Xiao Jian go, you even sent experts to protect him. Look, what did your kindness get in return? It was Xiao Jian's revenge. Xiao Jian repaid kindness with enmity. This monarch can't ask about other people's matters. This monarch only wants to have a clear conscience. Xiao Jun reached out to hold Gigi's hand and said warmly, moreover, Xiao Jian is this monarch's brother and your husband. This monarch can't let you and I carry infamy. Since today's grudge has come to an end, you don't need to think about other things. All of this was done by this monarch, and it has nothing to do with you. Finished speaking, Xiao Jun looked at Xiao Hua and said, Senior Xiao, you and I have the same surname. This junior doesn't dare to climb up to the same sect. I ask Senior to be lenient and just take this junior's life. Gigi is Xiao Jian's original wife, and I presume that he didn't ask Senior to take Gigi's life, right? And Xiao Jian didn't mention this. Xiao Hua lightly nodded. In the heavens we are willing to be lovebirds, and on earth we are willing to be intertwined branches. Even if this servant dies, this servant wants to be a mandarin duck with the same name as my husband. Gigi said affectionately, in this life this servant will only recognize Xiao Jun as my husband. Xiao Jian is nothing more than a treacherous rascal. Facing these two people who were unafraid of death, Xiao Hua was a bit embarrassed. He knew of Xiao Jian's selfishness and his addiction to gambling. However, he didn't expect that Xiao Jian, Xiao Jun and Gigi had such a deep relationship. Moreover, Xiao Jian's position of monarch was taken away by Xiao Jun, but this position was originally passed down by Gigi's father. If Gigi took it away, it could be considered as returning it to its rightful owner. Especially if it was as Gigi said, Xiao Jian wasn't a qualified monarch, and Xiao Jun was the wise monarch that Xue Ping spoke of. How could Xiao Hua give the position of monarch to Xiao Jian? Daoist Xiao. At this moment the others didn't dare to speak. Fairy Jing, who was behind him, opened her mouth and said, this servant can't discern the words of others, but this woman's words, this servant can tell that they come from the bottom of her heart. Has Daoist Xiao been bewitched by others? This servant hopes that Daoist Xiao can be a bit more lenient and carefully investigate before speaking again. Xiao Hua nodded and said, it seems that this matter is far from as simple as this Xiao thought. This Xiao might even be wrong. All of you can leave. Fairy Jing said indifferently, if Daoist Xiao wants to make a move, it's useless for all of you to stay here. All of you can leave. Xiao Jun waved his hand and said, Senior Xiao is here for a family matter. It has nothing to do with all of you. However, the soldiers and cultivators were still somewhat unwilling. Quickly leave. Gigi said coldly, this old woman is going to talk about some family scandals. Do you all want to listen? Yes, yes. Gigi's words were still the most effective. Everyone hurriedly bowed and quietly retreated to the sides. Looking at the peaceful tent, Xiao Jun pulled Gigi's hand and walked down from the seat of honor. He bowed and said, Senior, please take a seat. Xiao Hua didn't hold back. He walked to the back of the jade table and sat down. He said to Jianghu and Wu Tian, the two of you can leave. I'll talk to Xiao Jun. Yes, master. Jianghu and Wu Tian hurriedly left the tent. Fairy Jing's beautiful eyes swept over and said with a smile, since it's your Xiao family's matter, it's not convenient for this servant to listen. I'll leave for a moment. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded, very well. Fairy Jing, please wait outside for a moment. After Fairy Jing left, Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Jun's slightly calmed face and said, tell me the matter between you and Xiao Jian. No matter how big or small it is, tell me everything. Yes, senior. Seeing Xiao Hua's tone as a senior of the Xiao family didn't dare to be negligent and told the whole story in detail. The matter was far more complicated than Xiao Hua imagined. Xiao Jun and Xiao Jian were cousins. They were from the side branch of the Xiao family of the Single Yang country. The Xiao family had some influence in the Single Yang country and was a big family that the king of the Single Yang country wanted to rope in. Xiao Jun and Xiao Jian had a good relationship since childhood. Xiao Jian's character wasn't good and others didn't like him. However, Xiao Jun was magnanimous and didn't care about Xiao Jian's shortcomings. He could be considered one of the few family members that Xiao Jian could trust. When the two of them got older, they entered the academy of the Single Yang country to study. Although Xiao Jian's character wasn't good, he was exceptionally intelligent. His studies were outstanding and he also stood out in Taoism cultivation. On the other hand, Xiao Jun couldn't compare to Xiao Jian in any aspect. As the princess of the Single Yang country, Gigi also studied in the academy. Naturally, she was like the moon surrounded by stars. Xiao Jian even spent a lot of effort to get close to Gigi. Unfortunately, Gigi had unique insight and didn't pay much attention to Xiao Jian. Instead, she was especially close to Xiao Jun. Thus, Xiao Jian pretended to be drunk and confided in front of Xiao Jun that he wouldn't marry anyone other than Gigi. Xiao Jun fell for it and reluctantly dropped out of the academy. He was even punished by the Xiao family. Later, the king of the Single Yang country selected a son-in-law from the Imperial Academy. Xiao Jian stood out and obtained the king's favor. Of course, when the king was alive, Xiao Jian pretended very well. He handled the affairs of the country and family cleanly without any mistakes. Although Gigi's heart wasn't with Xiao Jian, she didn't think too much about it for the sake of the Single Yang country. However, when the king passed away, Xiao Jian took control of the country and immediately revealed his true nature. Not only did he begin to neglect the affairs of the country, he even learned cockfighting from an unknown disciple. For a time, cockfighting became the norm in the single Liang country and no one paid attention to the affairs of the country. Because of this, Jiji also paid a visit to the state preceptor of the single Liang country and begged him to step in. However, the state preceptor was at the juncture of cultivating his golden core. How could he care about the life and death of the single Liang country? He didn't pay attention to it at all. In the end, when Xiao Jian lost the 3 border cities to the neighboring country and wanted to gamble again, Jiji couldn't bear it anymore. She contacted Xiao Jun and found a Buddhist sect expert who was also looking for help in the hidden immortal continent. In one fell swoop, Xiao Jian was kicked off the throne. The Golden Core State Preceptor was also expelled from the single Liang country by the Buddhist sect expert. From then on, Xiao Jun established the country with the Buddhist sect and sat on the throne of the single Liang country. Oh, if what you said is true. After listening to Xiao Jun's analysis, Xiao Hua said indifferently, "This old man was wrong." "Alright, Jiji, what happened to your face?" Jiji wasn't surprised. She took off the handkerchief on her face and saw that the left side of Jiji's face was densely covered with a layer of purple pimples. It was very frightening. Jiji said indifferently, "Senior, please no. I also don't know what happened. Ever since Xiao Jun left the Imperial Academy, my face has been covered with pimples. Father searched everywhere for a divine doctor but to no avail. Previously there were only 1 or 2 pimples but later on half of my face was covered with them. If it wasn't for my face, how could Xiao Jian be chosen by Father so easily?" Chapter 3672. Speaking of this, Jiji rejoiced again. "It is also because of this disease that Xiao Jian has never touched me since we got married. I have always let the maidservants by my side accompany me. Only then can I keep Xiao Jun's chastity." Xiao Hua was quite moved and looked at Xiao Jun. "Xiao Jun, you don't dislike Jiji's face. What Junior doesn't like is the disease on Jiji's face, not Jiji's face." Xiao Jun didn't dare to hide and said in a low voice, "Facing Jiji's heart, that kind of trust and affection is enough to drown this kind of dislike." Thinking back to those days in the bamboo pavilion after the rain, Jiji half closed her fan. This kind of memory is enough for Junior to be drunk for the rest of Junior's life. "You are telling the truth." Jiji slightly curled her lips. "Can't you say that you don't dislike it?" Xiao Jun smiled and didn't refute. Where was the majestic appearance of a monarch from before? Jiji said to Xiao Hua again, "Junior knows that men like beauty, so I have always used a handkerchief to cover it." Previously, Junior still had some doubts about Xiao Jun, but after so many years he didn't find someone to serve him like Xiao Jian. What else can Junior say? "Good. Good. Good." Xiao Hua praised 3 times. "What an affectionate and righteous monarch." Senior praises too much. Love fills one's stomach. Junior doesn't feel that there is anything special. Xiao Jun answered honestly again. "Che." Although Xiao Hua didn't say anything, he was cursing in his heart. He secretly curled his lips and said, "Extinguishing the candle, isn't it the same? Of course you don't care too much. This old man is also someone who has experienced it." Then Xiao Hua stood up and said, "Xiao Jun, don't be too proud. This old man has heard your and Xiao Jian's words, but each of you has your own reasons, so this old man can't jump to conclusions. However, based on the affection between you and Jiji, this old man won't take your life. As for whether or not you should give up your throne, this old man will go to Danliang country to take a look. Remember, don't try to send any information to Danliang country, that will be even worse for you." Xiao Jun listened and said with a smile, "Senior, don't worry, Junior has a clear conscience, but I ask Senior to investigate openly and secretly." "Good." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and beckoned, "Jiji, come here, let this old man see your face." "Huh?" Jiji's body trembled and her voice trembled. "Senior, do you have any ideas?" "I don't know." Xiao Hua lightly said, "If you are willing, this old man can give it a try." Xiao Jun said anxiously from the side, "If Senior has a way, Junior?" "Junior is willing to give up the throne." "Why would I want your throne? Isn't it tiring enough?" Xiao Hua waved his hand, stretched out his hand and squeezed the purple lump on Jiji's face. Then he put his finger in front of his nose and smelled it for a moment. After that, he frowned and said, "This is the poison of the bamboo heart. It's caused by the birth of insects in the bamboo heart in a cold place. It's quite rare. Do you particularly like bamboo? Yes, my house in the Imperial Academy is all made of bamboo. Seeing Xiaohua expose her in a single breath, Gigi couldn't help but tremble again. She hurriedly replied, moreover, that bamboo house doesn't see the sun all year round. When you go back, move away the thing blocking the bamboo house or burn the bamboo house. Xiaohua waved his hand and said. Gigi smiled bitterly, that bamboo house has already been burned by Xiao Jian. Xiaohua understood that this was Xiao Jian's action of being jealous of Xiao Jun and Gigi's relationship. He replied, this old man can cure this poison. Plop. Xiao Jun no longer cared about his status as a monarch. He knelt in front of Xiaohua and begged, Senior, please help. Half a day later, 4 figures flew out from the alliance of the Single Yang Kingdom and headed towards the direction of the Single Yang Kingdom. After flying for an hour, seeing that the snowflakes gradually stopped, Fairy Jing was puzzled and asked, Fellow Taoist Xiao, since you have already treated Gigi's illness and you think that Xiao Jun is a loyal and affectionate monarch, then, why do you still have to make a trip to the Single Yang Kingdom? What I have heard and what I have seen are not important. Xiaohua smiled and said, the most important thing is the choice of the people of the Single Yang Kingdom. Moreover, whether Xiao Jian's words are true or not, is too important to the Jiang country. Therefore, I have no choice but to make a trip to the Single Yang Kingdom. Of course, Fairy Jing didn't know what Xiaohua was thinking. She didn't ask and only smiled, is this the reason why you didn't return to the Black Wind Ridge? Not all. Xiaohua shook his head and said, I didn't return because someone else did. They are more suitable than me. Oh, them? Fairy Jing turned to look at Changyu and Wu Tian and asked curiously, just the 2 of them? How can they compare to a real person? Hee, of course it's not them. Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, I have even better help. Fellow Taoist also knows how to keep people in suspense. Fairy Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and pointed to the distance and said, let's go. When we get there, I will ask my helper to come out and meet with Fairy Jing. Ask him to come out? Fairy Jing was even more bewildered. Fellow Taoist can't have brought out the fellow Taoist from the Jade Pavilion meeting in his Chengkuan bag, right? Aha, that's right. Can't I? Xiaohua laughed. When they landed on the foot of the mountain, Xiaohua looked around and threw out a jade talisman. After setting up the capital star array, he made a grabbing motion with his hand. A dozen waves rose from the foot of the mountain and sealed the space within a few hundred meters. This is the great heavenly cycle. Star array? Fairy Jing's gaze was a bit blank and her mouth was bitter. Looking at the changing scenery around her, she couldn't help but blurt out in disbelief. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Fairy Jing has good eyesight. However, this star array isn't complete. I still haven't figured out a few parts. It's not a few parts, it's 100. Fairy Jing stopped being surprised and said with a smile, as far as I know, the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Array needs 365 talismans. Fellow Taoist Xiao just cast out less than 100. At this point, Fairy Jing suddenly realized something and her face flushed. She smiled and said, I understand. Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed an unparalleled talent. You can already set up a simple Great Heavenly Cycle Star Array with the least number of talismans. Fairy Jing, if you like it, when this matter is over, follow me back to Black Wind Ridge. There is a relatively intact Great Heavenly Cycle Star Array there. Xiaohua invited her in a timely manner. However, Fairy Jing didn't agree as readily as Xiaohua expected. Instead, she hesitated and finally lowered her head, saying, we'll see, okay. Xiaohua didn't think much and patted his head. Buzz. The mountain and river seal made a rumbling sound and flew out of his meridians. Waves of dragon chi filled the array. This is a nation weapon? Fairy Jing was naturally an experienced and knowledgeable person. When she saw Xiaohua take out the mountain and river seal, she immediately understood something. However, she was a bit confused and stared at Xiaohua, as if she wanted to see something from him. Xiaohua patted his hand and Su Tingzi and the 9 golden core cultivators flew out of the mountain and river seal and landed on the ground. Although Su Tingzi's cultivation hadn't fully recovered, his face was already flushed, and the magic power around him was faintly surging. You should be fine. The other 9 golden core cultivators also seemed to have restrained their divine light. Although it was unknown how much their injuries had recovered, it seemed that Xiaohua's pills had already taken effect. Su Tingzi stood on the ground and looked around. He cupped his hands and said, Daoist Xiao, have you left Yaotai Mountain? Greetings, Senior Xiao. The 9 golden core cultivators hurriedly bowed and stood beside Xiao Hua. They had already sworn a blood oath on Yaotai Mountain, so they were naturally considered Xiao Hua's disciples. Of course I left Yaotai Mountain. Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at Fairy Jing. Come, let me introduce you. This is Fairy Jing and this is Su Tingzi. Greetings, Fairy Jing. Greetings, fellow Taoist Su Tingzi. The two of them exchanged some pleasantries. Xiao Hua then pointed at the 9 Jindan cultivators and said, These 9 cultivators swore a blood oath within the Yaotai Mountain's grand formation to pledge their loyalty to me. I then brought them out of the Yaotai Mountain. Afterward, Xiao Hua pointed at Jianghu and Wu Tian and said to the 9 people, These are my disciples. You should familiarize yourselves with them first. Yes. Jianghu saw that the 9 were all late-stage golden core cultivators and knew that they would be Xiao Hua's helpers in the future. He obediently agreed and brought Wu Tian to greet the 9 golden core cultivators. Taking advantage of the golden core cultivators' greetings, Xiao Hua smiled and said to Su Tingzi, Fellow Taoist Su Tingzi, I've already fulfilled my promise to you. Our cooperation on Yaotai Mountain ends here. Fellow Taoist, you can leave now. Don't worry, don't worry. Su Tingzi waved his hand and said, I missed the show on Yaotai Mountain in order to lure the enemy. I still want to listen to Taoist Zhao's explanation. Oh, actually, I was also injured by the formation in the end. Xiao Hua smiled and said, In the end, I was still discovered by Fairy Jing and was brought out of Yaotai Mountain by her. How is that possible? Su Tingzi couldn't believe it. Even with fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation, you were still heavily injured? Nothing's impossible, Xiao Hua said indifferently. This time, less than 20% of the golden core cultivators and less than 40% of the nascent soul cultivators were able to come down from Yaotai Mountain. It's normal for me to be injured. Ah? So many Taoist disciples died. Su Tingzi was flabbergasted, but he also felt lucky in his heart. Fairy Jing nodded. What fellow Taoist Xiao said is true. I followed Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong and killed several large formations. If fellow Taoist Su Tingzi wants to listen, I can tell you one by one. Okay, I'm all ears. Su Tingzi obviously wanted to listen. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua smiled and said, Don't be anxious. If you want to listen, let's listen together. There are more people. Su Tingzi and Fairy Jing were stunned. Xiao Hua smiled mysteriously and shook out 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian from the mountain and river seal. Then dozens of golden core cultivators fell out like dumplings. Su Tingzi and Fairy Jing were dumbfounded. Although the two of them were both early-stage and mid-stage nascent soul cultivators and weren't very famous, Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were late-stage nascent soul cultivators comparable to Taoist Huada. The two of them could recognize them at a glance. They never thought that the two of them would come out of Xiao Hua's mountain and river seal. Chapter 3673. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were stunned at first, but they soon understood. They looked at each other and greeted Xiao Hua. Su Tingzi and Fairy Jing also hurried over. After the dozens of golden core cultivators greeted them, they also walked over to Jianghu and Wu Tian and greeted each other again. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Xiao Hua smiled again after the situation calmed down. There are still some fellow Taoists who haven't arrived yet. Puff, puff, puff. The mountain river seal trembled again, one after another. Fairy Jing was flabbergasted as more than 30 nascent soul cultivators and dozens of golden core cultivators walked out. It wasn't just Fairy Jing, Jianghu and Wu Tian. Even Su Tingzi, Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the other nascent soul cultivators who were brought out by Xiao Hua were dumbfounded. After all, they were taken in by Xiao Hua one by one, so they couldn't see anything. Now that they all came out, they could see the results. These were dozens of nascent soul cultivators and hundreds of golden core cultivators. Which country or Taoist cultivator could control so many nascent soul and golden core cultivators? There were dozens of nascent soul cultivators, early, mid and late nascent soul cultivators, and some of them were familiar with each other. At this moment, those who knew each other greeted each other, and those who didn't know each other introduced themselves. It was a lively scene. Apart from Xiao Hua, who stood at the head of the table, Fairy Jing, Su Tingzi, and the others were also present. Fairy Jing in particular, was tactful enough to sneak into the group of mid-nascent soul cultivators and exchange greetings with a few of them. After the time it took to eat half a meal, the noise in the hall gradually died down. Xiaohua looked around and coughed twice, then raised his voice. Fellow Taoists, although everyone was talking, they were all paying attention to Xiaohua. When they heard Xiaohua speak, everyone immediately stopped. Ao Zhantian and the other late nascent soul cultivators stood at the front, while the other cultivators lined up according to their cultivation. They all bowed and said, "Thank you, Taoist Xiao, for saving our lives." As he looked at the nascent soul stage and golden core stage cultivators that filled the place, Xiaohua's little tail was slightly raised. Right when Xiaohua was on the Dawn Rain continent, he had only seen a few nascent soul stage cultivators. Now, these nascent soul stage cultivators that were comparable in number to the Dawn Rain continent had to bow down to him and even serve him for 1,000 years. How could Xiaohua not be complacent? However, Xiaohua's complacency only lasted for a moment. He immediately raised his hand and said with a smile, "Everyone, there's no need to thank me. This is also a coincidence. Moreover, the heavenly Tao didn't want to cut off the descendants of my Tao sect, so it borrowed my hand. If you want to thank someone, you have to thank the Tao sect seniors in the heavens." Hee hee. Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly as he looked at Xiaohua's harmless smile. He felt extremely bitter in his heart. He had seen Xiaohua's angry smile before. The soaring dragon shears were even sharper than a sword, hanging above his head. Why didn't the senior from the Taoism appear at that time? Why did he have to swear a blood oath and serve Xiaohua for 1,000 years to come up with an excuse? Similarly, Xiaohua didn't care about what others thought and said, "This is also a sign of the prosperity of my Tao sect. You may not know that the Jade Pavilion meeting this time is a trap for Star-Lord Hall to massacre my Tao sect cultivators." At this point, Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing hid among the nascent soul cultivators and gave Xiaohua a desperate look. It seemed that she didn't intend to speak. Xiaohua smiled. He naturally understood what Fairy Jing was thinking. He had obtained the memories of Sun Horse of Star and Tail Fire Tiger. After coming out, he also listened to Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong's analysis. Naturally, he knew more than Fairy Jing. It was naturally more appropriate for him to explain than Fairy Jing. Then Xiaohua explained the arrangements and plans of the Confucian cultivators on the Jade Mountain, as well as the losses of the Tao sect cultivators. All the cultivators present, whether they were early golden core or late nascent soul cultivators, had a great change in expression. The trace of dissatisfaction and unhappiness in their hearts from being forced to swear allegiance had now completely turned into rejoicing. If they hadn't met Xiaohua, they would have already fallen on the Jade Mountain. Since they could live, why should they care too much? After Xiaohua finished speaking, he looked at the changes in everyone's expressions and said with a smile, "Since the Tao sect seniors borrowed this Xiao to rescue you, then this Xiao would like to thank the Tao sect seniors for giving this Xiao an opportunity to work together with everyone to contribute to the Tao sect of the hidden immortal continent." At this point, Xiaohua didn't wait for everyone to speak and immediately changed the topic. He scratched his head and said with a smile, "Actually, I won't hide it from everyone. When it comes to contributing to the Tao sect of the hidden immortal continent, this Xiao also feels that it's a bit empty. Long before this Xiao came to the Jade Mountain, this Xiao only had one goal, which was to get the Imperial Preceptor's signature and establish my own country. I want to be a comfortable retired emperor and enjoy the happiness of one side. Even when I saw all of you, I only felt a kind of warmth and emotion. To be able to gather so many Taoist cultivators together in the hidden immortal continent where there are so many Confucian cultivators is really a very happy thing. It's far more interesting than this Xiao hiding in the cave and quietly cultivating. Therefore I have a wish. Even if we don't contribute to the Taoist sect, even if we don't fight against the Confucian cultivators, even if we drink wine and enjoy the flowers and talk about the sword when we are busy, I want to gather all of you together so that we can enjoy the joy of cultivation." The happiness of cultivation? All the cultivators were dumbfounded. This was the first time they'd heard of the phrase, the joy of cultivation. Perhaps they'd experienced this sort of joy when they just entered the aura refining realm. It was the pleasure of grasping a divine ability for the first time, a comfort that surpassed that of ordinary people. However, as their cultivation grew more difficult and as the years passed, this sort of joy had long since disappeared. Aside from foul winds and bloody rain, there was only infighting and scheming, and even mutual deception. One bottleneck needed to be broken through one after another, one opponent needed to be killed one after another, one conspiracy needed to be cracked one after another. This kind of endless life seemed to have become the main theme of cultivation, making them unable to see any hope. Sometimes many people would ask themselves, why did they cultivate? Was it for the sake of divine ability? Magic power? Lifespan? They had divine ability, they also had magic power, and their lifespan was even more extraordinary. However, when thousands of years of cultivation were dominated by boredom, slaughter, and fear, who would still think about the benefits of lifespan? Where was the happiness? Of course, everyone was different. There were also many ambitious cultivators who found their own position in this long cultivation life and found the so-called happiness of cultivation. Seeing everyone in a daze, Xiao Hua faintly smiled and said, Confucian cultivators often say that there is beauty in books, and there is a house of gold in books. This Xiao doesn't know whether there is beauty in books or not, but this Xiao knows that this is the happiness of Confucian cultivators. Since the cultivation of Confucian cultivators is so happy, why can't the cultivation of Taoism be happy? Of course, this Xiao also doesn't know what this happiness is. I will have to ask everyone to search for it together with this Xiao. Once again this Xiao thanks everyone. When everyone heard this, they understood that Xiao Hua was helping them cover up the awkwardness of being forced to work for them. They were at a loss because they didn't know whether Xiao Hua's words were true or false. They didn't know what this happiness of cultivation was. Good. Taoist Zhao's words have broken the sky in the well. This old man's Tao heart has been shaken. This so-called happiness of cultivation. This old man has never thought about it before. After cultivating for thousands of years, this old man should calm down and think about it carefully. Taoist Xiao, this old man wants to go to the Black Wind Mountain Range to study the Tao with Taoist Xiao. I don't know if Taoist Xiao will allow it? Shui Mingzi understood Xiao Hua's thoughts. Xiao Hua laughed and cupped his hands. Taoist Shui Mingzi can go, how can this Xiao not be happy? We will only study the Tao and discuss the Tao, not fight to the death. We will only see the Tao of heaven and not talk about the difference between Confucian and Taoist. Good. This old man also wants to go. Ao Zhantian hurriedly clapped his hands. Seeing that Xiao Hua had given them such a big step and such a great ambition, how could the cultivators who had made the blood oath not know how to take advantage of the situation? In the end, even the cultivators who hadn't sworn blood oaths were overjoyed. It was rare for them to be so enthusiastic about the same thing. Good, Xiao Hua waved his hand and a large pile of jade eyes flew out. This is the location of the Black Wind Mountain Range and a message from this Xiao. Take it and go. Fellow Taoists, you are all people with great achievements in cultivation. You are all trustworthy. I look forward to drinking and chatting with you fellow Taoists a year later. This old man will definitely go. I hope Taoist Zhao's immortal wine can satisfy this old man. Ao Zhantian took the jade eyes with a smile. He looked around and said, Taoist Xiao, please open the formation. This old man doesn't have the ability to break Taoist Zhao's formation. Fellow Taoist Ao, please. Xiao Hua smiled and opened a corner of the capital Heaven Star formation. Ao Zhantian didn't stand on ceremony and cupped his hands. This old man will take his leave first. We will meet again at the Black Wind Mountain Range. Please? Xiao Hua returned the gesture and sent Ao Zhantian away. Seeing Ao Zhantian leave so easily, Shui Mingzi and the others were relieved. They said their goodbyes and left. Soon, only Fairy Jing, Su Tingzi and Xiongyi were left in the formation. There were also about 20 golden core cultivators. Su Tingzi didn't say anything. He frowned as if he was thinking about something. Xiongyi also had a puzzled look on his face. He seemed to want to ask Xiao Hua something, so he didn't leave. Neither of them had sworn blood oaths to Xiao Hua, so Xiao Hua couldn't force them. He turned to look at the 20 golden core cultivators. Apart from Chang Yu and Wu Tian, the 20 golden core cultivators all knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Master, this disciple sincerely wants to become your disciple. Please accept us. Yes. Fairy Jing sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Tingzi's expression changed slightly. As for Xiongyi, his eyes flashed with a hint of fanaticism. Get up. Xiao Hua helped the golden core cultivators up and said with a smile, It's not impossible to become my disciple. However, this old man wants to see how your temperaments are. For now you will all be in-name disciples. Chapter 3674. Thank you, Master. All the Jindan stage disciples were wild with joy. After all, they knew better than anyone the difference between being an apprentice and being loyal to a master. Cultivators who had died once could see more clearly than others, and many taboos were nothing more than smoke in their eyes. I don't have the ability to guide you one by one for now. All of you stay with Jianghu at the side. Once we return to Black Wind Ridge, I'll let all of you know that joining my sect is the best choice you'll ever make in your lives. Oh, it's the best choice besides joining my Dao sect. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua's words were somewhat unsteady, but it made many Golden Core disciples feel warm in their hearts. After agreeing in unison, they stood aside. Xiongyi, Xiao Hua asked with a smile, I promised you that I would take you out of the Jade Pavilion gathering. At that time, although you said you wanted to serve me, I knew you were in a dangerous situation and had no choice but to say those words. Now I will give you a chance. You can leave now. Taoist Master Xiao, I want to ask you a question first, then I can decide. Xiongyi said very seriously. Okay. Taoist Master, the joy of cultivation is admiring the flowers and the moon and discussing the Tao? If so, why did Taoist Master come to the Jade Pavilion gathering to snatch the Imperial Preceptor's lot? Xiongyi immediately asked. Let's not talk about cultivation first. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and explained, just talking about happiness, there are many kinds of happiness in the secular world. Drinking wine can make you happy, singing can make you happy, dancing can make you happy, having a lot of friends can make you happy, having power over the world can make you happy, having millions of soldiers can make you happy, and even adjusting your breath in your spare time can make you happy. There is only one kind of happiness, but there are endless ways to be happy. Everyone's happiness may be different. I hope to pursue the happiness of cultivation, but I said before that I don't know what happiness is. That's why I want to discuss the Tao with you all. Some fellow Taoists like alchemy, maybe refining 9th grade pills can make them happy. Some fellow Taoists like refining tools, maybe refining spiritual treasures can make them happy. Of course, there may also be fellow Taoists who like power, like building a country, like fighting against Confucian cultivators. When the purpose of building a country surpasses the needs of cultivation, this kind of fighting will naturally make fellow Taoists happy. Besides, to experience the joy of cultivation, there's a price. There's no such thing as happiness or pain for no reason in this world, especially on the hidden immortal continent. If our Taoist cultivators want to be happy, they might have to build on the foundation of the pain of Confucian cultivators. After speaking up to here, Xiao Hua let out a long sigh and looked up into the sky. I don't dare to say that I have lofty aspirations, but I also hope that the fellow Taoists I get to know can all find their own happiness. Xiongyi smiled and said, I know a little about what you're talking about, but I'm willing to fight with those Confucian cultivators. I feel that it's more interesting than pure cultivation. Xiao Hua looks at this cultivator who didn't listen to Taoist Huoda's orders at the Jade Pavilion Assembly and nods. Since I've taken the State Master's lot, I'm really going to establish a country. There won't be too few disputes with Confucian cultivators. If fellow Taoist Xiong is willing, I'd like to ask fellow Taoist to lend me a hand. Alright, I'm also someone who died once. Seeing Taoist Xiao being so magnanimous and straightforward, I'm also willing to follow you and see how far our Taoist cultivators can go on the hidden immortal continent. Xiongyi resolutely kneels on the ground and says, Disciple kowtows in salute to Master. Not to mention Xiao Hua himself, even Fairy Jing and the others who were watching from the side also woke up. Why did he want to take Xiongyi as his master? Xiao Hua's astonishment disappeared in a flash. With a smile on his face, he said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xiong, what do you mean? Isn't it good for you and me to be fellow Taoists? If you work for me, I won't shortchange your cultivation needs. Why do you have to take me as your master? Xiongyi raised his head and said very seriously, Disciple naturally doesn't need to explain the difference between working for me and taking me as your master. If they could be the same, these dozen or so Jindan disciples wouldn't take senior as their master and would choose to work for you instead. Especially disciple, I feel that I've already reached the end of this path of cultivation. I'm already powerless to struggle and unable to find the goal to move forward. Disciple needs a cultivator like senior to guide the way for disciple and illuminate the way forward. Moreover, disciple wants to do, besides cultivate, disciple wants to strengthen our Taoism. No Confucian cultivator can casually bully our Taoism disciples, and the so-called Jade Pavilion meeting can no longer be held. Disciple wants to realize this wish, but without a Taoism expert like senior to protect disciple, disciple can't do it. Moreover, although senior's cultivation is at the upper 4th level, you've already suppressed Taoist Huoda, Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian, 3 late nascent soul stage seniors. Stepping into the 5th level is just around the corner. At that time, the number of cultivators who want senior's guidance will be more than the number of carps crossing the river. At that time, senior won't be able to guide them, so disciple might as well become senior's disciple right now and listen to senior's teachings. Can't guide them? A trace of doubt appeared in Xiaohua's heart, but he naturally couldn't ask. Looking at Xiongyi's face, Xiaohua naturally thought of another person. That was Daybreak Continent's Bai Fei. That's right, it was that mercenary Changbai sect disciple Bai Fei. Although this Bai Fei was a Dao sect disciple during the Sword Dao battle, he used a secret technique to threaten Xiaohua in exchange for the cultivation method he wanted. Moreover, he was quick to react and had an excellent ability to judge the situation. In Xiaohua's opinion, this kind of cultivator was most suitable for cruel cultivation worlds like the Dawn Rain continent or the hidden immortal continent. Even now, Xiaohua had a feeling that when he left Daybreak Continent, Shi Wuming, Ruo Taohong and Mo Shan were going to that dangerous place, this Bai Fei would definitely follow them. Xiaohua didn't know whether Shi Wuming and the other two would be able to escape, but Xiaohua was certain that as long as there was a chance, Bai Fei would definitely be able to escape. After nearly 100 years of cultivation, Bai Fei must have reached a considerable height. On the surface he might not be inferior to Xiaohua himself. Thinking about Bai Fei and then looking at Xiongyi, weren't they both the kind of cultivators who would seize every opportunity to improve their cultivation? Good. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and nodded. Since you have the heart to become my disciple, then I won't disappoint you. I'll accept you as my disciple. Fairy Jing's small mouth slightly opened. This Xiongyi's way of accepting a master was strange, and Xiaohua's way of accepting a disciple was even more inexplicable. He didn't ask anything, didn't say anything, and just accepted an early nascent soul cultivator as his disciple. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Xiongyi was overjoyed and respectfully kowtowed. He kowtowed a total of 9 times before getting up. Xiaohua smiled. Xiongyi, you are the first nascent soul disciple this old man has accepted. When this old man has time, I will properly guide your cultivation. I can't let you sully this old man's reputation. Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple will follow master's instructions. Xiongyi very respectfully replied. He didn't feel that Xiaohua was boasting at all. Xiaohua nodded. He looked at Changyu and the others and said, you all come and greet your senior brother. Changyu, Wu Tian and the other Golden Core disciples were also dumbfounded. At this moment, they all rushed over to greet this senior brother who was qualified to be their master. However, everyone also heard clearly that the senior brother that Xiaohua spoke of was only senior brother. He didn't say, eldest senior brother. After everyone finished greeting each other, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, since you all are this old man's disciples, then you are different from others. You all don't need to return to your respective caves. Go to the Black Wind Ridge first. When you get there, Xiongyi will first assist Li Xiang and the others in the Black Wind Ridge, and establish the Jiang country that this old man promised them. With that, Xiaohua took out a jade eye from his bosom and handed it to Xiongyi. Your identities as well as the appearance of Li Xiang and the others are all recorded inside. You all will know when you see it. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiongyi respectfully received it and said, when Master returns to the Black Wind Ridge, this disciple will give Master a complete Jiang country. Master, please be the imperial preceptor. This old man doesn't have the leisure to be the imperial preceptor. Xiaohua laughed and said, that's your matter. Go. Seeing that Xiaohua was urging him and didn't give him the imperial preceptor's lot, Xiongyi probably already entrusted it to someone else. However, Xiongyi didn't care. After bowing and saluting, he led the 20 or so Golden Core disciples into the sky. With a wave of his hand, a small flying boat actually landed in front of them. Dozens of people boarded the flying boat, cupped their hands toward Xiaohua again and flew away quickly. Daoist Xiao. Seeing that there were only 3 people left in the Great Formation, Su Tingzi thought for a moment and said, this one knows that Daoist Xiao has the intention to guide me, but this one, fellow Daoist, are you afraid? Xiaohua asked, hitting the nail on the head. Su Tingzi was stunned and immediately nodded. That's right. If Taoist Xiao didn't save so many nascent soul cultivators and didn't accept so many golden core disciples, as disciples, to be honest, this one really wants to pledge loyalty to Taoist Xiao and cultivate together with Taoist Xiao, just like in the Jade Pavilion conference. However, Taoist Xiao's movements are really too big. Although Star-Lord Hall's Kong Hongwu might not notice Taoist Xiao right now, he will pay attention to all the Taoist cultivators who came out of the Jade Pavilion conference. When he sees Taoist Xiao's movements, he will definitely take action. Taoist Xiao, it's not that this one doesn't have confidence in Taoist Xiao, but this one is really clear about the methods of Confucian cultivators. A small Star-Lord Hall, which only controls the Jade Mountain that is several tens of thousands of li wide, was able to kill several hundred nascent soul cultivators and several thousand golden core cultivators of my Taoist sect. It can be said that they almost wiped out all the Taoist cultivators of the hidden immortal continent. If they really send out, not to mention immortal soldiers and generals, even if several aristocratic families join forces and send out fierce generals, Taoist Xiao, do you think you can resist them? Hee fellow Taoist, you're too extreme. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I invited these fellow Taoists here just to share the joy of cultivation with them. I didn't say that I wanted to oppose Confucian cultivators. Then what about fellow Taoist Xiong Yi? Su Tingzi stared at Xiao Hua and asked. Chapter 3675. Establishing a country. Didn't I come to the Jade Pavilion gathering to obtain the Imperial Teacher's lot? Isn't it just following the requirements of the Confucian cultivators and establishing a country in the name of the Imperial Teacher? Xiao Hua shrugged innocently. Su Tingzi bitterly smiled. Biting words is the specialty of Confucian cultivators. I didn't expect Taoist Xiao to understand this as well. Xiao Hua sternly said, fellow Taoist is correct. I am acting under the rules of Confucian cultivators. I don't have the slightest intention of overstepping my boundaries. The reason I allowed fellow Taoist to stay until now is to give fellow Taoist the leeway to choose. If fellow Taoist doesn't have a choice now, you can return to your cave and think about it. Fellow Taoist helped me with your life, so I will definitely treat fellow Taoist well. Su Tingzi's expression slightly changed when he heard Xiao Hua mention this. Killing a Star Monarch of Star Monarch Hall. Xiao Hua was extremely daring, and Su Tingzi could be considered to be helping the tyrant. If Star Monarch Hall really pursued this matter, he would be heavily punished. Su Tingzi cupped his hands and bid farewell. This matter. I hope Taoist Xiao can give me some time to think about it. Fellow Taoist, please? Seeing Su Tingzi looking at the formation with some fear, Xiao Hua pulled his hand, and the formation was immediately torn apart. Su Tingzi cautiously flew out of the formation and directly flew 300 meters before letting out a sigh of relief. He was the only cultivator who didn't agree to cooperate with Xiao Hua. Moreover, he had seen Xiao Hua kill Star Monarch Hall's Star Monarch Mu Xian. He was truly afraid that Xiao Hua would silence him. After Su Tingzi flew far away, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took back the several dozen jade talismans. He then looked at the pensive Fairy Jing and said, Let's go, Fairy Jing. We're going to the Single Yang Kingdom. At this moment, Fairy Jing was no longer as calm as before. Her misty eyes flickered with a strange expression as if she was thinking about something or hesitating about something. Hearing Xiao Hua's call, she absent-mindedly nodded and followed him into the air. However, it only took a moment for her to come to her senses. She hastily stopped and waited in the air. She directly flew away, leaving Xiao Hua extremely far behind her. Fairy, what are you thinking about? Xiao Hua chased after her and said with a bitter smile, Why did you leave me behind? It's nothing. Fairy Jing stammered, Wait a moment, fellow Taoist, I'll... Speaking of this, Fairy Jing looked apologetic. My mount was originally Ying Hua, but it was seriously injured in the Jade Pavilion gathering to save me, so I had to ask you to take a flying boat. Soon after, Fairy Jing took out a small flying boat. After Xiao Hua got on, she activated her magic power and flew into the distance. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged on the airship and meditated for half a day with his eyes closed. Seeing Fairy Jing's silent appearance, he smiled and said, Fairy Jing, do you have something you want to ask this Xiao? Sigh. Fairy Jing sighs and turns her head. She looks at Xiao Hua with her beautiful eyes and says in a low voice, This concubine doesn't want to ask. I just find it strange. Fellow Taoist, you have so many nascent soul cultivators by your side, and any two of them you pick are more powerful than me. Wouldn't they be more suitable to escort you than me? Why did fellow Daoist choose this concubine? Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's very simple. It's because you were the first one to notice my serious injuries. Moreover, in order to cover up the news of my injuries, I could only choose you." Fellow Daoist. Fairy Jing slightly shook her head and said in self-mockery, "This concubine thinks I can already see through people's hearts. But in front of you, it seems like I'm an idiot." This concubine really doesn't understand what fellow Daoist means. Oh. Hearing this, Xiaohua said in all seriousness, "Fairy Jing, although you and I have just met, you were able to save this Xiao. Moreover, in order to cover up my injuries, you walked hand in hand with this Xiao in front of all the cultivators. The Xiao will never forget your actions. Therefore this Xiao won't hide anything from Fairy Jing." Speaking up to this point, Xiaohua was somewhat tongue-tied. After all, he had already told her that if he hid anything from her, she shouldn't blame him. Seeing Xiaohua's embarrassment, Fairy Jing pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "Actually, it's nothing. This concubine already knows that fellow Daoist is using this concubine as a cover to lure others into a trap. This concubine just feels a little uncomfortable. If you had told this concubine earlier, this concubine wouldn't have thought too much about it. Could it be that this concubine would leak it out?" So Fairy Jing already understands. Xiaohua said with a smile, "This Xiao still thinks that his actions are flawless. Naturally in the eyes of others, but fellow Daoist didn't hide anything from this concubine. There are many things that even Senior Daoren doesn't know about, so this concubine naturally understands." Fairy Jing said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, there must be nascent soul cultivators lying in ambush inside your nation treasure. After you and I act as bait to lure those cultivators with ill intentions, fellow Daoist will send them out, right?" This. Xiaohua scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, "I won't hide it from Fairy Jing. This Zhao's mountain river seal can only contain those cultivators. There are no others." "That's impossible." Fairy Jing was a little surprised. She looked around and muttered, "There aren't any cultivators following us within a few hundred kilometers. Could it be that this concubine misunderstood fellow Daoist?" Xiaohua touched his nose with his hand and thought for a moment, saying, "Fairy Jing is right. The Xiao wants to lure people into a trap. Because this person covets the Xiao is very surprised. Because this person has no enmity with this Xiao, and Xiaohua even helped him. However, this Xiao didn't expect that he would want to harm this Xiao. The Xiao wants to know why. In particular, he has seen this Xiao's cultivation and strength. This Xiao really wants to see what his trump card is." Fellow Daoist is a bit careless." Fairy Jing said worriedly, "Fellow Daoist's injuries won't heal for several years. This concubine's strength is limited." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. This is only a guess of this Xiao's and it might not be true. Moreover, this Xiao feels that that guy isn't so stupid as to really chase after this Xiao." "That's good." Fairy Jing smiled sweetly. Now that fellow Daoist said this concubine's heart is still a bit anxious and on edge. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said while looking at the sky, "This Xiao originally didn't want to say it, but who asked someone to think so much?" He. Fairy Jing laughed as if she hadn't relaxed for a long time. The two of them were silent for a moment and Fairy Jing asked again, "This concubine feels that the happiness of cultivation, that fellow Daoist talked about to those nascent soul cultivators is very interesting. It seems to have enlightened this concubine, as if this concubine's previous cultivation had deviated." Xiaohua smiled and said, "What if this Xiao says that this is nothing but a lie, a drawing of a pie or a fantasy? Would Fairy Jing be very disappointed?" "I would." Fairy Jing's face turned bitter. Actually, this concubine also thought about it before. The Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent are really free and unfettered, and the Buddhist sects of the Western Paradise also cultivate Western Paradise. Even the demons of the Thousand Demons sacred realm should be incomparably free. Why is it that our Tao sects are bullied and controlled like this? Is there no paradise that belongs to our Tao sects? There is. But it's not here, nor is it at this time. Xiaohua nodded with certainty. Fairy Jing's eyes flashed with surprise. Then fellow Daoist Xiao, tell me, where is it? When is it? There will be such a day. There will also be such a place. Xiaohua made a solemn vow and said, This Xiao will let you see that the cultivators of my Dao sect can freely fly in the sky. My Dao sects will bloom on the earth. My Dao sect seniors will soar into the sky from time to time. There will be a smooth path of cultivation in front of us. Perhaps at that time, this Xiao will talk about the happiness of cultivation with Fairy Jing. Establishing a sect. Fairy Jing's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. Previously, when I saw fellow Taoist Xiong Yi O and those 20 Jindan disciples call fellow Taoist Xiao Master, this concubine is very fond of you. Feels like a home. Fairy Jing, with your nascent soul middle stage cultivation, you can naturally accept disciples, right? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Fairy Jing wryly smiled and shook her head. This concubine isn't as ambitious as fellow Taoist. I don't dare to attract the attention of Confucian cultivators. At this point, Fairy Jing suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, fellow Taoist Xiao, when Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were here, why didn't you tell them about the alliance between Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong? If you told them, wouldn't they be more confident? It's different. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said, these cultivators are fundamentally different from the 200 people that Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong brought. Fellow Taoist, please enlighten me. Fairy Jing didn't understand and said with a smile, this concubine is confused. To put it bluntly, these cultivators that I brought were deserters from the Jade Pavilion Conference. Although they experienced bloodshed, they didn't experience life and death. They didn't persevere to the end. It can be said that their nature is cowardly. In the future, when there are few storms, perhaps they will choose to run away again. If this Xiao had told them about my alliance with Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong, with their knowledge, they would have immediately understood the size of this force. Perhaps they would have been scared away. Haha, how could that be? Fellow Taoist, you can't bring them out for no reason, right? Fairy Jing looked at Xiao Hua with a smile. Of course. Xiao Hua says with a smile, everyone has been forced by this Xiao to pledge their loyalty to me for several hundred to 1,000 years. Otherwise, do you think that this Xiao's happy cultivation would be able to move these old ghosts who have cultivated for several thousand years? That's what I said. Fairy Jing was full of smiles. How could they take the bait so easily? That Su Tingzi, fellow Taoist Xiao, has been earnestly persuading fellow Taoist Xiao for so long, and he's still only considering it. Just as they were talking, a divine sense swept over from afar. This divine sense was very hurried and swept over the flying boat as if it was casual, then swept elsewhere. However, it was only a moment before the divine sense swept back and circled around Xiao Hua for a moment before immediately withdrawing. Chapter 3676. Oh, who is this? Xiao Hua's face was a bit astonished. He looked at Fairy Jing blankly and asked in astonishment, I'm injured and my spiritual sense is also somewhat damaged. It's hard to tell who it is. Fairy Jing was startled, but she soon understood. She blinked her eyes and said, this cultivator's cultivation should be at the middle nascent soul stage, but I'm not familiar with his spiritual sense. It's not a fellow Taoist I'm familiar with. It shouldn't be Taoist Huode either. Oh, Xiao Hua nodded and stood up. He looked into the distance and said with a smile, is that the fellow Taoist who came to see me off? Perhaps. Fairy Jing didn't dare to stop the flying boat. She continued to fly into the distance, but she was secretly on guard. After all, they had been flying for so long, and they had yet to see any nascent soul cultivators. Perhaps Xiao Hua was right about this sudden appearance. Fairy Jing? A moment later, a voice that Fairy Jing wasn't familiar with came from the distance. Please wait a moment. Fairy Jing slightly tilted her head and thought for a moment. Her expression slightly changed but soon returned to normal. She said to Xiao Hua, fellow Taoist Xiao, it's Taoist Yuan Qing? Fairy Jing's eyes flickered with a misty expression. She looked very beautiful. That's right. Xiao Hua said with a smile, since it's an old friend, let's wait a moment. All right. Fairy Jing looked at Xiao Hua's appearance and could only helplessly nod. She tapped her foot and the flying boat stopped in midair. After a while, Taoist Yuan Qing flew over. His face was slightly flushed and his forehead was unexpectedly sweating. Taoist Xiao. Taoist Yuan Qing called from afar. Why are you flying in this direction? I thought you were going back to Black Wind Mountain. You flew towards Yu province for a long time. Hee so it's fellow Taoist Yuan Qing. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. I had some matters to attend to. Liang province, so I didn't directly return to Black Wind Mountain. Hee. Taoist Yuan Qing descended from the sky and glanced at Fairy Jing. I'm afraid you're not really going to Liang province? Are we still going to the seaside? Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed heartily and waved his hand. You're too kind. This one ran into Fairy Jing at the Jade Pavilion banquet. Moreover, Fairy Jing was slightly injured at that time, so this Xiao conveniently brought her out. After asking, I found out that Fairy Jing was heading in the same direction as this Xiao, so this Xiao abruptly asked Fairy Jing to lead the way, that's all. That's all. Taoist Yuan Qing suddenly understood. He looked at Fairy Jing and said with a smile, Fairy Jing, you're really lucky to meet Taoist Xiao again and again. At this point, how could Fairy Jing not know that Xiaohua was guarding against Taoist Yuan Qing? She also smiled and said, yes, compared to Jinren Jingting, my luck is not just a little bit better. Sigh. Indeed. At the mention of Taoist Master Jingting, Taoist Master Yuan Qing seemed to have found a topic to talk about. He hurriedly continued and sighed, apart from the difficulty of cultivation, our Taoist cultivators are also far inferior to Confucian cultivators in terms of luck. Taoist Master Jingting. I'm afraid he's a very extreme example. Although he wanted to serve Taoist Xiao in the end, he still died. At this time, Taoist Master Jingting's nascent soul was naturally already in Xiaohua's mountain river seal. With the mother-child spirit fruit, he should be able to cultivate a scattered nascent soul like Hong Songzi. Although he couldn't compare to Xiaohua and the others, he was still alive after all, which was a lot better than dying. What Xiaohua was currently thinking about was how to use the immortal slaying platform or the 5 Qis righteous thunder to refine the 2 nascent souls, and even the 100 or so nascent souls that were about to be repaired. Of course, he wouldn't mention this to Taoist Yuan Qing and the others. Therefore Xiaohua asked with a smile, that's right, Taoist Yuan Qing chased me all the way here. Is there something you need from this Xiao? Taoist Yuan Qing waved his hand and said, how could there be anything? It's just that this one received a lot of help from Taoist at the Yaotai conference. Moreover, this one already said before entering the Yaotai mountain that this one wanted to ask Taoist for advice on cultivation. Who would have thought that there was no time before the Yaotai conference, and this time the Yaotai conference was a mess. As soon as this one left the Yaotai mountain, Taoist disappeared. Hastily Hai Hongzi and I split up to look for Taoist. Oh, later on, Hai Hongzi encountered a lot of calamities in the Yaotai Mountain's Great Formation. In his heart, he regretted not following Taoist. He even wanted to apologize to Taoist. It's fine, it's fine. Xiaohua said with a smile, it's all in the past. Don't mention it. In the face of benefits and danger, no matter if it's a cultivator or a mortal, they all have a selfish side. This one can't avoid this custom, and there's no harm in imposing it on others. Alas, unfortunately, fellow Taoist Hong Songzi's luck was not good. In the end, he still fell in the Great Formation. Taoist Yuan Qing sighed and said, fortunately, his nascent soul was protected by the Star Lord Palace's Great Formation. I don't know what kind of opportunity he had. Opportunity? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked very strangely. Fellow Taoist Yuan Qing said, those fellow Taoists whose bodies were destroyed, their nascent souls weren't destroyed by the Great Formation? Could it be that they had other opportunities? Taoist Yuan Qing smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know about this. However, since those nascent souls weren't killed by the Great Formation at that time, they probably wouldn't be killed later on. I only guessed that they might be protected by the Star Lord Palace. Alas, even if they can protect them, what can they do without their bodies? Xiaohua glanced at Fairy Jing, but her expression didn't change. It seemed that she wasn't looking for Ren Jing for her nascent soul. Let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. Taoist Yuan Qing waved his hand and said, I'll send a messaging talisman to Hai Hongzi. Fairy Jing, let's keep going. I'll take the opportunity to ask you some questions about cultivation. Fairy Jing looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled and said, let's listen to fellow Taoist Yuan Qing. If Hai Hongzi doesn't come, we'll take fellow Taoist Yuan Qing to the seaside. Very good, very good. Taoist Yuan Qing sent the messaging talisman and asked Xiaohua to sit down. He also sat down. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly thought of something and said curiously, oh, Fairy Jing, aren't you injured? How can I trouble you to drive the boat? Why don't you be my spiritual shuttle? Oh, since Taoist Xiao and Taoist Yuanqing are here, I'll naturally drive the boat. Fairy Jing covered it up casually. Both of you have profound cultivation and are discussing the Tao. I can learn a thing or two from you. And all right. Taoist Yuanqing smiled and ignored Fairy Jing. He opened his mouth to ask Xiaohua for advice. Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony. As long as Taoist Yuanqing asked a question, he would answer it from the simple to the profound. He didn't hide anything and even drew inferences about other problems. Whether it was the essence of Confucian cultivation or Buddhist scriptures, he could always explain it well. Not only did Taoist Yuanqing scratch his ears and cheeks, but even Fairy Jing's face blushed as if she couldn't control her joy. For more than 3 days, Xiaohua didn't stop talking. He talked about the essence of cultivation in the middle nascent soul stage. It was like a deluge of heavenly flowers. Occasionally, Fairy Jing would come to realize that Xiaohua wasn't talking to Taoist Yuanqing at all. He was clearly talking to her. Joy and disappointment appeared in her watery eyes, but she immediately focused and didn't dare to delay. In her 1,000 years of cultivation, she had never been as happy as listening to lectures for 3 days. Taoist Yuanqing's eyes flashed across the abyss as he pondered. Suddenly, a hint of panic flashed through his eyes. In this panic there seemed to be reluctance, choice and hesitation. But soon Taoist Yuanqing's eyes became clear again. He stood up with a smile and bowed. Taoist Xiao, this junior really admires Taoist Yuanqing's cultivation. The teachings I've received in these 3 days are worth 300 years of cultivation. This junior really didn't expect Taoist Yuanqing to be so well versed in Confucianism, Taoism and Buddhism. Moreover, you've cleverly combined the teachings of these 3 sections. Although this junior doesn't know what level Taoist Yuanqing's cultivation has reached, the teachings you've given me in these 3 days have answered all of my questions. This junior is very regretful. If this junior had met senior 100 years earlier, no 10 years earlier, this junior wouldn't have had such a difficult time. Of course, even so, this junior is confident that I can reach the late nascent soul stage after receiving senior's teachings. This junior must thank Taoist Xiao. Oh? Why are you being so polite? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said in astonishment, Fellow Taoist Yuanqing, please take a seat. This place is still far from where we're going. Let me have a good chat with fellow Taoist Yuanqing. This junior really wants to ask for some advice from Taoist Xiao. Unfortunately. As Taoist Yuanqing spoke, his figure turned into a streak of light and immediately fled from the flying boat. His voice, however, remained. Taoist Xiao, your path has come to an end. Oh. Xiaohua didn't find it strange at all. He said regretfully, Fellow Taoist Yuanqing, you've finally revealed your true face? This Xiao is still looking forward to your repentance. Ah. Taoist Yuanqing saw that not only was Xiaohua not nervous, he even spoke in such a manner as if he had seen through everything. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He hurriedly said, You? How did you know? As he spoke, boom boom boom. 3 enormous rumbling sounds rushed out from the clouds of the heavenly moat. Caw. After one of the rumbling sounds, a sharp eagle cry suddenly rang out. A pair of wings that were over 30 meters in size stirred up a strong wind. A tall, red-faced cultivator rushed out from the abyss while standing on Heaven Shaking Tsang. Heaven Shaking Tsang's eyes were like lightning, his eagle claws were like hooks, and his entire body's navy blue feathers were dotted with red spots. Roar. Heaven Shaking Tsang rushed out in front of Xiaohua's head. Another bestial roar that sounded like a great bell came from behind Xiaohua. A short cultivator wearing tight clothes rode a scarlet leopard that was several meters in size out of the fog. Not only was the leopard's entire body scarlet red, even its eyes were abnormally red. Fire lotuses faintly flickered on its 4 hooves as it stepped on the air. Chapter 3677. Looking at Xiaohua's left hand, there was a waterfall hanging upside down in the air. Standing above the waterfall was Hai Hongzi, whom Xiaohua had met before. Hehe, sure enough, I've attracted all of you here. Xiaohua sneered, this saves me the trouble of looking elsewhere. Xiaohua. Taoist Yuanqing was very puzzled. You? How did you know? When did you find out? Do you think you're being very secretive? Xiaohua sneered, don't you think it's too much of a coincidence that you met me? There are thousands of people participating in the Jade Pavilion meeting. How did you meet me all of a sudden? Hearing this, Taoist Yuan Qing sneered. Humph, I was going to welcome Hong Songzi at that time, but I didn't expect you to be there. Didn't I take advantage of the situation? Isn't what you're saying a bit too far-fetched? Then, in the first formation you clearly knew that Taoist Xiangtian was related to Fairy Xiangfeng, so why did you let your two-headed snake fight with Taoist Xiangtian? You were so anxious to provoke a fight, didn't you want me to meet Taoist Xiangtian face to face? Do you think I'm an idiot? Xiaohua laughed. Taoist Yuan Qing nodded. You're right, this was my mistake. I was a bit impatient, but you can rest assured that Taoist Xiangtian's death. I've already found someone to tell Fairy Xiangfeng about it. I'll take your head to Fairy Xiangfeng. You're really a troublemaker. Xiaohua sighed. Before the Jade Pavilion meeting, I was still worried about Fairy Xiangfeng's revenge, but now I don't care. Do you think you can escape from the four of us? Hai Hongzi sneered. Unfortunately, Xiaohua ignored Hai Hongzi and said to Taoist Yuan Qing, also when you snatched the jade box in the formation you didn't snatch it yourself, but called my name and asked me to do it. Isn't this the trick that Fairy Jing used to call Taoist Jingting's name? I've done this kind of thing before, how could I not know? It was at that time that I became suspicious of you. Taoist Yuan Qing's face darkened. Actually, now that I think about it, you pulled me, Hong Songzi, and Hai Hongzi to participate in the Yaotai gathering together before the Yaotai gathering. At that time, Hai Hongzi had already said that he and you had already practiced the joint attack of the three of you, so there was no need to pull me along. This itself was also a flaw. I don't think Hai Hongzi knew about your plan at that time, right? Also, I beat you at your own game twice. One time I killed Jing Mubai and the other time I killed Soaring Heaven. You didn't help me even once, right? You said that you wanted to join hands with me, but you didn't even try to help me. You even let Reverend Xiangtian stab me in the heart with a flying sword in front of you. This really makes me feel disappointed. Kill Jing Mubao? Hai Hongzi was shocked. The other two cultivators also had strange expressions on their faces. Xiaohua, what's the use of saying this now? Immortal Yuan Qing could not allow Xiaohua to continue speaking. He laughed out loud and said, even if you have the ability to kill a Star Lord, you were seriously injured at the Yaotai banquet. Lying in the red clouds, you did not even have the slightest feeling. How could you possibly be a match for us now? Don't tell me that it wasn't Fairy Jing who brought you out of the Yaotai gathering. Don't tell me that it was Fairy Jing who used her magic power all the way, and you didn't use any magic power at all. Don't tell me that your cultivation was destroyed. Don't tell me that you didn't go back to the Black Cloud Ridge and went somewhere else. Don't tell me that you were afraid that others would kill you on the way? As he spoke, he looked at Fairy Jing's expression and smiled. Fairy Jing, this old man doesn't know how you were bewitched. When you saw the dying Xiaohua, you didn't even care about your own life to save him. If you didn't make that choice back then, you wouldn't have died today. Ah. Fairy Jing raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, what? You were there that day? Yes, he was half a step earlier than you. Xiaohua said with a smile. Unfortunately, he was frightened by my plan to beat you at your own game. He thought it was my plan this time, so he didn't dare to make a move. When he wanted to make a move, you came. But when he wanted to make a move on you, the formation was broken. So he had no choice but to endure until now. How do you know everything? Taoist Yuan Qing looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face pale. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. There are still many things I don't know. I don't know why you want to kill me. I also don't know why I've told you so much in these 3 days. You clearly know that my cultivation is far above yours, but you still want to kill me. Fellow Taoists. Taoist Yuan Qing didn't answer Xiaohua. Instead, he turned to Hai Hongzi and the other two and said, now that things have come to this, there's no need to retreat. Xiaohua killed Star Monarch Jing Mushuan of Star Monarch Palace. He won't let this news leak out. Regardless of whether he still has magic power or not, he won't let us live. Moreover, fellow Taoists, don't worry. I did see Xiaohua faint earlier. He was brought out of Jade Mountain by Li Jing. He doesn't have the magic power to fly. Moreover, in these 3 days, I didn't see him use any true essence. His nascent soul is long gone. When Hai Hongzi and the others heard this, their expressions became calm. At this time, Taoist Yuan Qing said to Xiaohua, Xiaohua, as for why I want to kill you, you can rest assured. I'm not an idiot. I definitely won't tell you. However, I can tell you that even if you preach in front of this old man for 3 days, this old man will still kill you. Because as long as we kill you, the four of us, will no longer be restricted by Confucian cultivators. We can live freely in hidden immortal continent. Arrogant people like you don't know how powerful the Confucian cultivators on hidden immortal continent are. Only death awaits you if you go against them. Enlistment. Enlistment by Confucian cultivators? Xiao Hua said coldly, henceforth you'll become a lackey of Confucian cultivators. They don't need to care about you and let you live or die, but do you really have your own freedom? Whether I have freedom or not, this old man doesn't know now. This old man only knows that your head is the proof of our allegiance. Taoist Yuan Qing's face was somewhat ferocious. In fact, long before this old man stepped on the flying boat, this old man had some plans to persuade you to join the Confucian cultivators. But after listening to your speech, this old man immediately gave up this idea. With you in front, this proof of our allegiance, isn't it more important than others? Moreover, this old man also understood why those Confucian cultivators wanted to kill you. You're the second Grand Mist ancestor. Who are those Confucian cultivators? Xiao Hua asked. Haha. Taoist Yuan Qing laughed loudly and pointed his hand. Taoist Xiao, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Taoist Yuan Qing, don't take out this kind of inferior trick and make a fool of yourself. Taoist Yuan Qing, you're still thinking about how to get out of trouble and how to escape from our attacks, right? Alas. Xiao Hua sighed and glanced at the rather nervous Fairy Jing. He shook his head and said, our Tao sect's disciples were originally weak in the hidden immortal continent. The Jade Pavilion gathering even drew out the greedy Tao sect's disciples from their seclusion. 60% of them were killed in Star-Lord Hall's net. Well, it could be said that less than 70% of them survived. This old man felt very pained and felt that he had the heart but was powerless. But look at you guys, for the sake of enlistment by Confucian cultivators, you actually abandoned your own principles and offered your savior to them as proof of your allegiance. With your actions, even if you can enter the Taoist path, so what? Even if you listen to this old man's lecture for 100 days, so what? After saying this, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at Cang Jintian, whose wings covered the sky. His expression was rather desolate. In order to kill this old man, you really put in a lot of effort. Is this Cang Jintian specifically going to deal with this old man's spirit-seeking mouse? Where's your two-headed monster, Si Hong? Are you afraid to take it out? Afraid that my spirit-seeking mouse will dig out its heart? Xiao Hua then looked at the scarlet rainbow leopard and sneered, and this beast, presumably it's going to deal with Fairy Jing's demonic beast, Inghua, right? And you 4 beasts, if you think you can bully Fairy Jing, then you can deal with this old man, who lost all his Taoist techniques because he saved Taoist disciples on Jade Mountain, right? It's useless to say more. The tall cultivator standing on top of Cang Jintian said coldly, this old man doesn't know who you are, nor what you did in the past. This old man only knows that with your head, this old man will be able to properly cultivate. I won't be afraid of being remembered or hunted down by Confucian cultivators. Since you call yourself a senior and have such a broad heart, why don't you give your head to this old man? How about helping this old man? If you want to take Taoist Master Zhao's life, you'll have to step over my corpse first. Fairy Jing sneered and waved her sleeve. GG. Several sounds that were unwilling to be left out flew out from her sleeve. The demonic beast, Inghua, swayed its big ears and a bewitching light flew out from its eyes. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback because Inghua seemed to be in good spirits and didn't seem to have any serious injuries. It was far from what Fairy Jing had said earlier. Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Jing with some doubt. At this moment, Fairy Jing had already walked in front of Xiao Hua and blocked him with her figure that couldn't be considered weak. Sure enough, you two are in love. Taoist Master Xiao, you have such good luck with women. Another cultivator standing on a rainbow leopard opened his mouth and laughed loudly. His eyes flashed with a dirty look. Participating in the Jade Pavilion gathering and being able to obtain the heart of a nascent soul female cultivator is more precious than any treasure. But rest assured, Taoist Master Xiao, your luck with women, this old man will enjoy it for you in the future. Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to that cultivator's gaze. He looked at Taoist Master Yuan Qing and nodded. For this ambush you've really put in a lot of effort. Not only did you find Cang Jintian, who naturally restrains seeking spirit mice, you even found a demonic beast that Inghua is afraid of. AI, to be honest, to be able to arrange all this in such a short time, you're definitely a genius. Killing you is truly a pity. Chapter 3678. Taoist Master Yuan Qing wasn't moved by Xiaohua's words and coldly said, "This old man didn't arrange it. It's just that your luck is too bad, and it's also because Confucian cultivators are too powerful. No matter what you say now, it's useless. This old man has already observed that no cultivators have passed through the surrounding 50 kilometers in the past 3 days. Don't even think that a cultivator will come and save you." Ah, that's the biggest joke in the world. This is the first time I've heard someone say that my luck is bad. Xiaohua laughed heartily as he looked at Fairy Jing's rabbit-like demon beast. Although it looked very fierce, it actually cowered under the gemstone-red gaze of the rainbow leopard expert in the distance, and its body trembled from time to time. Thus, he said to Fairy Jing, who was standing in front of him, "Fairy Jing, put away your bewilderment. We don't need it to deal with these beasts." No. Fairy Jing refused without hesitation and patted her Qingkuan bag. It was the jade pendant that Xiaohua had seen before. As soon as the jade pendant rushed out of the space, it immediately emitted a tenacious brilliance that protected Fairy Jing and Xiaohua. Fairy Jing then opened her mouth and spat out a magic treasure that looked like a shell. The shell emitted a tricolored brilliance and slowly expanded. A fierce, desolate, and even fishy aura emanated from the shell. Fairy Jing's face was cautious, as if she really didn't care about her own life. There was a rare stern look in her eyes that was like smoke and ripples. "Many thanks, Fairy Jing." Xiaohua sighed and whispered behind her, "It's good that Fairy Jing is so considerate. As for taking action, that's my business." After saying that, an auspicious cloud appeared under Xiaohua's feet and carried him into the sky. Xiaohua waved his hand and Little Silver flew out of the space. Sure enough, as soon as Little Silver, who had always been obedient, flew out, sky-shaking heavens raised its head and screamed. Its wings flapped as if it wanted to rush over. Little Silver shrunk its neck and immediately flew into Xiaohua's hand. It hid its small mouse face behind Xiaohua's thumb, revealing only half of its mouse eyes. Who knew if it was really afraid or just faking it? Xiaohua completely ignored Little Silver's show-off. With a flick of his middle finger, he motioned for Little Silver to fly towards the rainbow leopard. He then waved his other hand, and a black shadow mixed with golden light flew out of his hand. It was none other than the divine power centipede which had appeared on a demon cloud. Taoist Yuan Qing was a little stupefied. He indeed didn't expect Xiaohua to have 2 demon beasts. But when he saw the divine power centipede, he sneered and waved his hand. "Fellow Taoist, success or failure. As long as we kill him, his demon beasts and the treasures in his Qingkuan bag from the jades in his Qingkuan bags. This old man doesn't want these things, this old man only wants Xiaohua's head. Kill." Since Taoist Yuan Qing had given the order, Hai Hongzi and the other 2 didn't waste time. They each rode their demon beasts and urged their magic power to attack Xiaohua and Fairy Jing from all sides. "Aha!" Xiaohua sneered. "Chirp chirp." When the divine power centipede heard this, it immediately unleashed its might. With a hiss, strange runes surged around its body. Then, with a burst of demon chi, it grew to several feet long and pounced at sky-shaking heaven's abdomen. Little Silver, who had been flying slowly in the air, suddenly sped up. There was even a rumbling sound in the air, but it was only for a moment before a silver curve, almost invisible to the naked eye, pounced at the rainbow leopard's back. Roar. Sky-shaking heavens roared. Roar. The rainbow leopard also roared. The 2 demon beasts jumped up together and took the initiative to fly out from under the 2 nascent soul cultivators. Their eyes flashed with a flirtatious light. They were clearly very excited and cared a lot about their opponents. Woo-woo. While the demonic beasts were fighting, Taoist Master Yuan Qing's halberd let out a wave-like cry. Hai Hongzi's magic weapon that was like a waterfall let out a mighty roar that was even more powerful than Fairy Jing's shell magic weapon. The 2 nascent soul cultivators activated their divine thoughts and the transcendence energy around their bodies transformed into 2 huge hands, grabbing towards Xiaohua. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed and shook his head slightly. "If I kill you all, it'll really be bullying you. It'll be an unfair victory." As he spoke, sword chi flashed around Xiaohua's body. Thousands of sword lights suddenly burst out from Xiaohua's body. Then Xiaohua opened his mouth and 4 flying swords of different colors rushed out. The thousands of sword lights surged with sword chi and turned into 4 giant swords that flew towards the 4 cultivators. The sword chi was imposing, the sword light was cold, and an austere aura sealed off the entire area. You're a Confucian cultivator?" Taoist Yuan Qing was shocked and his face turned ashen. After all, the position of Xiao Hua's sword was enough to block one of Ming Hao's halberd's attacks. Without Fairy Jing's help, Xiao Hua would still be undefeated in a 1 versus 4 battle. Xiao Hua sneered. You think I'm all talk and no action? After listening to me for 3 days, I'm afraid that you're only thinking about how to kill me, right? Impossible. You're proficient in Buddhism, Taoism and Confucianism. Taoist Yuan Qing didn't dare to believe it. At this moment, 4 loud sounds rang out as the flying sword struck Ming Hao's halberd. Ming Hao's halberd, which hadn't been damaged even during the Jade Pavilion conference, was instantly pushed back several meters by Xiao Hua's flying swords. A deep crack appeared on it and it looked like it was about to break. With Ming Hao's halberd in such a state, Hai Hongxi's magic weapon was even worse. With a loud bang, the sword light was split in half, and Hai Hongxi's figure flew back several meters, his face dark red. The other 2 cultivators were even more miserable. Not only were their nascent soul's hands shattered, but their left and right arms were also shattered by the sword light. Their faces flashed with astonishment, as if they had never seen such tyrannical sword chi before. Let's go. Taoist Yuan Qing was indeed an ambitious and ruthless person. Seeing that Xiao Hua was unstoppable, he immediately made a decision. We don't need to tangle with him. As long as we pass the news of him attacking Star-Lord Palace's Star-Lord Well to Mount Yaotai, Senior Kong Hongwu will naturally personally take his dog head. Oh! At this moment, the arrogant rainbow leopard let out a miserable roar, leaving behind its last sound in this world. Then its body fell from the sky. That cute little silver swung its body and carefully used its little paws to wash its face in the air. It was unknown whether it was because of mysophobia or because it was shy. The thin and small cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know that he was even more shocked that his arm was injured by Xiao Hua, but before he could urge his body to fly back, an extremely heavy hissing sound came from afar. The demonic cloud in the sky suddenly flourished, and then a bloody light suddenly appeared. The sky-shaking heavens was actually split in half from head to toe by a black light. Taoist Yuan Qing was scared silly. He had really calculated for a long time and thought of many possibilities, but he still neglected to consider that Xiao Hua actually had the cultivation of a Confucian cultivator. Even if his dantian was shattered and his nascent soul was destroyed, he still couldn't be Xiao Hua's opponent. This so-called demonic beast divine power centipede was even more unexpected, and he didn't even consider it. After all, it was already good for a Taoist cultivator to have a demonic beast as a companion. How could they raise a second demonic beast? Go go go. This was Taoist Yuan Qing's only thought at this time. Trembling with fear, he didn't dare to stay any longer. Unfortunately, this simple thought couldn't be realized now. Just when the 4 nascent soul cultivators wanted to urge their magic power to escape, they suddenly felt an incomparably powerful force confining them. Oh, it couldn't be said to be confinement, because there wasn't the slightest bit of magic power fluctuation. It was a kind of pure power. Taoist Yuan Qing turned pale with fright. He hurriedly rubbed his hands and several rays of light suddenly appeared in the void. The light around Taoist Yuan Qing violently trembled, and cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in midair. The hand of a nascent soul? When Hai Hongxi saw this, a familiar feeling spontaneously arose, and he couldn't help but involuntarily cry out. How can your divine sense, how can it be so strong? Another nascent soul cultivator was so scared that he trembled slightly and said in a low voice, Are you a nascent soul cultivator? Go to hell. Xiao Hua didn't answer and indifferently opened his mouth, like a god in the sky. The actions of these 4 people were no different from bandits. What was special was that they had superhuman divine abilities. If they were left in the world, they would only be able to kill more Taoist cultivators. Following Xiao Hua's words, the 4 divine senses were like hammers, rushing down, and a rumbling sound rang out in the air. Falling stone array. Fairy Jing had already put away her magic treasure, and when she heard the familiar whistling sound, she couldn't help but think of the huge falling stone that made her tremble with fear. Facing this divine sense hammer that was comparable to falling stars, the 4 nascent soul cultivators' faces were ashen. They finally understood why Xiao Hua wasn't afraid of them. With such a strong divine sense, even if he didn't have a dantian then, so what? Fight. Taoist Yuan Qing let out a heart-wrenching roar, and just as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, a withered green wooden vine flew out. Boom. Light flashed around Taoist Yuan Qing's body, and the strong impact instantly tore his body into pieces. A 6-foot-long nascent soul flashed inside his body, and its figure slightly drifted as if it was about to teleport. Unfortunately, when Xiaohua stretched out his hand, the space around the nascent soul was like iron, and the nascent soul couldn't disappear after squeezing for a moment. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the nascent soul immediately fell into his hand. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to stretch out his left index finger, and a faint crystal thread entered the space between the nascent soul's eyebrows. After a moment, several dark green lights flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows, and strands of ghost-like light once again fell between the nascent soul's eyebrows. After that, there was nothing after that. Facing a cultivator like Xiaohua who was able to kill a cultivator of the upper 5th level of essence energy, how could 3 nascent soul cultivators of the middle 4th level of essence energy be his opponent? The bodies of the 3 cultivators were shattered by the divine sense hammer, and after Xiaohua searched their souls, the 3 nascent souls were stored in the mountain river seal. In the future, even if they came out, they could only wear the Taoist robes of the green-robed Xiaohua. A painstakingly planned ambush was only a wedding dress for someone else. Chapter 3679. Seeing Xiaohua deal with 4 cultivators who were more powerful than her so easily, Fairy Jing had an indescribable feeling in her heart. It was as if she had been cheated, but also as if she was relaxed. She even felt that it was only natural. As for Xiaohua's method of dealing with the 4 nascent soul cultivators, Fairy Jing didn't think much of it. She knew that if she and Xiaohua had fallen into their hands, it would have been even worse. However, she was still a little curious. She didn't understand why he had to keep the 4 nascent soul cultivators alive. Of course, she wouldn't ask too much. She landed on the flying boat with a smile in her eyes. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you still need me to steer the boat for you? Hee, of course not. Xiaohua laughed and waved his hand, and the Pegasus pulled the flying carriage out. Fairy Jing's eyes lit up at the sight of such an arrogant Pegasus, and she smiled. Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed very resourceful. This kind of light feather unicorn is very rare in the world. Oh? This is called a light feather unicorn? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. I thought it was a Pegasus. Although Pegasuses also have light feathers, they don't have a horn. Fairy Jing landed on the flying carriage with a smile. Moreover, Pegasuses are most particular about the purity of their bloodline. The Immortal Palace would never let their Pegasuses. At this point, Fairy Jing stopped talking. She looked at the light feather heavenly horse with some envy and said, actually, it's this kind of demonic beast with an impure bloodline that has the potential to develop. It can have unexpected abilities. Xiaohua also landed on the flying carriage. He patted the Pegasus with his hand and put little silver on its back. He put away the divine power centipede and said, I didn't expect Fairy Jing to know so much about demon beasts. Fairy Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Didn't I tell you before? I established my country by the sea, and there are often demons of the 1,000 demon sacred realm, who come to trade. It would be strange if I didn't know about this. That's right. Hearing this, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He extended his hand and said, Fairy Jing, if possible, please give your magic treasure to me. I'll find some time to refine it for you. If it has the power of a spirit treasure, consider it my apology for deceiving you. When Fairy Jing heard this, her face turned red and her eyes flickered. She bit her lips and said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I appreciate your kindness. It's just that my magic treasure is different from others. I can only refine it myself and no one else can help me. Oh, there's such a strange thing? Xiaohua was stunned and wanted to ask more, but seeing Fairy Jing's awkward expression, he knew that her magic treasure was a bit strange, so he didn't ask any more questions. He scratched his head and said, This is troublesome. This Xiao has to do something to feel at ease. Fairy Jing pursed her lips and said, If fellow Taoist Xiao has the heart, just like what you said a few days ago, explaining cultivation to me again, I would be very grateful. Good. Xiaohua said with a smile, This Xiao likes this kind of business that only talks and doesn't make a loss. Fairy Jing, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. This Xiao can help you resolve them. Fairy Jing was stunned by this question. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. After all, what Xiaohua said in 3 days was enough for her to comprehend for many years. Even someone as strong as Taoist Yuanqing praised that 3 days was equivalent to 300 years of bitter cultivation. Although this was a bit exaggerated, it also showed that what Xiaohua said was indeed profound. Fairy Jing had already heard a lot. If she couldn't comprehend it herself, what was the point of asking more? All right. Xiaohua blinked and said, then let's chat casually. There's no need to worry about any cultivation method. Actually, fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't pursue the matter, Fairy Jing's eyes flashed with a strange light. She said, I have a little secret that I don't want others to know. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua waved his hand. It's nothing. Every cultivator has their own privacy. I won't let you know about my privacy. My privacy is also nothing. Fairy Jing thought for a moment and asked in a low voice, I wonder what fellow Taoist thinks about the monsters of the Thousand Monsters Sacred Realm? Monsters? Xiaohua was stunned. He thought for a moment and smiled. Monsters are monsters and humans are humans. Monsters don't seem to be lower than humans and humans aren't nobler than monsters. That's all. That's right. Fellow Taoist is right. Fairy Jing bit her pale lips and nodded. It's something that can't be compared. Why force yourself to compare? That day I saw you make a deal with Ing Per of the Thousand Monsters Sacred Realm. Although other people have something to ask of monsters, there was disdain on their faces when they made the deal. On the other hand, fellow Taoist Zhao's smile was so sincere that I rarely saw it. So, I really feel that, in the eyes of fellow Taoist, monsters and humans are equal. Fairy Jing, you're making me embarrassed. Xiaohua scratched his head. But we both have our own needs. I've never thought of such a high level. Speaking of this, Xiaohua blinked. He seemed to have thought of something and a strange light appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, Fairy Jing blushed and said shyly, fellow Taoist Xiao must have already guessed that my bloodline isn't pure. I have monster blood flowing in my veins. Is that so? Xiaohua smiled. What's so strange about that? Do you think I'm a Confucian Taoist? Hee hee. Seeing that Xiaohua acted as if he hadn't heard her, Fairy Jing relaxed and said, that heart shell is a magic treasure that I was born with. The secrets inside can only be discovered by me. Others can't help me, that's good. Xiaohua nodded. If possible, could you let me take a closer look at that heart shell? When Fairy Jing heard this, a trace of shyness appeared on her face. Seeing this, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. Seeing Xiaohua waving his hand, Fairy Jing was a bit worried. She hurriedly opened her mouth, and a three-colored brilliance rushed out from her mouth. The fist-sized heart shell flew out and landed on Fairy Jing's hand. Fairy Jing handed the heart shell to Xiaohua without hesitation and lowered her head. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take a look. Looking at how Fairy Jing's ears were burning and how she didn't dare to look him in the eye, how could Xiaohua not know that he was being rude? However, although he did not take the heart shell, he still looked at it carefully. He saw that this heart shell was like a real shell with lines engraved on it. Between the lines there were extremely small runes buried within. The runes were a little strange, but Xiaohua found them familiar. Weren't they the runes on the bones of the two demonic beasts from before? However, Xiaohua's gaze was fixed on the three-colored light of the heart shell, as he was familiar with these three colors. Taoist magic treasures and spells were mostly bright, and three-colored lights were not uncommon. However, the three colors of Fairy Jing's heart shell were different from the other three colors. They were bright and lively, just like a person's eyes. These three colors were very similar to the seven-colored conch's brilliance Xiaohua obtained in the Sui-He seabed formation. Moreover, Xiaohua saw that these three colors were three of the 7 colors of the conch, and they were very similar to the size of the light. Thump thump. Just as Xiaohua was concentrating on examining the heart shell suddenly trembled like a human's ear. Xiaohua's eyelashes also moved along with the trembling. He no longer dared to look closely and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. He smiled and said, Fairy, this heart shell is really beautiful. Fairy Jing responded in a low voice and quickly withdrew her hand. The heart shell strangely disappeared, and even Xiaohua didn't see how she put it away. After a while, Fairy Jing's expression returned to normal and she said in a low voice, Didn't fellow Taoist Xiao ask me? How to use the Renjing from Yaotai Mountain. Actually, I want to use it on this heart shell. Oh, I understand. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and asked, then, is it true that the older it is, the more useful it is for Fairy Jing? Of course. Fairy Jing answered without hesitation. Ah. Fairy Jing immediately cried out in alarm because Xiao Hua waved his hand and a dazzling golden Renjing immediately appeared in front of her eyes. Xiao Hua said very calmly, I have occasionally obtained Renjing in the past, but I didn't know what it was so I kept it. Only today at the Jade Pavilion gathering, did I know the origin of this item. I'm afraid I won't be able to use it. How about exchanging it for Fairy Jing's Renjing? Okay. Fairy Jing smiled like a flower and didn't act polite with Xiao Hua. She took Xiao Hua's Renjing and gave her Renjing to Xiao Hua, which was not only pitifully small, but also had a very different luster. She then said, many thanks, fellow Taoist. If I succeed in my cultivation in the future, it will be fellow Taoist's credit. Your own cultivation has nothing to do with me. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile. By the way, if fellow Taoist needs my help, feel free to tell me. My cultivation isn't high, but I have some disciples under me, and some of them can travel in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Fairy Jing returned the favor and asked. Xiao Hua muttered to himself, and with a wave of his hand, he took out a jade eye and placed it on his forehead. After a moment he handed it to Fairy Jing and said, I don't know if Fairy Jing has seen this before, or if you know what it is? Fairy Jing took the jade eye and looked at it. A look of disbelief appeared in her eyes, but after a moment she murmured, That's not possible. That's not possible. Xiao Hua's heart moved and he stared at Fairy Jing, waiting for her reply. Unexpectedly Fairy Jing raised her head and said, This thing? I haven't seen or heard of it before. However, I'll help fellow Taoist look for it. If I have any news, I'll send a message to Senior Taoist and ask Senior Taoist to pass it on to fellow Taoist. Okay. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I'll have to trouble Fairy Jing. However, if Fairy Jing has any news, it's better to directly send it to me. There's no need to let Jiang Taoist know. Chapter 3680. Haha. When Fairy Jing heard this, she didn't say anything. She hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I have a secret. I want to ask. I don't know if I should say it. If it were anyone else, Xiao Hua would definitely reply, Since you don't know if you should say it, then don't say it. But when he saw Fairy Jing's slightly red face, Xiao Hua seemed to think of something and faintly smiled. Fairy, if you have something to say, then say it. I'll tell you everything I know. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Fairy Jing bit her lips and looked outside the flying carriage. Her voice was lower than a mosquito's. I wonder which fellow Taoist has the fortune to be your dual cultivation partner? This. Xiao Hua wasn't surprised. He was just hesitating on how to explain it to Fairy Jing. After thinking for a moment, he faintly looked at the clouds below the flying carriage and sorrowfully said, I'll tell Fairy a story. Then Xiao Hua slightly concealed the matter between him and Xue Xue. Xue Xue's feelings were so deep that even Fairy Jing's heart trembled. Her face paled and her rippling eyes were filled with envy. Although she left, she already remained in his heart. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish, Fairy Jing took a deep breath and waved her hand. Fellow Taoist Xiao, there's no need to say it. This is what it means to be a pair of lovebirds in the heavens and a branch on earth. Yin and Yang are connected through the heart, and the bridge of helplessness is stronger than metal. I understand. After saying this, Fairy Jing closed her eyes and seemed to be meditating. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and also closed his eyes to comprehend the powerful divine sense technique. In the silence, the Pegasus had already flown far away. The scenery below the flying carriage changed and many cultivators passed by. Xiao Hua had already changed his Taoist robes and looked like a scholar. Moreover, there was an early nascent soul stage female cultivator on the flying carriage, so no one dared to cause trouble. Seeing the sky turn dark and the Pegasus' brilliance illuminated half the sky, Fairy Jing opened her eyes and seemed to be in a good mood. She pursed her lips and smiled. Fellow Taoist, this light feather heavenly beast is truly amazing. If it was in the hands of others, it would be a disaster. That's right. When this Xiao's cultivation was still low, I didn't even dare to use it. Xiao Hua took the opportunity to sigh, and said, after all, human nature is hard to fathom. Regardless of whether it's a Taoist cultivator or a Confucian cultivator, it's hard to avoid greed when they see this item. Oh, by the way, why did Taoist Yuan Qing want to kill you? Fairy Jing didn't seem to want to ask this question at first, but after showing the shell to Xiao Hua, their relationship seemed to have gotten closer. Then, after hearing Xiao Hua's story, their relationship seemed to have gotten even closer. As they chatted, Fairy Jing inadvertently brought it up. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, actually, it's very simple. I'm on the profound yellow rankings. Ah, I see. Fairy Jing was startled, and then she said with a smile, I have to congratulate fellow Taoist Xiao. From now on, you can become famous in the hidden immortal continent. Any cultivator who wants to be famous will break their heads to find trouble with you. Oh, is fellow Taoist on the profound roll or the yellow roll? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at Fairy Jing and said with hidden bitterness, Fairy Jing, do you think I've lived long enough? With my cultivation, how can I be on the profound roll? What's your rank on the yellow roll? Fairy Jing didn't find it strange and asked with a smile. Not high, not high. I just got on the profound roll. Xiao Hua shook his head and said, just got on the profound roll. Fairy Jing shook her head even more, those Confucian cultivators are blind. With fellow Taoist cultivation. I'm afraid you can get into the top 100. Yes, this was before I participated in the Jade Pavilion gathering. Xiao Hua sneered and said, I never thought I could be on the profound yellow roll. I'm afraid it's the doing of the Copper Pillar country's king. Although Taoist Yuan Qing didn't say it, and he didn't have a specific name in his memory, I'm sure that the person behind this is definitely related to the Copper Pillar country in countless ways. Speaking until here, Xiao Hua was slightly startled as if he thought of something. He didn't have many enemies on the hidden immortal continent. The Copper Pillar country was one, and the other was the Duanmu family. Of course, the Duanmu family was a colossus, and Xiao Hua only offended one or two disciples. However, Xiao Hua couldn't rule out the possibility that Duanmu Qing and Duanmu Qiu weren't involved. Moreover, Xiao Hua didn't know about the profound yellow roll before. He just found out from Taoist Yuan Qing's memory that it was a hidden Confucian power on the hidden immortal continent, the profound yellow roll. It was a bounty list set up by the Taoist disciples who had grudges with Confucian cultivators. The profound roll was ranked 180, and the yellow roll was ranked 360. The difference between the profound roll and the yellow roll was in strength. The yellow roll was generally below the 5th grade, while the profound roll was for old monsters above the 5th grade. As for the profound roll and yellow roll's ranking, it was based on the bounty and had nothing to do with one's cultivation. Of course, it was only average. Those with higher cultivation would naturally have higher bounties. Taoist Yuan Qing's memory didn't have the details of the profound yellow roll, and Xiao Hua only knew that he just got on the yellow roll. However, Xiao Hua couldn't ask Fairy Jing anything. After sneering, he said, when I return to the Black Wind Ridge and destroy the Copper Pillar Nation, my ranking will probably rise. Hee hee. Fairy Jing pursed her lips and laughed. If fellow Taoist Xiao destroys the Copper Pillar Nation, wouldn't the bounty be gone? Then how can fellow Taoist still be on the roll? Hee, that's true. Xiao Hua came to a realization. Looks like the Copper Pillar Nation is definitely going to be destroyed. Fairy Jing was a little puzzled and asked curiously, since fellow Taoist Xiao has such a deep grudge with the Copper Pillar Nation, why don't you just return to the Black Wind Ridge? With fellow Taoist's current cultivation, not to mention relying on Xiong Yi and the others, you should be able to restore the country by yourself, right? It's very simple. Xiao Hua had previously concealed something from Fairy Jing, but now he thought for a moment and said, I'm not helping Jiang country alone. There's another person inside, and that's Xiao Jian. He is also the former king of the single Liang country that Xiao Jun and Jiji spoke of. As he spoke, Xiao Hua briefly recounted the whole story of the matter, and then he sighed and said, this Xiao has always felt that Xiao Jun was an ungrateful and shameless person. But all the way until now, this Xiao feels that I seem to have been deceived by Xiao Jian. The heartless one should be Xiao Jian, and the loyal one should be Xiao Jun. For the truth of the matter, I have no choice but to go to the single Liang country and see for myself. Furthermore, the princess of Jiang country is a pitiful person, and she is also Yuanya. The only thing in my heart, I can't help but be cautious. I can't let Xiao Jian ruin the establishment of Jiang country. Oh, there's such a strange thing? Xiao Hua's story was not short, and Fairy Jing listened with relish. At this moment she was rather envious. I really didn't think that there would be such a romantic encounter in this world. Furthermore, fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a man of his word. For the sake of the previous promise, for the sake of the Imperial Master's fortune, he actually participated in the Jade Pavilion meeting with such a profound cultivation. I truly admire him. Speaking up to here, Fairy Jing comforted Xiao Hua. Actually, fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to blame yourself. Although your cultivation far surpasses ours, you don't have the experience of establishing a country. It's normal for you to be deceived. Since fellow Taoist has the heart to investigate, you definitely know who Xiao Jian is. Of course, I feel that Xiao Jian was like this in the past, but after such a huge change there might be some changes. Fellow Taoist doesn't need to be too worried. Sigh, that might not be the case. Thinking of Xiao Jian's gamble that night, Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. It's easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature. I only hope that I don't do anything wrong. What can a small first-grade cultivator do? Fairy Jing said coldly. He can't even be a pinky in front of Xiong Yi. Fellow Taoist Xiao can rest assured. And this is also one of the reasons why I accepted Xiong Yi as my disciple. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Sigh. At this moment, Fairy Jing suddenly felt a bit melancholy. I actually want to see Yuanya and Diao Wu. I want to know what happened to them in the end. What's so hard about wanting to see them? Xiao Hua didn't understand. When Fairy Jing follows me to the single Yang Kingdom, we can return together. However, it won't be easy to see what happened in the end. Diao Wu seems to have some secrets and didn't admit to what happened when she was young. Who knows what happened in the end? It's actually very simple. Fairy Jing smiled faintly. Just like Yuanya, as long as he finds Diao Wu, he can stay by her side. But how would he know? His Diao Wu isn't called Diao Wu. His Diao Wu is a princess. His Diao Wu carries a heavy burden on her shoulders. We can't let him do as he wishes. Fairy Jing is right. However, isn't this too different from Fairy Jing going to the Black Wind Ridge? Xiao Hua said with a bitter smile. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, I will follow you to the single Yang Kingdom. After that, I would like to ask fellow Taoist to accompany me to a place. I wonder if it's convenient for fellow Taoist? Fairy Jing didn't answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, she changed the topic. Xiao Hua nodded without hesitation. Of course. Moreover, I have an agreement with the single Yang Kingdom's Shui Ping to go to a secret place with him. Fairy Jing is willing, we can go together. Perhaps there will be some opportunities. As for whether I will go or not, let's wait until we reach that place. A strange smile appeared on Fairy Jing's face, causing Xiao Hua to frown. All right. Xiao Hua couldn't force anything and nodded in agreement. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, do you know who's first on the profound ranking? Fairy Jing clearly didn't want Xiao Hua to think too much and asked with a smile. Xiao Hua smiled. Of course I know. Isn't it the Grand Mist Ancestor who just escaped recently? Fellow Taoist, do you know the interesting story of the Grand Mist Ancestor before he wreaked havoc in the Immortal Palace 20,000 years ago? Fairy Jing's lips curled up into a crescent moon as she asked Xiao Hua with a smile. Xiao Hua's eyes were like stars. He also smiled and said, what happened 20,000 years ago has already turned into dust, not to mention that it was done intentionally by Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sections. This Xiao naturally didn't know. How did Fairy Jing know? Chapter 3681. Hee, I naturally heard it from a senior who has a relationship with me, and it's true. If fellow Taoist wants to hear it, I can break it down for fellow Taoist. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, this Xiao likes to listen to other people's stories the most. Very quickly tell me. Bah. How improper. Fairy Jing's face was slightly red. After lightly spitting at Xiao Hua, she lightly opened her red lips and spoke tirelessly. At this moment, the stars were shining, the crescent moon was like a hook, the distant mountains were faintly discernible, and the clothes were fluttering near the water. The sound of wind whistling entered his ears, the sound of pine trees rustling in his heart, and the fairy was softly telling stories of the past. In the night, Xiao Hua was clearly somewhat intoxicated. In the past, Xiaohua didn't feel that the hidden immortal continent was very big, especially since each small country was only a few hundred to 1,000 li. It was much smaller than a city in the Dawn Rain continent. However, after coming to the Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Yaotai conference, he realized that he was still wrong. Although the countries of the hidden immortal continent were small, there were many countries and the entire continent might not be small. And under Fairy Jing's guidance, this time he flew to the single Liang country. Even with the speed of a Pegasus, it actually took him half a month to fly. This made Xiaohua understand that the hidden immortal continent was also a huge monster, far from what he had thought before. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing the scenery in front of them change, the mountains began to gradually lower, the water began to surge and small streams separated from the big river, turning the fertile land on the ground into pieces. Fairy Jing stood up and said, 300 li ahead should be the border of the single Liang country. Fairy Jing's divine sense can actually see 300 li ahead? Xiaohua stood up and said with a smile, it seems like you also have a cultivation secret technique. You know all of my remaining secrets. Fairy Jing said with a smile, it's not a secret technique, just a kind of talent. Xiaohua rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly, this Xiao has racked his brains to find secret techniques and treasures, but I can't compare to you. You're already so powerful from the start. Tiske. Fairy Jing curled her lips even more. Don't talk about cultivation. You're someone who has a chance to be on the Xin ranking. How can an ordinary person like me compare to you? Hee hee. Xiaohua smiled faintly and looked up. He saw that below him was a water village with little lakes all over. Paddy fields were either in the wilderness or on the hillside. Occasionally there were terraced fields that Xiaohua was familiar with. It was as if ripples were spreading all over the foothills. In the mountains and on the terraced fields, there were villagers working. Under the shade of the trees by the river there were laughing children. In the ravines and on the lakes, there were small boats either casting nets or drifting. It was a picture of a land of plenty. There were also melodious songs that sounded like the cries of orioles coming from the boat from time to time. While they spread across the land, there was also a sonorous voice that sounded like a lion's roar coming from the shore. It resonated with the woman's voice, adding a bit of vitality to the beautiful scenery. Not bad. Fairy Jing was in the air and couldn't help but praise, let's not talk about the monarch of the Chanyang country. Just the simple customs of the people and their rich lives are enough to make this concubine have a whole new level of respect for Xiao Jun. Xiaohua smiled and said, moreover, this place is so far away from the Yaotai Mountain. As the monarch of a country, Xiao Jun is actually so far away from the capital. He's not afraid of chaos in the country. It's commendable that the monarch can do this. Do you still want to look deeper? Fairy Jing asked with a smile. There shouldn't be any need. Xiaohua nodded slightly, but since we're here and the scenery is so beautiful, why not stop for half a day? Good. Fairy Jing was also happy. She pointed at the Pegasus and flying chariot and said with a smile, since that's the case, why don't fellow Taoists put away the Pegasus and flying chariot? We'll go in disguise. As you wish. Xiaohua laughed loudly. This was a good show that he was good at. However, after Xiaohua put away the flying chariot, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. His eyes revealed a kind of surprise. Fairy Jing sensed it and hurriedly looked over. She saw a small mountain in the distance. The mountain was covered with terraced fields. The terraced fields were filled with water, shining brightly and somewhat dazzlingly. It was noon and the sun was high in the sky. However, there were many people farming in the terraced fields. There was nothing strange about the hard-working situation. However, these people were all bald. Although they were wearing monk robes, the robes weren't very clean. Some were stained with mud and some were filthy. Many of the monks farming looked tired. Their monk robes were loose, and they were actually lying down under the shade of the trees to rest. How could they look like senior monks? It's a bit strange. Fairy Jing said with a smile. The Buddhist disciples this concubine knows all hold alms bowls in their hands and go around begging alms. Each of them has a noble and virtuous face and looks like an otherworldly expert. Why are the monks here so vulgar and want to farm by themselves? I'll go down and take a look. Xiaohua had a smile on his face, looking very interested. When the two descended from the sky, their appearances hadn't changed, but their clothes had been changed. Xiao Hua was wearing Confucian robes and holding a folding fan in his hand, looking like an elegant young master. Fairy Jing had changed into ordinary clothes. However, since she hadn't changed her appearance, her beauty was still far beyond that of ordinary people. The two walked along the road for a while, but all the people on the road, whether they were in a carriage or walking, couldn't help but look at Fairy Jing. Many people even drooled. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and transmitted, "Fairy Jing, why don't you change your appearance a bit? If you go and look like this, why would we need to descend from the sky?" Hee hee. Fairy Jing covered her mouth and laughed. She followed Xiao Hua into the nearby forest. When she appeared in the distance, her appearance had become ordinary. "That's more like it." Xiao Hua smiled and narrowed his eyes at the terraced fields in the distance. He quickly walked over and saw an old monk sitting on the ground resting. He walked forward and cupped his hands. "Amitba. Grandmaster, please." I don't dare." When the old monk heard Xiao Hua call him Grandmaster, he hurriedly got up from the ground and put his palms together. "This old man is just an ordinary monk. I don't deserve to be called Grandmaster. If young master doesn't mind, you can call this poor monk Chong Hong." "Oh, Master Chong Hong." When Xiao Hua heard the old monk's name, he knew that although the old monk wasn't young, his seniority was really low. He didn't hold back and called him Master. "Benefactor is too polite. Calling me old monk is enough." At this moment, the old monk seemed to realize that he should call this young master Benefactor. However, when he heard Xiao Hua call him Master, the old monk was very happy. His face was flushed red. Xiao Hua smiled, "Master Chong Hong is too stubborn. Whether it's a master or a monk, isn't Chong Hong a monk? What other changes can there be?" Xiao Hua's words were very Buddhist. If it was a senior monk, he would definitely secretly nod. Maybe he would have to salute again. Unfortunately, Chong Hong scratched his head and said with a smile, "Young Benefactor, this old man has just shaved his head half a year ago. My Buddhist Dharma. To tell you the truth, this old man really doesn't understand. If you have any business, you can go to Qinghui Temple on the mountain. Oh, if young Benefactor doesn't know the way, this old man can take Benefactor there." "No need." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I was just passing by and saw that the people were simple and honest. Especially an old monk like Master Chong Hong who was actually working in the fields. I was quite surprised, so I stopped to ask. This old man has been working in the fields all my life. If I don't work, what do I eat?" Chong Hong scratched his head and smiled. This old man doesn't know what's so strange about this. Come. Xiao Hua pulled Chong Hong and said with a smile, "Let's sit down and talk. I'm afraid you're tired, so there's no need to stand." Saying this, Xiao Hua looked at the stone next to him and sat down. Where was the bearing of a nascent soul master? "You're a good young master." Chong Hong saw that Xiao Hua's sitting posture was very familiar. He smiled and said to Fairy Jing behind Xiao Hua, "Young miss is very lucky. This young master who doesn't put on airs must be a good person at home. He won't make young miss angry." Fairy Jing was much older than Chong Hong. Hearing the old monk's words, her face flushed red. Her eyes couldn't help but fiercely glare at Xiao Hua. She looked around and frowned. How could the ground next to the paddy field be clean? Fairy Jing couldn't sit down casually. Hee, young master is also a lucky person. After Chong Hong praised Fairy Jing, he didn't forget to praise Xiao Hua. Young miss is from a big family. You have good upbringing. Although you haven't been to the countryside, you're willing to stay by the side for young master. In the future, young master's family will definitely be very harmonious. Haha. Xiao Hua laughed. He knew that the old monk was talking about the table. He cupped his hands and said, "Old master, sit down. Let's chat casually." "All right." The old monk Chong Hong sat down and reached for something at his waist. Unfortunately, it was empty. He smacked his lips and said, "Sai, everything is good about being a monk. There's food and drink and there's work to do. It's a pity that there are more rules. This old man has smoked tobacco for God knows how many years and now I have to quit." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Since you can't quit, then don't. Why make things difficult for yourself?" "That won't do." Old monk Chong Hong hurriedly waved his hand. "Since this old man entered Buddhism, I have to abide by the commandments of Buddhism. This old man can't lose face for my Buddhism." Then the old monk looked at Xiao Hua with vigilance. "Young master, are you testing this old man?" Hee, monks should call themselves poor monks. Young master should also be called benefactor." Xiao Hua replied with a smile. "That's different. The old monk proudly waved his hand and said, "That won't do. Just like a senior monk." Chapter 3682. The old monk proudly said, "This old man's master said that the title is a mark. No matter what the title is, it's fine as long as others know it. Even if it's Buddha, this old man should praise Amitabha. It's normal for this old man to call him Buddha. At the very least, this old man doesn't open his mouth. It's not wrong for this old man to say it in his heart. But the precepts of Buddhism are that this old monk is fundamentally different from the old farmer. Only by abiding by these rules can this old man be a monk. Otherwise, this old man isn't a monk." Namo Maitreya Buddha. Xiaohua couldn't help but recite the name of Buddha. He nodded and said, "Old master is right. This young man is a bit stubborn." The old monk naturally couldn't hear the difference, but Fairy Jing was a bit stunned. She looked at Xiaohua strangely. She had never heard the name of Namo Maitreya Buddha before. "Young master, what do you want to ask?" The old monk regretfully raised his finger and sniffed deeply a few times. He lifted his hand and pulled out a few blades of grass from the ground. While speaking, he put the roots in front of his yellowed teeth and chewed. Strands of grass-green juice seeped out from the roots, emitting a wave of fragrance. Xiaohua looked at the old monk's somewhat familiar actions and said with a smile, "This young man has been to many places and seen many monks. Those monks are different from old master. They wear clean monk robes and kasayas. They hold wooden fish and prayer beads. The most important thing is that they hold bags. They don't farm. They beg alms every day and ask people to give them alms. So when I saw old master, this young man felt very strange. Could it be that the monks of Danliang are different from other places?" The old monk scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, "Young master, you've stumped this old man." In the past, this old man had never seen any monks. Later, Qinghui Temple appeared in Centipede Ridge, and then there were monks in Qinghui Temple. Since the day this old man saw monks, monks have to farm. This old man has never seen a monk who doesn't work. This old man can't answer you." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Master Chonghong, it's fine if you don't know. In a while, this young man will pay a visit to Qinghui Temple's abbot and ask. Then can master tell this young man why you didn't live a good life and insist on becoming a monk? Why are we having such peaceful days?" The old monk Chonghong blinked his eyes, looked at Xiaohua and said, "Little Gongzi, which eyes of yours saw that this old man was living a good life before? What's wrong with me becoming a monk?" Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's still my fault. I've always felt that monks who leave home in the temple are all lonely lamps and shadows. It's very boring. Chanting sutras every day is tiring, and there are so many rules and precepts. How can it compare to being outside the temple?" "Haha, that's what the young master and young lady think." The old monk Chonghong said with a smile, "Young master has a wife to warm his bed. Naturally, he doesn't need to become a monk. But I'm different." Fairy Jing couldn't help but blush and lower her head. She really didn't understand why Xiaohua was so interested in such a vulgar old farmer. Chonghong then explained the reason why he wanted to become a monk. The old monk's experience could be considered complicated. When he was young, he was considered a good laborer in the village. However, his family was poor and he couldn't find a wife. Later on, a woman from another country who fled to the Chaoyang country passed by and stayed in his home. However, later on there was war at the border of the Chaoyang country. This area became the territory of another country. The people in the village were either killed or fled. The old monk's family was separated during the flight. When the old monk returned, everything had changed. In order to wait for his lost family, the old monk stayed in the village. His family didn't come, but time came. Although the old monk could farm and make a living, it wasn't easy to live alone. If he married again, he would be too old and wouldn't be easy to find. Helpless, the old monk found the Qinghui Temple in Centipede Ridge and donated his paddy field to the temple. He even shaved his head and became a monk. Every day he ate and drank in the temple and farmed the temple's fields. His daily life was taken care of by the young monks of the temple. It was much better than before. Hearing Chonghong's words, Xiaohua frowned. It wasn't right to say that the Qinghui Temple took over the villagers' fields and turned it into their private property. After all, Chonghong volunteered. Moreover, Chonghong said very clearly that there were many other old monks who were in a similar situation. These old monks all volunteered to donate their fields to the temple. Chong Hong and the other old monks were not able to grow all of these crops by themselves, but there were strong and healthy young monks in the temple. Usually these old monks could not eat meat or fish, but they did not lack any other vegetables. They even had some silver and copper coins distributed to them. Not only that, there were monks in the Qinghui temple urging Chong Hong and the other old monks to chant sutras every day. Even if these old monks couldn't read, the monks would recite the sutras line by line and let these old monks chant along. The monks' usual homework was also necessary. Of course, the time for this homework might be much less than in ordinary temples. When Xiao Hua heard the old monk Chong Hong talk about Qinghui temple, not only were there old monks like them, there were also some orphans who had been acolytes since they were young. Normally, the poor people around Centipede Ridge and those who had difficulties would come to Qinghui Temple to find a monk to solve their problems. Xiao Hua couldn't help but turn to look at Fairy Jing and whisper, "The old are taken care of, the young are taught, the poor have support, the widows, lonely and disabled are all taken care of?" Although Fairy Jing wasn't a Confucian cultivator, she was in charge of a country and had heard of this. She nodded slightly, "You're right. The state teacher of the single Liang country isn't simple." Yes, after hearing Master Chong Hong's words, I have an urge to meet this Buddhist state teacher, Xiao Hua said with a smile. He then asked old monk Chong Hong, "Old master, do you know Xiao Jian?" "Xiao Jian?" The old monk was stunned and shook his head slightly. "Which village is he from?" "Ah, Xiao Jian isn't a young man. He's the previous king of your single Liang country." Xiao Hua smiled and explained, "Do you know this person?" "So the person who gave birth to a son without a dick is called Xiao Jian." Chong Hong gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Of course I know this person. If this person didn't lose a cockfight, how could my village be seized by the neighboring country? If the neighboring country soldiers didn't come, how could my home be gone? So this damn son of a bitch is called Xiao Jian. He's really despicable. Damn it, I can't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Namo Maitreya Buddha." Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "Master, you've broken too many rules today. Be careful not to anger Buddha." Even if Buddha is angry, I'll still scold him." When the old monk Chong Hong heard this, he was furious. "My Dan Liang country used to be so good. When I was young, the whole village and the surrounding villages were very good. But because of this bastard who gave birth to a son without a dick, the villagers around Centipede Ridge were ruined. Sigh, if it wasn't for the monks of Qinghui Temple, I don't know what would happen now." "Oh." Hearing that, Xiao Hua's heart moved and he suddenly asked, "Then master, do you know who the king of single Liang country is now?" "I don't care who it is." Chong Hong waved his hand angrily and said, "They beat me and I beat you. It has nothing to do with me. I just want to live my life." "Aha, then there haven't been any wars in the past 10 years, right?" Xiao Hua asked again. "Of course not." Chong Hong smiled and said, "With Buddha in my single Liang country, how could there be wars?" "That makes sense." Xiao Hua smiled and stood up, saying, "Master Chong Hong, do you have time to bring me to visit the abbot of Qinghui Temple?" Of course. Chong Hong hurriedly stood up and raised his right hand habitually to knock on the stone below him. Unfortunately, he knocked on empty air this time. The old monk was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, "Sigh, it's a habit of many years. It's not easy to change. But Master said it well, as long as you have Buddha in your heart, all habits can be changed." "Probably. Of course, it's also because of Buddha's blessings." Xiao Hua replied with a smile. "Let's go, young master, please follow me to Centipede Ridge. The abbot of Qinghui Temple likes knowledgeable people the most. I remember that many scholars came to the temple in the past." Although the old monk, Chong Hong, was not young, he walked as if he was flying. He walked very quickly on the mountain path, talking as he walked. Although Centipede Ridge was called a mountain, it should be called a ridge. It wasn't high, but the ridge was quite big and extended for a long time. It was like a centipede with many hillsides. In addition to the common trees on Centipede Ridge, there were also many fruit trees. These fruit trees formed a forest. Where there were no fruit trees, sometimes there were melon gardens, sometimes there were wheat fields, and occasionally there were rows of bean sprouts. There were also some monks in these places. Some were old, some were young, and some were guarded by bald novice monks. These monks, like Chong Hong, all had smiles on their faces. Perhaps they couldn't say Ba, or perhaps they didn't have clean monk robes, but when they saw Xiaohua and Fairy Jing, they all put their palms together and smiled as they saluted, making Xiaohua happy. Chonghong. Not far away there was an enormous temple that covered the entire mountain ridge. Large and small monks' residences were covered in green cypress trees. A somewhat rough voice came from the mountain path. Why didn't you work in the fields and come back? Are you hungry? Xiaohua raised his head and looked over. He saw a thin and small middle-aged monk wearing a moon-white monk robe. The robe looked extremely shabby, but the shabbiness of the monk's robe paled in comparison to the monk's distressed expression. Master. Chonghong saw this person and immediately stopped. He put his palms together and said respectfully, Disciple was just working in the fields and happened to meet these two benefactors looking for Qinghui Temple. Disciple was afraid that they would find the wrong place, so I brought them here. Chapter 3683. And I know. You can go. When the middle-aged monk heard this, he said lightly. Then he took out a fist-sized fruit from a bamboo basket and handed it to Chonghong. This is what this penniless monk picked up from the ground. Take it to fill your stomach first. It's still early, so bear with it if you're hungry. Thank you, master. Chonghong spoke respectfully. After receiving the fruit and bowing, he smiled at Xiaohua and Fairy Jing before turning around and leaving. This poor monk Jiandong greets the two benefactors. Jiandong's tone began to sound like that of an ordinary monk. Xiaohua and Fairy Jing cupped their hands casually as a greeting. Xiaohua looked at the bamboo basket in Jiandong's hand and smiled. What is master doing? Aren't you chanting in the temple? Why are you strolling around with a bamboo basket in your hand? Fairy Jing was a bit confused. Xiaohua had clearly asked Chonghong this question. She didn't know why he would ask again for no reason. Jiandong put his palms together and said in a low voice, Ba. If this poor monk has Buddha in his heart, then no matter when or where, his heart will worship Buddha. If this poor monk doesn't have Buddha in his heart, then even if he sits in the temple with a scroll in his hand and a wooden fish in front of him, the golden Buddha sitting in the hall of great strength would still ignore this poor monk. And what you say makes sense. Xiaohua didn't comment and said, Actually, you can send the strong men of the temple for the things in your hands. You don't have to come in person. Jiandong's expression didn't change. He gestured for Xiaohua to follow him while answering in a low voice, Other than the golden Buddha, everything else in Qinghui Temple is idle. This poor monk is a young monk, so I came. Seeing that Jiandong's answer was very good, Xiaohua's originally satisfied heart became even less picky. Soon after, Xiaohua didn't ask any more questions. He only pointed at the surrounding fruit trees and melon fields and asked some questions. His tone was no different from that of a farmer in the countryside. At first, when Jiandong saw Xiaohua asking about the temple, he felt somewhat disgusted. But then he listened to Xiaohua's words, which were related to the livelihood of farming and mulberry trees, and had the intention of asking for guidance. He thought Xiaohua was a young official who happened to pass by today to collect materials, so he answered with great care, not hiding anything from him. Before arriving at the gate of Qinghui Temple, Xiaohua had already asked about the temple's affairs. As expected, the Chanyang state had given Qinghui Ridge to Qinghui Temple as a property. However, Qinghui Temple didn't encircle the ridge like the other temples. Instead, they divided the ridge into different areas and planted different things according to the soil and water. They even cultivated the land of Centipede Ridge together with the land under the ridge, regardless of whether the land belonged to Qinghui Temple or not. What was special about Centipede Ridge was that other than being used by the temple, it was also given to the surrounding villagers. Even the child beggars who had fled to this place were given to them. To put it bluntly, Qinghui Temple was like some kind-hearted rich people in the countryside. However, Qinghui Temple was different from these rich people. Qinghui Temple didn't accumulate money at all. Xiaohua sighed slightly. The Buddhist doctrine of Buddhism was profound and taught all living things to be good. However, there was one thing that was hard for people to accept. The monks in the temple always considered themselves to be monks. They didn't produce anything themselves and only wanted people to worship them. They called it giving alms and soliciting alms. Of course, giving alms and soliciting alms were something monks should have. This showed that monks didn't have the foundation to establish themselves and could only rely on the help of people to live. However, most of the monks were eminent monks who gave alms. Most of them still had humanity. In the end, the temple had a lot of land and the monks lived a very rich life. They still had to rely on people who had difficulties to worship them. People had their own eyes, so who would believe in the temple? Who would worship monks? As time passed, the Buddhist sect began to appear hypocritical. I've learned something. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, if all the temples in the world were like Qinghui Temple, then why would there be a longevity town in the hidden immortal continent? Monk Jiandong didn't seem to know what longevity town Xiao Hua was talking about. He only smiled and said, young benefactor, I'm afraid you came from another country and aren't a citizen of my country. In my country all the temples are like this. Really? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and was somewhat surprised. Jiandong didn't answer Xiao Hua's words. He looked at the stairs in front of him and then looked at Fairy Jing behind him. He bowed and said, Amitba. Female benefactor, my Qinghui temple doesn't allow women to set foot in. Female benefactor, please serve tea outside. Fairy Jing's eyes flashed with slight anger. How could she put this secular temple in her eyes? However, Xiao Hua's smile and warm words calmed her down. You wait here first. I'll come out immediately after I visit the temple's abbot. Xiao Hua didn't say fairy or fellow Taoist, but it sounded warm as if there was a kind of indescribable intimacy contained within. Fairy Jing agreed in a low voice. She turned her head and walked towards the mountain plum trees in front of the mountain gate. Benefactor, please. Jiandong raised his hand and gestured. He took the lead and walked up the stairs to the mountain gate. Xiao Hua didn't release his divine sense, but he had already seen the exterior of Qinghui Temple on the way. This was a regular temple. It looked very big, but the buildings inside were simple. There was a main hall, a meditation room, and there seemed to be a forest of pagodas behind. Moreover, these buildings didn't look very new and were somewhat old. In particular, some places had a lot of moss because of the year-round rain collection. Although the mountain gate and stairs in front of Xiao Hua were very clean and tidy, they were also somewhat shabby. They weren't even as bright as the mountain gate of Longevity Town's Shaojin Temple. Xiao Hua followed Jiandong up the stairs and stepped through the mountain gate. What greeted him was a main hall and square. There was an incense burner in the square and incense in the main hall. However, there were sparse villagers kowtowing and offering incense. There were several young novice monks accompanying them. The incense burner didn't seem very vigorous. Chongxi. Jiandong walked in and took a look. He called out to a young novice monk who was standing in front of the incense burner. Master. The young novice monk carefully placed the incense stick in his hand on the incense burner and hurriedly ran over. He put his palms together and bowed respectfully to Xiao Hua. Greetings, benefactor. Take this benefactor to see the abbot. Master will go to the kitchen. Jiandong instructed the young novice monk. He then said to Xiao Hua, this poor monk will deliver tea to the benefactor. Thank you for your trouble, master. Xiao Hua nodded. Soon after, under the guidance of the little monk, Xiao Hua walked through the main hall and went all the way inside. In the end, he actually passed through the meditation room and came to a pine forest. He saw a slightly withered old monk wearing a shabby kasaya sitting on a mountain rock. He was holding a shiny prayer bead in his hand and his mouth was slightly moving as he chanted. Martial ancestor. The young novice monk didn't dare to approach. He stood still from afar and bowed. A benefactor came to pay a visit. This disciple has brought him here. Who would have thought that the old monk didn't pay any attention to him? He only closed his eyes and slightly moved his hands. He was chanting scriptures word by word. Benefactor. The young novice monk turned his head and said apologetically, Martial ancestor is like this. If you want to wait, you can wait here for a moment. If you feel impatient, please turn back. This little monk still has some matters to attend to and can't accompany benefactor here. After he finished speaking, the young novice monk respectfully bowed and slowly walked away. Looking at his appearance, he was already used to this kind of situation. Moreover, his attitude was definitely not disrespectful. Xiao Hua didn't mind that the group of monks had left him hanging. He faintly smiled and quietly stood there, listening to the old monk chanting scriptures. The old monk's voice was extremely soft and even somewhat vague. However, Xiao Hua heard it clearly. It was the Vimalaka Sutra. The Vimalaka Sutra wasn't a scripture that ordinary monks often chanted. The things inside were rather obscure. Even Buddha Sarira Bodhi had read it before, but he didn't understand it too well. When he heard the scriptures, Xiaohua felt somewhat disdainful at first. However, after a moment, a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. He then slightly closed his eyes and quietly listened. The old monk's chanting voice was like a gurgling stream flowing through the pines and into Xiaohua's ears. After a full 4 hours, the sky was already dark, but the old monk still didn't stop. Monk Jiandong also came twice. When he saw Xiaohua quietly standing there, he didn't dare to disturb him and quietly left. Outside the temple, Fairy Jing took out a praying mat from her Qingkuan bag and sat down. She didn't cultivate and only silently recited Xiaohua's teachings. As for Monk Jiandong's tea, she didn't even touch it. The sky was already dark. Naturally, the monks who were working at the foot of the mountain returned. The group of monks was very well behaved. Their footsteps weren't loud and they didn't make any noise. When they saw Fairy Jing, who still had an outstanding appearance, they didn't dare to look at her too much and carefully entered the temple. Old monk Chonghong was naturally among them. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything and followed the others into the temple. Not long after, the sound of chanting came from inside the temple. Then, the bell rang and waves of the fragrance of vegetarian food came from inside the temple. In the twilight, Jiandong came back with a basket and some food to invite Fairy Jing to eat. Fairy Jing slightly opened her eyes and looked at him. She only said 3 words, "No need." Then she ignored Jiandong. Jiandong was helpless and could only put the basket next to Fairy Jing. Then the young monk called Chong Shi stood guard at the side. This Xiaohua is a bit strange. Fairy Jing was comprehending the mysteries of Xiaohua's teachings while also being puzzled. It's just a temple, what's so good about it? Could it be that there's a hidden Buddhist expert? When she thought of a Buddhist expert, Fairy Jing's eyes suddenly opened. Xiaohua had already said that he was proficient in Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism. Fairy Jing had seen Xiaohua's Taoist abilities and Confucian abilities, but she had never seen Xiaohua's Buddhist abilities. Could it be that Xiaohua really met a Buddhist expert in the temple? Fairy Jing originally wanted to release her divine sense, but she hesitated. She didn't know if her divine sense would disturb Xiaohua. Forget it, so be it. Fairy Jing closed her eyes again. Sometimes, waiting is also beautiful. How long can this beauty last? Chapter 3684. The night had passed and dawn was coming. Thick clouds covered the entire Centipede Ridge, and the land fell into darkness again. Kacha. Thunder rumbled in the distance, sounding very heavy in the night. Thunder? The young novice monk, who had been sleeping soundly beside Fairy Jing, was immediately awakened by the thunder. He looked around in fright, almost forgetting that he had fallen asleep outside the temple last night. Benefactress, quickly go down the mountain and take shelter from the rain. The young novice monk naturally couldn't see how many clouds there were in the sky, but he reminded Fairy Jing based on his intuition. Fairy Jing ignored him, still sitting there without saying a word. The young novice monk didn't dare to tarry and rushed into the temple. Before long, Jiandong hurried out with several monks, each holding a bamboo pole, an oilcloth and other things. The monks seemed very familiar with what to do, and quickly set up a tent to protect Fairy Jing. Seeing the strong wind, the oilcloth was blown a bit askew, but the foundation was very solid, so there was no need to worry about it being blown away. Jiandong opened his mouth wanting to say something, but seeing that Fairy Jing didn't say anything, he shut up. The young novice monk first stood in the tent for a while, seemingly wanting to accompany Fairy Jing. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for him to start trembling in fear. Fairy Jing gave a rare smile and said to him, "You can go back. I'm fine here." "No." Chong Shi gritted his teeth. "Benefactress is a guest of Qinghui Temple. Although I can't let you take shelter in the temple, but..." While he was speaking, the rain had already started falling, smashing on the ground and the oilcloth. It was very fierce. The young novice monk shrunk his neck, not daring to say anything, and naturally leaned toward Fairy Jing. Although he was a young novice monk, Fairy Jing still wasn't used to it. She frowned slightly and blocked the young novice monk's approach. However, after a while, Although it was raining heavily outside the tent, there wasn't a trace of coldness inside. Not only did the rain not fall in, but the wind also couldn't blow in. Outside the temple, there was such a heavy storm. Inside the temple, under the pine forest, it was the same. Moreover, the pine forest was like a wave amidst the strong wind. Strange sounds rang out one after another, as if there were many demons and ghosts dancing in the surroundings. Streams of rain poured down like a downpour. Clouds gushed out from Xiaohua's body, blocking everything outside his body. However, the old monk's body did not have any protection. He allowed the strong wind to blow his monk robes away, and allowed the raindrops to hit his body. Amidst the sound of wind and rain, the chanting of sutras continued. Xiaohua had the intention to investigate. His gaze fell on the old monk's body. The wind and rain fell on his body, but the old monk didn't seem to feel it at all. It was as if this was the sunlight, as if this was the air. He didn't need to pay attention to it at all. All the old monk did was to rotate the prayer beads and recite the sutra. The heavy rain wreaked havoc for more than half a day, and it only cleared up at dusk. The entire sky was bright, and an enormous rainbow streaked across the sky, leaving behind a brilliant and extraordinary splendor. Benefactor. Is there something you need? The chanting old monk finally opened his mouth after reciting the last few words. His voice was a bit shaky, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. In this world, other than the world venerated one, where else could there be? Xiaohua indifferently replied. Oh. When the old monk heard this, he opened his eyes. His gaze was rather deep, and the wrinkles on his forehead also accumulated. Xiaohua understood. If it wasn't for the heavy rain, perhaps there would still be dust and stains between the old monk's wrinkles. This poor monk, Shinku, greets fellow immortal. The old monk did not get up. He put his palms together and said, "This one is Xiaohua." Xiaohua cupped his hands in return and said, "This one greets Zen Master Shinku." Fellow immortal. You must be an expert Confucian cultivator. I wonder what advice you have for coming to my Qinghui temple? Shinku looked at the clouds around Xiaohua's body and asked indifferently. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and said, "On my way here, this one saw your temple's monks farming at the foot of Centipede Mountain Ridge. I also saw the peace of the villagers near Centipede Mountain Ridge. It was different from what this one had seen before. Therefore I was curious and came to pay you a visit." If that's the case, fellow immortal may leave. Shinku replied, treating his words like gold. Xiaohua scratched his head and thought for a while, then said, "This one wants to give some food to Qinghui Temple. Is that possible?" If fellow immortal has the heart, you can go to the main hall. There's no need to look for this poor monk. Then what if this one wants to discuss Buddhism with Zen Master? Xiaohua asked with interest. Since when did Confucian cultivators talk about Buddhism? Shinku raised his eyebrows. However, he said with a bitter expression, "However, fellow immortal is wrong. Buddhism is only in the heart. Even I, the Buddha, can only smile. If I were to preach it, would it still be a true scripture? Forget it, forget it. I won't discuss Buddhism with great monk. Which sect are you from?" Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. In this poor monk's eyes, there is Namo Dipankara archaic Buddha in the past. In this poor monk's eyes, there is Namo Maitreya Buddha in the present. In this poor monk's eyes, there is Namo Shakyamuni Buddha in the future. How can there still be any sects in this world? Hearing this, Xiaohua's nose almost went crooked from anger. This old monk's question was not answered. It was a common method of Buddhism. However, in the end, Xiaohua still couldn't figure out this old monk's background. "Old monk, you're no fun at all." Xiaohua coldly said, "Buddhism pays particular attention to opening the door of convenience. Although this one is a Confucian cultivator, this one also understands Buddhist principles and wants to discuss with Grandmaster. You look like you're rejecting this one at the door, so how can you talk about merit? What cultivation are you talking about? Cultivation is cultivation. Merit is also merit. The two can't be mixed up." Shinku seemed to feel that he had gone too far. His tone softened. "My Buddha talks about fate. If Benefactor is fated with my Buddha, this poor monk doesn't need to say anything more. Benefactor will naturally enter my Buddhism. If Benefactor isn't fated with my Buddha, what can this poor monk do even if this poor monk is eloquent?" Then why is this monk sitting as the abbot of Jianghu Temple? Why are there so many benevolent fields around Centipede Ridge? Isn't this merit to attract the villagers to Buddhism? Isn't it to let the light of Buddha shine on the single Yang kingdom? The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you'll see the shore. This poor monk doesn't want any merit. The light of Buddha doesn't need eyes merit to shine on the single Yang kingdom. Shinku replied faintly, this poor monk only knows that cultivation is life. Every action and word is cultivation. Since this poor monk can't get rid of this stinky body, this poor monk can only cultivate day and night. Xiaohua wanted to say something but Shinku continued, Benefactor, I'm afraid you have the same idea as ordinary people. As long as one cultivates, one must break away from worldly affairs. You don't know that everywhere in this world is a sea of bitterness. Even if you hide in a meditation room, it's impossible to be peaceful. Instead, why not go deep into the sea of bitterness to cultivate? Benefactor, you just mentioned merit. Saving one person is merit. Saving 10 people is also merit. It doesn't have to be saving others in times of danger to be merit. The monks of Jianghu Temple and even the monks of other single Yang kingdom, although they lack the time to chant sutras and meditate, they are also cultivating while working. Moreover, the monks of my single Yang kingdom don't let the people of the world suffer and accumulate merit. Who can say that this isn't merit? Ah, old monk, you're right. Xiaohua laughed. Saving people from suffering is a small merit. Teaching people to get out of suffering is a great merit. There's no need to teach Buddhist principles. As long as you teach kindness, Buddha's light will shine. This Xiao is more and more interested in the state preceptor of the single Yang kingdom. Goodbye. After saying that, Xiaohua cupped his hands at Shinku. Auspicious clouds appeared under his feet, and he rushed into the sky. Outside the temple, Fairy Jing saw Xiaohua come out. She also turned into a rainbow and chased after him. In a moment, the two figures disappeared. Shinku raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. Then he closed his eyes and was about to chant sutras. But at this moment he thought of something and said loudly, Xingzhu, which disciple brought this benefactor here? This seed has something to ask. Xiaohua flew into the sky with a smile on his face. Fairy Jing saw him and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao seems to have gained a lot from this trip. Yes indeed. Xiaohua nodded. The Buddhist sect of the single Yang kingdom is different from what this Xiao knows. Although Jianghu Temple is the smallest temple in the single Yang kingdom, everything it does is magnanimous. The abbot of the temple is also different from ordinary monks. He's indeed a cultivator. I've never seen fellow Taoists speak so highly of a monk. Fairy Jing agreed. It seems that Xiao Jun is indeed a wise ruler. Whether Xiao Jun is a wise ruler or not, I don't know for now. But the Buddhist disciple supporting Xiao Jun is an expert. This Xiao is very interested in this Buddhist disciple of an unknown sect. Oh? With fellow Taoist Zhao's Buddhist sect Cultivation, you can't tell what sect it is? Fairy Jing pretended to be surprised. Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile, This Xiao is just a dabbler. My Buddhist sect Cultivation is for Taoist Yuanqing to hear. How much can I know? But this Xiao also knows some secrets of the Buddhist sect. Unfortunately, this knowledge is not enough to see the origin of the Jianghu Temple's abbot. Isn't that simple? This place is only a few hundred miles away from the capital of the single Yang kingdom. We'll arrive in a moment. Fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to visit the state preceptor. Why wouldn't he tell you? Fairy Jing said with disdain. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Don't be anxious. This Xiao still wants to see. I'll listen to fellow Taoist's instructions. Fairy Jing nodded her head in a virtuous manner. She didn't feel any annoyance beside Xiaohua. She seemed to want this road to be further and further or even to have no end. After flying for a while they arrived at another place. Some monks were farming but there were no mountains here. Instead there were many lakes. An exquisite temple was built between the lakes and mountains. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to descend from the cloud. What Xiaohua didn't know was that not long after he landed, a Buddhist light flew out from the Jianghu Temple of the Taowu mountain range. It quickly flew over his head in the direction of the capital of the single Yang kingdom. 2 days later, Xiaohua once again flew out of the small temple with a smile on his face. Fairy Jing simply used the auspicious cloud technique to follow behind him. When they encountered another temple, Xiaohua didn't stop but directly flew past it. It seemed that he was satisfied with what he saw in the two temples. Chapter 3685. Fellow Taoist, are you not going to go down and take a look? Fairy Jing asked with a smile, clearly trying to find something to talk about. Xiaohua replied, since I already know, I naturally don't need to go down. Fellow Taoist, aren't you afraid that Xiao Jun arranged this beforehand? Fairy Jing reminded Xiaohua. If the ruler of a country can arrange farming to such an extent, he must be a wise ruler. Xiaohua smiled. Fairy Jing, you might not understand farming and don't understand that farming is not easy to fake. Indeed. Fairy Jing also sighed. Although I am in charge of a country, most of the country's affairs are handled by the ruler. I only deal with the provocations of Confucian cultivators and my own cultivation. Right. Speaking of which, I finally understand why Xiao Jun wants to go to Yaotai Mountain. I already know. Fairy Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Although these Buddhist disciples cultivate, not many of them cultivate Buddhist protective divine abilities. This way, it will be difficult for the Chanyang country to resist the provocations of the nearby Confucian cultivator country. That's right. Nothing in the world is perfect. Advantages always come with disadvantages. Xiaohua sighed. The Chanyang country state teachers' actions have made the people rich, but the country isn't strong. Since the country isn't strong, it's hard to protect the happiness of the people. Xiao Jun probably saw this and went to Yaotai Mountain after traveling thousands of miles. No matter what, he's still better than that Xiao Jian who tricked you. Fairy Jing sneered. Then she was suddenly stunned. She looked into the distance and asked curiously, what's wrong? So many monks. What are they doing? Xiaohua had already noticed and smiled. Who knows? Maybe there's a Dharma discussion somewhere and these monks are joining together? They seem to be coming for fellow Taoist Xiao. Fairy Jing blinked her eyes. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao defeated two abbots in two temples and they're coming for revenge? Xiaohua rubbed his chin and thoughtfully looked into the distance. His figure slowly slowed down. A few miles ahead of him, there were about a dozen monks sitting cross-legged in the air. Each monk was holding a wooden fish in their hands. As they knocked on the fish, they chanted sutras. They were blocking Xiaohua's path to the Danliang kingdom. These dozen or so monks were naturally nothing. What surprised Xiaohua was that below the dozen or so monks in the mountain range, there were more than 100 monks sitting cross-legged. These monks didn't seem to have any Buddhist divine abilities and couldn't fly, but they also held wooden fish in their hands and chanted Buddhist scriptures like the monks in the air. I'm not familiar with Buddhist etiquette, so I don't know what this means. Could it be that it's welcoming us? Looking at the strange scene, Fairy Jing said curiously, of course it could also be that Xiao Jun sent a message back to the Chanyang kingdom, and the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor sent someone to rely on. I'm not sure. Let's go and take a look first. Xiaohua's tone was somewhat cold. He said while flying forward. Actually, Xiaohua was also at a loss. If this was really Xiao Jun's message, then the previous farming matters might really have been arranged by the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor. You lot are blocking this old man's path. What do you want? Xiaohua flew forward and scanned with his divine sense. He knew that these monks were only at the first or second grade of origin energy. He didn't put them in his eyes at all and asked indifferently. Hearing Xiaohua's question, a monk flew out and bowed. Amitabha, those who walk different paths cannot work together. Confucian Senior, please turn back. My Chanyang kingdom doesn't have the person Senior is looking for. Do you know who this old man is looking for? This poor monk doesn't know. The monk's expression didn't change. Although my Chanyang kingdom was founded by a Buddhist sect, the imperial preceptor doesn't care about the matters of immortals and Buddhas. He only wants the citizens of the Chanyang kingdom to live a peaceful life. Therefore, I ask Senior to return to where you came from. Can you block this old man's path? Xiaohua sneered. Do you have the qualifications to give this old man orders? This poor monk doesn't dare. After the monk finished speaking, he returned to his original position and sat down cross-legged. He lowered his head and chanted Buddhist scriptures. Xiaohua snorted coldly. The clouds around him surged as he charged towards the monks. His powerful aura pushed the monks away before he could get close. Although the monks weren't thrown off their feet, they still opened up a path for Xiaohua to calmly fly through. These monks are very strange. Fairy Jing flew over and turned to look at the monks. They weren't discouraged and didn't have any anger on their faces. They adjusted their formation and slowly flew behind Xiaohua and Fairy Jing. They were still knocking on the wooden fish and chanting Buddhist scriptures. On the ground, although the monks couldn't catch up to the monks in the sky, they were still slowly moving forward. What are these monks doing? Xiaohua was a bit angry because when he scanned with his divine sense, there were monks blocking the sky every few dozen li. Obviously, they weren't willing to let Xiaohua enter the capital of the Chanyang kingdom. Moreover, these monks had low cultivation. They didn't even spare Fairy Jing a glance, let alone Xiaohua. This concubine doesn't know either. Fairy Jing smiled bitterly. It seems that the capital of the Chanyang kingdom has some unspeakable secret that they don't want fellow Taoist Xiao to see. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone to Qinghui Temple. I would have killed my way to the capital, Xiaohua said regretfully. Fairy Jing comforted him instead. Fellow Taoist, don't think too much. If you went there directly, I'm afraid you would have seen everything. Now that fellow Taoist is pressuring them step by step, they're giving themselves away. If I think about it carefully, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Apart from Xiaojun and Jiji, who else knows that the two of us came to the Chanyang kingdom? If they didn't send a message or even rush back to the Chanyang kingdom, how could these Buddhist monks stop me? Fellow Taoist, you've stayed in these two temples for a while. We can't rule out the possibility that they sent a message. Fairy Jing flew slowly with Xiaohua while thinking. Of course, it's also possible that they sent a message. Xiaohua nodded. But I didn't reveal any Taoist abilities. I'm only dressed like a Confucian cultivator. How could these monks know that I'm Xiao? Besides, they're only the smallest temple in the Chanyang kingdom. How could they know the secrets of the Chanyang kingdom? Yes, fellow Taoists' words are reasonable. Xiaojun must have sent a message back. Fairy Jing thought for a while. There didn't seem to be too many possibilities, so she could only agree. Also, Xiaohua looked at the monk blocking his way and said thoughtfully, there's also the possibility that it's a misunderstanding. Let this Xiao go and ask. With that, Xiaohua urged his cloud to fly in front of the monk. Sure enough, when the monk saw Xiaohua flying over, he immediately flew out and said in a somewhat silly voice, we Buddhist disciples only want to accumulate merit in the Chanyang kingdom. We don't want to get involved in a battle between immortals and Buddhas. Senior, please turn back. There's nothing in front of us that Senior wants. Yes, let me ask you. What is it that I'm looking for? Who is it that I'm looking for? Xiaohua said indifferently. Who ordered you to come here? Has Xiaojun already returned? This poor monk doesn't know what Senior is talking about. The monk wasn't angry. He put his palms together and said, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is before it's too late. You. Xiaohua was a bit angry and said sternly, fine, this old man will only ask you one thing. Has Xiaojun already returned to the Chanyang kingdom? If the Xiaojun you're talking about is the king of my Chanyang kingdom, then this poor monk can tell Senior where the king is if not in the dragon court. The monk said indifferently, however, although Senior is a Confucian expert, my Chanyang kingdom is a Buddhist country. There's Buddhist light shining in the kingdom. Senior, go. Not waiting for the monk to finish speaking, Xiaohua sneered, opened his mouth, and a mouthful of true qi rushed out, causing the monk to tumble down, and said, this old man wants to find someone. Actually, you juniors can stop me. Go. Call Xiaojun out for this old man. Senior, please turn back. Please turn back. When a monk fell down, dozens of monks stood up. The monks behind the monk immediately knocked on the wooden fish and chanted something as though they were chanting scriptures. Each of them even used Buddhist divine arts. Xiaohua was quite noisy when he heard it. It was like a swarm of flies were flying around his ears. Xiaohua raised his hand and wanted to fling it out. However, after thinking about it, he didn't want to waste time with these little monks. He activated the clouds around him and rushed over again. Just like before, he flew away easily. Hee. It was rare for Fairy Jing to see Xiaohua so impatient. She pursed her lips and chased after him. Where is Xiaojun? Not long after, another group of monks appeared. Their cultivation had clearly increased. Xiaohua didn't say anything and immediately shouted, "Hurry up and tell him to come see me." Ba. The unknown monk put his palms together and said, "Senior, please turn back. My family's grandmaster said that the person Senior is looking for is not in the Chanyang kingdom. Senior, please don't go any further." Humph. Without waiting for the monk to finish, Xiaohua flew over the monk's head. The monk could only lead the group of monks to chase after him. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please calm down." Fairy Jing knew that Xiaohua was deceived by Xiao Jian and Xiao Jun again and again. She was really angry. She hurriedly whispered, "Perhaps there really is a misunderstanding." And indeed, I asked where Xiao Jun was, but they said the person I was looking for wasn't here. This person and Xiao Jun might not be the same person. Although Xiaohua was angry, he didn't lose his head. He nodded and said, "Actually, if they weren't both surnamed Xiao, I wouldn't have bothered with them." "Hee, and you say you're not angry?" Fairy Jing heard Xiaohua say, and chuckled. "Alright, there are more monks blocking the way. I'll ask them carefully." Xiaohua's face was a bit red. The matter between Xiao Jun and Xiao Jian was after all the master of the Chanyang kingdom. Everyone knew that even an upright official couldn't resolve family matters. It was normal that Xiaohua couldn't tell. In front of Xiaohua was a short and shriveled old monk. He didn't look young. Xiaohua stood in the air and cupped his hands. "Venerable, please." "Ba, Senior, please return." The old monk didn't beat around the bush with Xiaohua. He put his palms together and went straight to the point. Chapter 3686. Xiaohua's body swayed in the air. Fortunately, Xiaohua's personality was good. If it was someone else, they would have already attacked. Xiaohua took a deep breath and asked, "I know you don't want me to go to the Chanyang kingdom because the person I'm looking for isn't there. But the problem is this person Xiao Jun? I'm only looking for Xiao Jun to ask him some questions. I don't want his life. What are you afraid of? Besides, I've already seen Xiao Jun on Yaotai Mountain. Even if I had any ill intentions, I wouldn't have attacked him there. Why must I chase him all the way to the Chanyang kingdom? Or, who do you think I'm looking for?" Ba, I don't know." The old monk said he didn't know anything. "Senior, please turn back." Then, Xiaohua took another breath and asked, "Is Xiao Jun in the Chanyang kingdom?" "I don't know." The old monk answered again. "Senior, please turn back." Xiaohua opened his mouth and a green light shot out. It instantly approached the old monk's forehead. It was a flying sword light that touched the old monk's withered skin. Unfortunately, the old monk didn't even blink. He said in a low voice, "Ba, I know I'm not Senior's match. If Senior wants to kill me, then do as you wish. Buddha is merciful. I'll let Senior do as you wish." "You're crazy. Why would I kill someone for no reason?" Xiaohua was so angry that he had nowhere to vent. He snorted and ignored the old monk. His figure rushed into the air and flew away. Seeing Fairy Jing chase after him, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This Buddhist disciple is good at everything, but he's stubborn. He knows he's not my match, but he still wants to stop me. "Alright," he asked but didn't answer. "Even now, I don't know why they're doing this. Or maybe they don't know at all." Fairy Jing said with a smile. "Things are getting more and more interesting. I feel that it's the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor who has nothing to do with Xiao Jun." "That's right. The problem is that the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor stopped me because he didn't want me to find someone. This person. I really can't think of anyone." That's right, Xiaohua wasn't from the hidden immortal continent. He didn't know many people and didn't know many things. Although there were a lot of books about the hidden immortal continent in the space, Xiaohua didn't have the heart to look at those things that weren't useful for cultivation after he obtained the Confucian scroll from the Copper Pillar State Academy. Therefore, he didn't even know about the mysterious yellow list, which was something that Taoist cultivators should know about. Fairy Jing hesitantly said, "Actually, this imperial teacher is trying to hide something." He's definitely trying to hide 300 taels of silver here." Xiaohua sneered, "What kind of state teacher can this kind of person be? This time, even if this Xiao doesn't dare to be interested in their so-called secrets, then I can congratulate them now. They have successfully piqued my interest. Fairy Jing, are you interested in accompanying me to take a look?" Fairy Jing's words had a double meaning. "You're the one with the greatest responsibility in the world, and I'm the one accompanying you." "All right," Xiaohua said with a smile. We won't waste time with these little monks. Let's go directly to the capital city. It was extremely simple for two cultivators of 4th or 5th grade essence force to break away from these monks. Fairy Jing didn't use any divine ability. The auspicious cloud under Xiao Hua's body grew several times larger. He brought Fairy Jing past the group of monks and arrived at the capital city of the Danliang state in just an hour. Naturally, when they were still very far away from the capital city, several faint Buddhist senses swept out from the capital city. However, these Buddhist senses were very indifferent. After discovering Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing, they didn't stop and immediately returned, as if they were just checking whether they had arrived or not. Xiao Hua sensed the Buddhist senses and immediately determined the cultivation of the owner of the Buddhist senses. He coldly said, "Humph, you're just a little monk of 4th grade essence force. You actually dare to block this old man's path." Fairy Jing was now very familiar with Xiao Hua. She said self-deprecatingly, "AI, that's right. I'm only at 4th grade essence force. This cultivation is really too difficult." Hee, Fairy Jing will definitely be able to divide your attention in the future. Oh, you'll definitely be able to astral projection. Right now you're just accumulating. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Astral projection? Astral projection. I'm both looking forward to it and afraid. Fairy Jing's face revealed an indescribable expression. Let's just leave it to fate. Oh? What? Xiao Hua naturally knew the difficulty of advancing to 5th grade essence force. However, he still pretended to be curious and asked. However, before Fairy Jing could answer, two figures flew out from the direction of the Danliang state's capital city. They stepped on a thin layer of Buddhist light and flew in front of Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing. And they're finally out. Xiao Hua muttered. His figure stopped in midair. Fairy Jing also urged her auspicious cloud to fly a distance away. This poor monk Jingy greets fellow immortal Xiao. The monk in front was thin and tall. He wore a shabby monk's robe. His exposed hands and arms were extremely thin. He was simply skin and bones without a trace of flesh. Looking at his head, it was also like a skeleton. There were many wrinkles that looked like they were carved by a knife. Hearing this, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Fellow immortal Xiao? It seems like Great Master Jingy already knows this Xiao's name. I presume you also know this Xiao's intentions?" A monk at the side coldly snorted. He waved the shabby monk's staff in his hand. "We have already let so many disciples block you. We don't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with you. Since someone wants to force us to our deaths, then don't blame this poor monk for being impolite." "Shut your mouth." Although Jingy was angry, his tone was still indifferent. "You are a Buddhist disciple. How can you be so competitive like ordinary people? It is also fate that fellow immortal Xiao came to my Danliang state. I'm afraid this is Buddhist test for us." After speaking, Jingy turned to Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow immortal Xiao, the person you are looking for is really not in the Danliang state. Please return." Xiao Hua smiled and asked with interest, "Let's not talk about who this Xiao is looking for. The Xiao wants to ask you. Monks don't lie. Are you speaking the truth?" Jingy indifferently replied, "That's right. This poor monk is not lying. I will not deceive fellow immortal. Since the person this Xiao is looking for is not in the Danliang state, you can just let this Xiao come to the capital city. Why block this Xiao on the way?" Xiao Hua asked directly. "My Danliang state does not want to get involved in disputes." Jingy replied, "If fellow immortal Xiao comes to the Danliang state, there will be chaos in the future. Therefore this poor monk does not want fellow immortal to come." "Then the person you are talking about, who is it?" Xiao Hua stared at Jingy and asked with a smile that was not a smile. Jingy slightly shook his head. "Fellow immortal knows. Why do you need this poor monk to speak? I presume Great Master knows about soul-searching techniques?" Xiao Hua raised his hand and threatened. "This Xiao only needs to press this finger on Great Master's forehead. This Xiao knows what Great Master is thinking. Fellow immortal can try." Jingy was not afraid at all. His gaze did not shrink. Xiao Hua looked at Jingy's dirty clothes and thoughtfully asked, "Great Master Jingy is from the Duda lineage, right? You clearly know yet you still ask?" Jingy could not bear it anymore and angrily said, "Who doesn't know what you are planning? Xiao Hua ignored Jing Yi and said again, "In fact, before I saw Great Master, I didn't think of it. Even in Qinghui Temple, that little monk Shen Ku didn't say anything. However, since he didn't say which sect he belonged to, then he should belong to the Duda's branch. Do you think this Xiao is right?" "That's right. Fellow immortals' eyes are like torches. This poor monk is indeed Ku Duda." The word Ku completely explained Duda's cultivation. Xiao Hua said, "Although Buddhism does not advocate Ku Duda's arduous cultivation, even the revered one of the world praised his ascetic cultivation. However, this Xiao is somewhat puzzled. Duda has 13 items. How many items can Great Master hold? Since Great Master has the position of state teacher and the help of the Danliang state, how many more ascetic cultivations does Great Master have?" Amit Ba. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Where is not ascetic cultivation? Jingyi put her palms together and said softly, "In the past, the revered one of the world fed the eagle with his body and abandoned his body. Today this old monk will throw his body into the secular world. What is wrong with that? The revered one of the world sacrificed his body to save a pigeon. This old monk will sacrifice his body to save hundreds of thousands of people in the Danliang state. What is wrong with that?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He somewhat understood the intention of Danliang state teacher Jingyi. Jingyi treated the position of state teacher as a kind of ascetic cultivation. She treated the responsibility of state teacher as a part of the sea of bitterness. She used it to sharpen her Buddhist nature in the secular world. Ku Duda's ascetic cultivation was indeed effective. Whether it was Buddhist Dharma or Buddhist techniques, they were far superior to ordinary Buddhas. However, just as Jingyi said, Ku Duda was usually alone. His methods of accumulating merit were limited. Even if he had great magic power, he could not accumulate much. However, if he became a state teacher, the amount of merit he could accumulate was incomparable. However, Xiao Hua immediately smiled bitterly. Taoist cultivators treated state teachers as glory, splendor, and wealth. They treated the power of a country as their reliance for cultivation. However, Ku Duda treated glory, splendor, and wealth as a sea of bitterness. He used his ascetic cultivation to contribute to the country. It had to be said that in the same country, Taoist cultivators and Buddhist cultivators were completely different. Xiao Hua turned his head to look at Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing had a contemplative look on her face. She seemed to have some thoughts. Forget it, forget it." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "Whether it is Buddhist or Taoist, whether it is ascetic cultivation or chanting sutras, it is all cultivation. I do not understand Duda's ascetic cultivation, nor do I understand the accumulation of merit. I originally wanted to take a look at the situation in the Danliang state. I wanted to see whether Xiao Jian or Xiao Jun was a wise ruler. However, Grandmaster has repeatedly stopped me. Now, I want Grandmaster to give me an explanation. Xiao Jian? Xiao Jun?" Jingyi was slightly stunned. "Fellow immortal, is related to the two of them by blood?" "No." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "Grandmaster, there is no need to guess blindly. Do you think Xiao Jun or Xiao Jian is better? Both of them are dumb." Jingyi answered without hesitation. "You and I are also dumb. Only Buddha is real." When Xiao Hua heard this, he almost fell from the sky. He really wanted to choke Jingyi's neck and ask if he could speak properly. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.